Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 25. The Founders and Religious Music from Work and Play, by Horace Bushnell. Part 2. As we are wont to argue the invisible things of God, even his eternal power and Godhead, from the things that are seen, finding them all images of thought and vehicles of intelligence, so we have an argument for God more impressive in one view, because the matter of it is so deep and mysterious, from the fact that a grand, harmonic, soul-interpreting law of music pervades all the objects of the material creation, and that things without life, all metals and woods and valleys and mountains and waters, are tempered with distinctions of sound, and toned to be a language to the feeling of the heart. It is as if God had made the world about us to be a grand organ of music, so that our feelings might have play in it, as our understanding has in the light of the sun and the outward colors and forms of things. What is called the musical scale, or octave, is fixed in the original appointments of sound just as absolutely and definitely as the colors of the rainbow or prism in the optical properties and laws of light. And the visible objects of the world are not more certainly shaped and colored to us under the exact laws of light and the prism than they are tempered and toned as objects audible to give distinctions of sound by their vibrations in the terms of the musical octave. It is not simply that we hear the sea roar and the floods clap their hands in anthems of joy. It is not that we hear the low winds sigh, or the storms howl dolefully, or the ripples break peacefully on the shore, or the waters dripping sadly from the rock, or the thunders crashing in horrible majesty through the pavements of heaven. Not only do all the natural sounds we hear come to us in tones of music, as interpreters of feeling, but there is hid in the secret temper and substance of all matter a silent music that only waits to sound and become a voice of utterance to the otherwise unutterable feeling of our heart, a voice, if we will have it, of love and worship to the God of all. First, there is a musical scale in the laws of the air itself, exactly answering to the musical sense or law of the soul. Next, there is in all substances a temperament of quality related to both, so that whatever kind of feeling there may be in a soul, war and defiance, festivity and joy, sad remembrance, remorse, pity, penitence, self-denial, love, adoration, may find some fit medium of sound in which to express itself. And, what is not less remarkable, connected with all these forms of substances, there are mathematical laws of length and breadth, or definite proportions of each, and reflective angles that are every way as exact as those which regulate the colors of the prism, the images of the mirror, or the telescopic light of astronomic worlds, mathematics for the heart as truly as for the head. It cannot be said that music is a human creation, and as far as the substances of the world are concerned, a mere accident. As well can it be said that man creates the colors of the prism, and that they are not in the properties of the light, because he shapes the prism by his own mechanical art. Or if still we doubt, if it seems incredible that the soul of music is in the heart of all created being, then the laws of harmony themselves shall answer, one string vibrating to another when it is not struck itself, and uttering its voice of concord simply because the concord is in it, and it feels the pulses on the air to which it cannot be silent. Nay, the solid mountains and their giant masses of rock shall answer, catching as they will the bray of horns or the stunning blast of cannon, rolling it across from one top to another in reverberating pulses, till it falls into bars of musical rhythm and chimes and cadences of silver melody. I have heard some fine music as men are wont to speak, the play of orchestras, the anthems of choirs, the voices of song that moved admiring nations. But in the lofty passes of the Alps I heard a music overhead from God's cloudy orchestra. The giant peaks of rock and ice, curtained in by the driving mist and only dimly visible athwart the sky through its folds, such as mocks all sound our lower worlds of art can ever hope to raise. I stood, excuse the simplicity, calling to them in the loudest shouts I could raise, even till my power was spent, and listening in compulsory trance to their reply. I heard them roll it up through their cloudy worlds of snow, sifting out the harsh qualities that were tearing in it as demon screams of sin, holding on upon it as if it were a hymn they were fining to the ear of the great Creator, and sending it round and round in long reduplications of sweetness, minute after minute, till finally receding and rising, it trembled as it were among the quick gradulations of angels, and fell into the silence of the pure empyrean. I had never any conception before of what is meant by quality in sound. There was more power upon the soul in one of those simple notes than I ever expect to feel from anything called music below, or ever can feel till I hear them again in the choirs of the angelic world. I had never such a sense of purity, or of what a simple sound may tell of purity by its own pure quality, and I could not but say, "O my God, teach me this, be this in me forever." And I can truly affirm that the experience of that hour has consciously made me better able to think of God ever since, better able to worship. All other sounds are gone. The sounds of yesterday, heard in the silence of enchanted multitudes, are gone. But that is with me still, and I hope will never cease to ring in my spirit till I go down to the slumber of silence itself. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 26. Hudibras, described by Samuel Butler. Samuel Butler, 1612 to 1680. A pretty picture of the time is the glimpse of young Mr. Pepys at the bookseller's in London Strand on a February morning in 1663, making haste to buy a new copy of Hudibras, and carefully explaining that it was ill humour of him to be so against that which all the world cries up to be an example of wit. The clerk of the Admiralty had connections at court, and between that February morning and a December day when Mr. Battersby was at the Wardrobe, using the King's time in gossip about the new book of drollery, the merry Stuart had found out Sam Butler's poem, and had given it the help of his royal approval. Erstwhile, Samuel, the courtier, had thought the work of Samuel, the poet, silly, and had given warranty of his opinion by suffering loss of 1s. 8d. on his purchase of the book. A view not to be wondered at in one who sets down Midsummer Night's Dream as insipid and ridiculous, and Othello as a mean thing. Perhaps it was because Butler had a keen knowledge of Shakespeare, and unconsciously used much of the actor's quick-witted method, that his delicately feathered barbs made no dent on the hard head of Pepys. Like his neighbor of the Avon, the author of Hudibras was a merciless scourge to the vainglorious follies of the time in which he poorly and obscurely lived, and like the truths which he told in his inimitable satires, the virtue and decency of his life was obscured by the disorder of the Commonwealth and the unfaith of the restored monarchy. Samuel Butler was born near Strensham, Worcestershire, in 1612, the fifth child and second son of a farmer of that parish, whose homestead was known to within the present century as Butler's Tenement. The elder Butler was not well to do, but had enough to educate his son at Worcester Grammar School, and to send him to a university. Whether or what time he was at Oxford or Cambridge remains doubtful. A. Samuel Butler went up from Westminster to Christ Church, Oxford, 1623, too soon for the Worcester lad of 11 years. Another doubtful tradition places him at Cambridge in 1620. There is evidence that he was employed as a clerk by Mr. Jeffreys, a justice of the peace at Earl's Croom in Worcestershire, and that while in this position he studied painting under Samuel Cooper. A portrait of Oliver Cromwell attributed to his hand was once in existence, and a number of paintings, said to have been by him, hung on the walls at Earl's Croom until they were used to patch broken windows there in the last century. Butler went into the service of Elizabeth, Countess of Kent, at Rest in Bedfordshire, where he had the use of a good library and the friendship of John Selden, then steward of the Countess's estate. It was there and in association with Selden that he began his literary work. Some time afterward he held a servitor's position in the family of an officer of Cromwell's army, Sir Samuel Luke, at Woodend, Bedfordshire. A manuscript note in an old edition of Hudibras, 1710, from the books of Phil Lomax, by gift of his father G. Lomax, confirms the tradition that his Cromwellian colonel was the original of Hudibras. The elder Lomax is said to have been an intimate friend of Butler. Another name on the list of candidates for this humorous honor, the honor of contributing with Don Quixote to the increase of language, is that of Sir Henry Rosewell of Ford Abbey, Devonshire. But it is unnecessary to limit to an individual sample the satirist and poet of the whole breadth of human nature. A presumption that Butler was in France and Holland for a time arises from certain references in his writings. It was about 1659, when the decline of the Cromwells became assured, that Butler ventured, but anonymously, into print with a tract warmly advocating the recall of the king. At the Restoration, and probably in reward for this evidence of loyalty, he was made secretary to the Earl of Carbury, President of Wales, by whom he was appointed steward of Ludlow Castle. About this time he married a gentlewoman of small fortune, and is said to have lived comfortably upon her money until it was lost by bad investments. The king having come to his own again, Butler obtained permission in November 1662 to print the first part of Hudibras. The quaint title of this poem has attracted much curious cavil. The name is used by Milton, Spenser, and Robert of Gloucester for an early king of Britain, the grandfather of King Lear, and by Ben Jonson, from whom Butler evidently adopted it, for a swaggering fellow in The Magnetic Lady. Where is your captain? Hudibras the Ironside. Act iii. Scene 3. Charles II. was so delighted with the satire that he not only read and re-read it, but gave many copies to his intimates. The royal generosity, lavish in promises, never exerted itself further than to give Butler, or Boteler, as he is writ in the warrant, a monopoly of printing his own poem. The second part of Hudibras appeared in 1664, and the third and last in 1678. The Duke of Buckingham was, we are told by Aubrey, well disposed toward Butler, and Wycherley was a constant suitor in his behalf. But the fickle favourite forgot his promises as easily as did the king. Lord Clarendon, who had the witty poet's portrait painted for his library, was no better at promise keeping. It is natural that such neglect should have provoked the sharp but just satires which Butler wrote against the manners of Charles' dissolute court. Hudibras was never finished, for Butler, who had been confined by his infirmities to his room in Rose Court, Covent Garden, since 1676, died on September 25th, 1680. William Longueville, a devoted friend but for whose kindness the poet might have starved, buried the remains at his own expense in the churchyard of St. Paul's, Covent Garden. In 1721, John Barber, Lord Mayor of London, set up in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey an inscription to Butler's memory, which caused later satirists to suggest that this was giving a stone to him who had asked for bread. Butler was a plain man of middle stature, strong set, high coloured, with a head of sorrel hair. He possessed a severe and sound judgment, but was a good fellow, according to his friend Aubrey. Many of Butler's writings were not published in his lifetime, during which only the three parts of Hudibras and some trifles appeared. Longueville, who received his papers, left them unpublished to his son Charles, from whom they came to John Clark of Cheshire, by whose permission the genuine remains, in 2 volumes, were published in 1759. The title of this book is due to the fact that poor Butler, as is usual with his kind, became very popular immediately after his death, and the ghouls of literature supplied the bookshops with forgeries. Butler's manuscripts, many of which have never been published, were placed in the British Museum in 1885. Hudibras described. When civil fury first grew high, and men fell out they knew not why, when hard words, jealousies, and fears set folks together by the ears, and made them fight like mad or drunk for Dame Religion as for punk, whose honesty they all durst swear for, though not a man of them knew wherefore. When gospel trumpeter, surrounded with long-eared rout, to battle sounded, and pulpit, drum, ecclesiastic, was beat with fist instead of a stick, then did Sir Knight abandon dwelling, and out he rode a kerneling. A wight he was, whose very sight would entitle him mirror of knighthood, that never bent his stubborn knee to anything but chivalry, nor put up blow but that which laid right worshipful on shoulder blade, chief of domestic knights and errant, either for chartal or for warrant, great on the bench, great in the saddle, that could as well bind or as swaddle. Mighty he was at both of these, and styled of war as well as peace. So some rats of amphibious nature are either for the land or water. But here our authors made a doubt whether he were more wise or stout. Some held the one and some the other. But howsoever, they made a pother. The difference was so small, his brain outweighed his rage but half a grain, which made some take him for a tool that knaves do work with, called a fool, and offered to lay wagers that, as Montaigne, playing with his cat, complained she thought him but an ass, much more she would have Sir Hudibras, for that's the name our valiant knight to all his challenges to did write. But they're mistaken very much. 'Tis plain enough he was no such. We grant, although he had much wit, he was very shy of using it, as being loath to wear it out, and therefore bore it not about, unless on holy days or so, as men their best apparel do. He was in logic a great critic, profoundly skilled in analytic. He could distinguish and divide a hair 'twixt south and southwest side. On either side he would dispute, confute, change hands, and still confute. He'd undertake to prove by force of argument a man's no horse. He'd prove a buzzard is no fowl, and that a lord may be an owl. a calf an alderman, a goose a justice, and rooks committee men or trustees. He'd run in debt by disputation, and pay with ratiocination. All this by syllogism true, in mood and figure he would do. For rhetoric he could not ope his mouth, but out there flew a trope, and when he happened to break off in the middle of his speech, or cough, hard words ready to show why, and tell what rules he did it by. Else, when with greatest art he spoke, you'd think he'd talked like other folk, for all a rhetorician's rules teach nothing but to name his tools. His ordinary rate of speech in loftiness of sound was rich, a Babylonish dialect, which learned pedants much affect. It was a parti-coloured dress of patched and piebald languages. 'Twas English cut on Greek and Latin, like fustian heretofore on satin. It had an odd promiscuous tone, as if he had talked three parts in one, which made some think, when he did gabble, they had heard three labourers of Babel, or Cerberus himself pronounce a leash of languages at once. This he as volubly would vent, as if his stock would ne'er be spent. And truly, to support that charge, he had supplies as vast and large, for he could coin or counterfeit new words with little or no wit, words so debased and hard, no stone was hard enough to touch them on. And when with hasty noise he spoke 'em, the ignorant for current took 'em. That had the orator who once did fill his mouth with pebble stones. When he harangued but known his phrase, he would have used no other ways. In mathematics he was greater than Tycho Brahe or Erra-Pater, for he, by geometric scale, could take the size of pots of ale, resolve by sines and tangents straight, if bread or butter wanted weight, and wisely tell what hour o' the day the clock does strike by algebra. Besides, he was a shrewd philosopher, and had read every text and gloss over. Whate'er the crabbed'st author hath, he understood by implicit faith. Whatever skeptic could enquire for every why he had a wherefore. Knew more than 40 of them do, as far as words and terms could go. All which he understood by rote, and as occasion served would quote, no matter whether right or wrong they might be either said or sung. His notions fitted things so well that which was which he could not tell, but oftentimes mistook the one for the other, as great clerks have done. He could reduce all things to acts, and knew their natures by abstracts. Where entity and quiddity the ghost of defunct bodies fly, where truth in person does appear, like words congealed in northern air, he knew what's what, and that's as high as metaphysic wit can fly. For his religion it was fit to match his learning and his wit. 'Twas Presbyterian true blue, for he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversy by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks, call fire and sword and desolation a godly thorough reformation, which always must be carried on, and still be doing, never done. As if religion were intended for nothing else but to be mended, a sect whose chief devotion lies in odd perverse antipathies, in falling out with that or this, and finding somewhat still amiss, more peevish, cross, and splenetic, than dog distract or monkey sick, that with more care keep holy day the wrong than others the right way, compound for sins that are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to, still so perverse and opposite as if they worship God for spite. The self-same thing they will abhor one way and long another for. Free will they one way disavow, another nothing else allow. All piety consists therein, in them, in other men all sin. Rather than fail, they will defy that which they love most tenderly. quarrel with minced pies, and disparage their best and dearest friend, plum porridge. Fat pig and goose itself oppose, and blaspheme custard through the nose. His puissant sword unto his side, near his undaunted heart was tied, with basket hilt that would hold broth and serve for fight and dinner both. In it he melted lead for bullets, to shoot at foes and sometimes pullets, to whom he bore so fell a grutch, he ne'er gave quarter to any such. The trenchant blade, Toledo trusty, for want of fighting was grown rusty into itself, for lack of somebody to hew and hack. The peaceful scabbard where it dwelt, the rancour of its edge had felt. This sword a dagger had, his page, that was but little for his age, and therefore waited on him so, as dwarfs upon knights errant do. It was a serviceable dudgeon, either for fighting or for drudging. When it had stabbed or broke a head, it would scrape trenchers or chip bread, toast cheese or bacon, though it were to bait a mouse trap, 'twould not care. 'Twould make clean shoes and in the earth set leeks and onions, and so forth. It had been prenticed to a brewer, where this and more it did endure, but left the trade, as many more have lately done on the same score. End of Section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 27. Biographical Note on Lord Byron. By Charles Dudley Warner. Goethe, in one of his conversations with Henry Crabb Robinson about Byron, said, "There is no padding in his poetry. Es sind keine Flickwörter im Gedichte." This was in 1829, 5 years after Byron died. This, and indeed every evening, I believe, Lord Byron was the subject of his praise. He compared the brilliancy and clearness of his style to a metal wire drawn through a steel plate. He expressed regret that Byron should not have lived to execute his vocation, which he said was to dramatize the Old Testament. What a subject under his hands would the Tower of Babel have been! Byron's views of nature, he declared, were equally profound and poetical. Power in all its forms Goethe had respect for, and he was captivated by the indomitable spirit of Manfred. He enjoyed the vision of judgment when it was read to him, exclaiming, "Heavenly, unsurpassable! Byron has surpassed himself." He equally enjoyed the satire on George IV. He did not praise Milton with the warmth with which he eulogized Byron, of whom he said that the like would never come again. He was inimitable. Goethe's was the continental opinion, but it was heightened by his conception of realism. He held that the poet must be matter of fact, and that it was the truth and reality that made writing popular. It is by the laborious collection of facts that even a poetical view of nature is to be corrected and authenticated. Tennyson was equally careful for scientific accuracy in regard to all the phenomena of nature. Byron had not scientific accuracy, but with his objectivity Goethe sympathized more than with the reflection and introspection of Wordsworth. Byron was hailed on the Continent as a poet of power, and the judgment of him was not influenced by his disregard of the society conventions of England, nor by his personal eccentricities, nor because he was not approved by the Tory party and the Tory writers. Perhaps unconsciously, certainly not with the conviction of Shelley, Byron was on the side of the new movement in Europe, the spirit of Rousseau, the unrest of Wilhelm Meister, the revolutionary seething, with its tinge of morbidness and misanthropy, its brilliant dreams of a new humanity, and its reckless, destructive theories. In France especially his influence was profound and lasting. His wit and his lyric fire excused his morbidness and his sentimental posing as a waif, unfriended in a cold and treacherous world of women and men, and his genius made misanthropy and personal recklessness a fashion. The world took his posing seriously and his grievances to heart, sighed with him, copied his dress, tried to imitate his adventures, many of them imaginary, and accepted him as a perturbed, storm-tossed spirit, representative of an age of agitation. So he was, but not by consistent hypocritical premeditation, for his pose was not so much of set purpose, as in obedience to a false education, as undisciplined temper and a changing mind. He was guided by the impulse of the moment. I think it a supportable thesis that every age, every wide and popular movement, finds its supreme expression in a poet. Byron was the mouthpiece of a certain phase of his time. He expressed it, and the expression remains, and is important as a record, like the French Revolution and the Battle of Waterloo. Whatever the judgment in history may be of the value to civilization of this 18th century movement extending into the 19th, in politics, sociology, literature, with all its recklessness, morbidness, hopefulness, Byron represented it. He was the poet of revolt. He sounded the note of intemperate, unconsidered defiance in the English bards and Scotch reviewers. This satire was audacious, many of its judgments were unjust, but its wit and poetic vigor announced a new force in English literature, and the appearance of a man who was abundantly able to take care of himself and secure respectful treatment. In moments afterward he expressed regret for it, or for portions of it, and would have liked to soften its personalities. He was always susceptible to kindness, and easily won by the good opinion of even a declared enemy. He and Moore became lifelong friends, and between him and Walter Scott there sprang up a warm friendship, with sincere reciprocal admiration of each other's works. Only on politics and religion did they disagree, but Scott thought Byron's liberalism not very deep. It appeared to me, he said, that the pleasure it afforded him as a vehicle of displaying his wit and satire against individuals in office was at the bottom of this habit of thinking. At heart, I would have termed Byron a patrician on principle. Scott shared Goethe's opinion of Byron's genius. He wrote from impulse, never for effect, and therefore I have always reckoned Burns and Byron the most genuine poetic geniuses of my time, and of half a century before me. We have many men of high poetic talents, but none of that ever-gushing and perennial fountain of natural waters. It has been a fashion of late years to say that both Byron and Scott have gone by. I fancy it is a case of not lost, but gone before. Among the men satirized in the Bards was Wordsworth. Years after, Byron met him at a dinner, and on his return told his wife that the one feeling he had for him from the beginning to the end of the visit was reverence. Yet he never ceased to gird at him in his satires. The truth is that consistency was never to be expected in Byron. Besides, he inherited none of the qualities needed for an orderly and noble life. He came of a wild and turbulent race. George Gordon, Lord Byron, the sixth of the name, was born in London, January 22nd, 1788, and died at Missolonghi, Greece, April 19th, 1824. His father, John Byron, a captain in the Guards, was a heartless profligate with no redeeming traits of character. He eloped with Amelia Darcy, wife of the Marquis of Carmarthen, and after her divorce from her husband married her and treated her like a brute. One daughter of this union was Augusta, Byron's half-sister, who married Colonel Lee, and who was the good angel of the poet, and the friend of Lady Byron until there was a rupture of their relations in 1830 on a matter of business. A year after the death of his first wife, John Byron entrapped and married Catherine Gordon of Gisht, a Scotch heiress very proud of her descent from James I. of Scotland, whose estate he speedily squandered. In less than 2 years after the birth of George, John Byron ran away from his wife and his creditors, and died in France. Mrs. Byron was a wholly undisciplined and weak woman, proud of her descent, wayward and hysterical. She ruined the child, whom she alternately petted and abused. She interfered with his education and fixed him in all his bad tendencies. He never learned anything until he was sent away from her to Harrow. He was passionate, sullen, defiant of authority, but very amenable to kindness, and with a different mother his nobler qualities, generosity, sense of justice, hatred of hypocrisy, and craving for friendship, would have been developed, and the story of his life would be very different from what it is. There is no doubt that the regrettable parts of the careers of both Byron and Shelley are due to lack of discipline and loving kindness in their early years. Byron's irritability and bad temper were aggravated by a physical defect, which hindered him from excelling in athletic sports of which he was fond, and embittered all his life. Either at birth or by an accident one of his feet was malformed or twisted so as to affect his gait, and the evil was aggravated by surgical attempts to straighten the limb. His sensitiveness was increased by unfeeling references to it. His mother used to call him a lame brat, and his pride received an incurable wound in the heartless remark of Mary Chaworth, "Do you think I could care for that lame boy?" Byron was 2 years her junior, but his love for her was the purest passion of his life, and it has the sincerest expression in the famous Dream. Byron's lameness, and his morbid fear of growing obese, which led him all his life into reckless experiments in diet, were permanent causes of his discontent and eccentricity. In 1798, by the death of its incumbent, Byron became the heir of Newstead Abbey and the 6th Lord Byron. He had great pride in the possession of this crumbling and ruinous old pile. After its partial repair, he occupied it with his mother, and from time to time in his stormy life. But in 1818 it was sold for £90,000, which mostly went to pay debts and mortgages. Almost all the influences about Byron's early youth were such as to foster his worst traits, and lead to those eccentricities of conduct and temper which came at times close to insanity. But there was one exception, his nurse, Mary Gray, to whom he owed his intimate knowledge of the Bible, and for whom he always retained a sincere affection. It is worth noting also as an indication of his nature that he always had the love of his servants. A satisfactory outline of Byron's life and work is found in Mr. John Nichol's Byron in the English Men of Letters series. Owing to his undisciplined home life, he was a backward boy in scholarship. In 1805 he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he resided irregularly for 3 years, reading much in a desultory manner, but paying slight attention to the classics and mathematics, so that it was a surprise that he was able to take his degree. But he had keen powers of observation and a phenomenal memory. Notwithstanding his infirmity, he was distinguished in many athletic sports. He was fond of animals, and such uncomfortable pets as bears and monkeys, and led generally an irregular life. The only fruit of this period in literature was the Hours of Idleness, which did not promise much, and would be of little importance, notwithstanding many verses of great lyric skill, had it not been for the slashing criticism on it imputed to Lord Brougham in the Edinburgh Review, which provoked the English bards and Scotch reviewers. This witty outburst had instant success with the public. In 1809 Byron came of age, and went abroad on a 2 years' pilgrimage to Spain, Malta, Greece, and Constantinople, giving free rein to his humour for intrigue and adventure in the lands of the sun, and gathering the material for many of his romances and poems. He became at once the picturesque figure of his day, a handsome, wilful poet, sated with life, with no regret for leaving his native land, the conqueror of hearts and the sport of destiny. The world was speedily full of romances of his recklessness, his intrigues, his diablerie, and his munificence. These grew upon his return in 1811, and the publication in 1812 of the first 2 cantos of Childe Harold. All London was at his feet. He had already made his first speech in the House of Lords espousing the Liberal side. The second speech was in favour of Catholic emancipation. The fresh and novel poem, which Byron himself had not at first thought worth offering a publisher, fell in with the humour and moral state of the town. It was then that he made the oft-quoted remark, "I awoke one morning and found myself famous." The poem gave new impetus to the stories of his romantic life, and London seemed to idolize him as much for his follies and his liaisons as for his genius. He plunged into all the dissipation of the city. But this period, from 1811 to 1815, was also one of extraordinary intellectual fertility. In rapid succession he gave to the press poems and romances, The Giaour, The Bride of Abydos, The Corsair, Lara, The Hebrew Melodies, The Siege of Corinth, and Parisina. Some of the Hebrew Melodies are unequalled in lyric fire. The romances are all taking narratives, full of oriental passion, vivid descriptions of scenery, and portraitures of female loveliness and dark-browed heroes, often full of melody but melodramatic, and in substance do not bear analysis, but they still impress with their flow of vitality, their directness and power of versification, and their frequent beauty. Sated with varied dissipation, worn out with the flighty adoration of Lady Caroline Lamb, and urged by his friends to marry and settle down, Byron married, January 2nd, 1815, Anne Isabella, daughter of Sir Ralph Milbanke. He liked, but did not love her, and she was no doubt fascinated by the reputation of the most famous man in Europe, and perhaps indulged the philanthropic hope that she could reform the literary Corsair. On the 10th of December was born Augusta Ada, the daughter whom Byron celebrates in his verse, and to whom he was always tenderly attached. On the 15th of January, 5 weeks after her daughter's birth, Lady Byron left home with the child to pay a visit to her family, dispatching to her husband a playfully tender letter. Shortly after, he was informed by her father and by herself that she did not intend ever to return to him. It is useless to enter into the controversy as to the cause of this separation. In the light of the latest revelations, the better opinion seems to be that it was a hopeless incongruity that might have been predicted from the characters of the two. It seems that Lady Byron was not quite so amiable as she was supposed to be, and in her later years she was subject to hallucinations. Byron, it must be admitted, was an impossible husband for any woman, most of all for any woman who cared for the social conventions. This affair brought down upon Byron a storm of public indignation which drove him from England. The society which had petted him and excused his vagaries and violations of all decency now turned upon him with rage and made the idol responsible for the foolishness of his worshippers. To the end of his life, neither society nor the critics ever forgave him, and did not even do justice to his genius. His espousal of the popular cause in Europe embittered the conservative element, and the freedom of speculation in such masterly works as Cain brought upon him the anathemas of orthodox England. Henceforth, in England, his poetry was judged by his liberal and unorthodox opinions. This vituperation rose to its height when Byron dared to satirize George III. And to expose mercilessly in Don Juan the hypocrisy of English life. On the 25th of April, 1816, Byron left England, never to return. And then opened the most brilliant period of his literary career. Instead of being crushed by the situation, Byron's warlike spirit responded to it with defiance, and his suffering and his anger invoked the highest qualities of his extraordinary genius. His career in Italy was as wild and dissipated as ever. Strange to say, the best influence in his irregular life was the Countess Guiccioli, who persuaded him at one time to lay aside the composition of Don Juan, and in whose society he was drawn into ardent sympathy with the Italian liberals. For the cause of Italian unity he did much when it was in its darkest period, and his name is properly linked in this great achievement with those of Mazzini and Cavour. It was in Switzerland, before Byron settled in Venice, that he met Shelley, with whom he was thereafter to be on terms of closest intimacy. Each had a mutual regard for the genius of the other, but Shelley placed Byron far above himself. It was while sojourning near the Shelleys on the Lake of Geneva that Byron formed a union with Claire Clairmont, the daughter of Mrs. Clairmont, who became William Godwin's second wife. The result of this intimacy was a natural daughter, Allegra, for whose maintenance and education Byron provided, and whose early death was severely felt by him. Byron's life in Italy from 1816 to 1823 continued to be a romance of exciting and dubious adventure. Many details of it are given in Byron's letters. His prose is always as vigorous as his poetry, and as self-revealing, and it was no doubt recorded in his famous diary, which was entrusted to his friend Tom Moore, and was burned after Byron's death. Byron's own frankness about himself, his love of mystification, his impulsiveness in writing anything that entered his brain at the moment, and his habit of boasting about his wickedness, which always went to the extent of making himself out worse than he was, stands in the way of getting a clear narration of his life and conduct. But he was always an interesting and commanding and perplexing personality, and the writings about him by his intimates are as various as the moods he indulged in. The bright light of inquiry always shone upon him, for Byron was the most brilliant, the most famous, the most detested, the most worshipped, and the most criticized and condemned man in Europe. It was in this period that he produced the works that by their innate vigor and power placed him in the front rank of English poets. A complete list of them cannot be given in this brief notice. The third and fourth cantos of Childe Harold attained a height that the first two cantos had not prepared the world to expect. Cain was perhaps the culmination of his power. The lyrics and occasional poems of this time add to his fame because they exhibit his infinite variety. Critics point out the carelessness of his verse, and there is an air of haste in much of it. They deny his originality and give the sources of his inspiration, but he had Shakespeare's faculty of transforming all things to his own will, and they deny him the contribution of thought to the ideas of the world. This criticism must stand against the fact of his almost unequaled power to move the world and make it feel and think. The continental critics did not accuse him of want of substance. What did he not do for Spain, for Italy, for Greece? No interpretation of their splendid past, of their hope for the future, no musings over the names of other civilizations, no sympathy with national pride, has ever so satisfied the travelling and reading world in these lands as Byron's. The public is not so good a judge of what poetry should be as the trained critics, but it is a judge of power, of what is stirring and entertaining, and so it comes to pass that Byron's work is read when much poetry, more finished, but wanting certain vital qualities, is neglected. I believe it is a fact that Byron is more quoted than any English poet except Pope since Shakespeare, and that he is better known to the world at large than any except the master. But whether this is so or not, he is more read now at the close of this century than he was in its third quarter. The Dream and Darkness are poems that will never lose their value so long as men love and are capable of feeling terror. Manfred, Mazeppa, Heaven and Earth, The Prisoner of Chillon, and the satire of the Vision of Judgment maintain their prominence, and it seems certain that many of the lyrics, like the Isles of Greece and the Maid of Athens, will never pall upon any generation of readers, and the lyrics will probably outlast the others in general favour. Byron wrote many dramas, but they are not acting plays. He lacked the dramatic instinct, and it is safe to say that his plays, except in certain passages, add little to his great reputation. In the opinion of many critics, Byron's genius was more fully displayed in Don Juan than in Childe Harold. Byron was Don Juan, mocking, satirical, witty, pathetic, dissolute, defiant of all conventional opinion. The ease, the grace, the diablerie of the poem are indescribable. Its wantonness is not to be excused. But it is a microcosm of life as the poet saw it, a record of the experience of 30 years, full of gems, full of flaws, in many ways the most wonderful performance of his time. The critics who were offended by its satire of English hypocrisy had no difficulty in deciding that it was not fit for English readers. I wonder what would be the judgment of it if it were a recovered classic disassociated from the personality of any writer. Byron was an aristocrat, and sometimes exhibited a silly regard for his rank, but he was a democrat in all the impulses of his nature. His early feeling was that as a peer he condescended to authorship, and for a time he would take no pay for what he wrote. But later, when he needed money, he was keen at a bargain for his poetry. He was extravagant in his living, generous to his friends and to the popular causes he espoused, and cared nothing for money except the pleasure of spending it. It was while he was living at Ravenna that he became involved in the intrigues for Italian independence. He threw himself, his fortune and his time, into it. The time has come, he said, when a man must do something. Writing was only a pastime. He joined the secret society of the Carbonari. He showed a statesmanlike comprehension of the situation. His political papers bear the stamp of the qualities of vision and leadership. When that dream faded under the reality of the armies of despotism, his thoughts turned to Greece. Partly his restless nature, partly love of adventure carried him there. But once in the enterprise, he gave his soul to it with a boldness, a perseverance, a good sense, a patriotic fervor that earned for him the title of hero in a good cause. His European name was a tower of strength to the Greek patriots. He mastered the situation with a statesman's skill and with the perception of a soldier. He endured all the hardships of campaigning, and waited in patience to bring some order to the wrangling factions. If his life had been spared, it is possible that the Greeks then might have thrown off the Turkish yoke. But he succumbed to a malarial fever, brought on by the exposure of a frame weakened by a vegetable diet, and expired at Missolonghi in his 37th year. He was adored by the Greeks, and his death was a national calamity. This last appearance of Lord Byron shows that he was capable of as great things in action as in the realm of literature. It was the tragic end of the stormy career of a genius whose life was as full of contradictions as his character. It was not only in Greece that Byron's death was profoundly felt, but in all Europe, which was under the spell of his genius. Mrs. Anne Thackeray Ritchie, in her charming recollections of Tennyson, says, "One day the news came to the village, the dire news which spread across the land, filling men's hearts with consternation, that Byron was dead." Alfred was then a boy about 15. "Byron was dead. I thought the whole world was at an end," he once said, speaking of those bygone days. "I thought everything was over and finished for everyone, that nothing else mattered. I remember I walked out alone and carved 'Byron is dead' into the sandstone." Charles Dudley Warner. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 28. Selected Poems and Excerpts, by Lord Byron, Part 1. Maid of Athens. Maid of Athens, ere we part, give, oh, give me back my heart. Or since that has left my breast, keep it now, and take the rest. Hear my vow before I go, Zoe mu Zausagapo. By those tresses unconfined, wooed by each Aegean wind, by those lids whose jetty fringe kiss thy soft cheek's blooming tinge, by those wild eyes like the roe, Zoe mu Zausagapo. By that lip I long to taste, by that zone encircled waist, by all the token flowers that tell what words can never speak so well, by love's alternate joy and woe, Zoe mu Zausagapo. Maid of Athens, I am gone. Think of me, sweet, when alone. Though I fly to Istanbul, Athens holds my heart and soul. Can I cease to love thee? No. Zoe mu Zausagapo. Translation of a Romaic Song. I enter thy garden of roses, beloved and fair Haidee, each morning where Flora reposes, for surely I see her in thee. O lovely, thus low I implore thee, receive this fond truth from my tongue, which utters its song to adore thee, yet trembles for what it has sung. As the branch at the bidding of nature adds fragrance and fruit to the tree, through her eyes, through her every feature, shines the soul of the young Haidee. But the loveliest garden grows hateful when love has abandoned the bowers. Bring me hemlock. Since mine is ungrateful, that herb is more fragrant than flowers. The poison, when poured from the chalice, will deeply embitter the bowl. But when drunk to escape from thy malice, the draught shall be sweet to my soul. Too cruel! In vain I implore thee my heart from these horrors to save. Will naught to my bosom restore thee? Then open the gates of the grave. As the chief who to combat advances, secure of his conquest before, thus thou, with those eyes for thy lances, hast pierced through my heart to its core. Ah, tell me, my soul, must I perish by pangs which a smile would dispel? Would the hope which thou once badst me cherish for torture repay me too well? Now sad is the garden of roses, beloved but false Haidee. There Flora all withered reposes, and mourns o'er thine absence with me. Greece, from the Giaour. He who hath bent him o'er the dead, ere the first day of death is fled, the first dark day of nothingness, the last of danger and distress, before decay's effacing fingers have swept the lines where beauty lingers, and marked the mild angelic air, the rapture of repose that's there, the fixed yet tender traits that streak the languor of the placid cheek, and but for that sad shrouded eye, that fires not, wins not, weeps not now, and but for that chill, changeless brow, where cold obstruction's apathy appalls the gazing mourner's heart, as if to him it could impart the doom he dreads, yet dwells upon. Yes, but for these and these alone, some moments, aye, one treacherous hour, he still might doubt the tyrant's power. So fair, so calm, so softly sealed, the first, last look by death revealed. Such is the aspect of this shore. 'Tis Greece, but living Greece no more. So coldly sweet, so deadly fair, we start, for soul is wanting there. Hers is the loveliness in death that parts not quite with parting breath, but beauty with that fearful bloom, that hue which haunts it to the tomb, expression's last receding ray, a gilded halo hovering round decay, the farewell beam of feeling passed away. Spark of that flame, perchance of heavenly birth, which gleams, but warms no more its cherished earth. Clime of the unforgotten brave, whose land from plain to mountain cave was freedom's home, or glory's grave. Shrine of the mighty, can it be that this is all remains of thee? Approach, thou craven, crouching slave, say, is not this Thermopylae? These waters blue that round you lave, O servile offspring of the free, pronounce what sea, what shore is this? The gulf, the rock of Salamis. These scenes, their story not unknown, arise and make again your own. Snatch from the ashes of your sires the embers of their former fires, and he who in the strife expires will add to theirs a name of fear that tyranny shall quake to hear, and leave his sons a hope, a fame they too will rather die than shame. For freedom's battle once begun, bequeathed by bleeding sire to son, though baffled oft, is ever won. Bear witness, Greece, thy living page, attest it many a deathless age. While kings in dusty darkness hid have left the nameless pyramid, thy heroes, though the general doom hath swept the column from their tomb, a mightier monument command, the mountains of their native land. There points thy muse to stranger's eye the graves of those that can not die. 'Twere long to tell, and sad to trace each step from splendor to disgrace. Enough! No foreign foe could quell thy soul till from itself it fell. Yes, self-abasement paved the way to villain bonds and despot sway. The Hellespont and Troy, from The Bride of Abydos. The winds are high on Helle's wave, as on that night of stormy water, when Love, who sent, forgot to save the young, the beautiful, the brave, the lonely hope of Sestos' daughter. Oh, when alone along the sky her turret torch was blazing high, though rising gale and breaking foam and shrieking sea-birds warned him home, and clouds aloft and tides below with signs and sounds forbade to go, he could not see, he would not hear, or sound or sign foreboding fear. His eye but saw the light of love, the only star it hailed above. His ear but rang with hero song, "Ye waves, divide not lovers long." That tale is old, but love anew may nerve young hearts to prove as true. The winds are high, and Helle's tide rolls darkly heaving to the main, and night's descending shadows hide that field with blood bedewed in vain, the desert of old Priam's pride, the tombs, sole relics of his reign, all save immortal dreams that could beguile the blind old man of Scios' rocky isle. Oh, yet, for there my steps have been, these feet have pressed the sacred shore, these limbs that buoyant wave hath borne, minstrel, with thee to muse, to mourn, to trace again those fields of yore, believing every hillock green contains no fabled hero's ashes, and that around the undoubted scene thine own broad Hellespont still dashes. Be long my lot, and cold were he who there could gaze, denying thee. Greece and her Heroes, from the Siege of Corinth. They fell devoted but undying, the very gale their names seemed sighing, the waters murmured of their name, the woods were peopled with their fame, the silent pillar, lone and gray, claimed kindred with their sacred clay. Their spirits wrapped the dusky mountain, their memories sparkled o'er the fountain. The meanest rill, the mightiest river, rolled mingling with their fame forever. Despite of every yoke she bears, that land is glory's still, and theirs. 'Tis still a watchword to the earth. When man would do a deed of worth, he points to Greece, and turns to tread, so sanctioned, on the tyrant's head. He looks to her and rushes on, where life is lost or freedom won. The Isles of Greece, from Don Juan. The Isles of Greece, the Isles of Greece, where burning Sappho loved and sung, where grew the arts of war and peace, where Delos rose and Phoebus sprung, eternal summer gilds them yet, but all except their sun is set. The Scian and the Tian muse, the hero's harp, the lover's lute, have found the fame your shores refuse. Their place of birth alone is mute to sounds which echo further west than your sires, islands of the blest. The mountains look on Marathon, and Marathon looks on the sea, and musing there an hour alone, I dreamed that Greece might still be free. For standing on the Persian's grave, I could not deem myself a slave. A king sat on the rocky brow which looks o'er sea-born Salamis, and ships by thousands lay below, and men in nations, all were his. He counted them at break of day, and when the sun set, where were they? And where are they? And where art thou, my country? On thy voiceless shore the heroic lay is tuneless now, the heroic bosom beats no more. And must thy lyre, so long divine, degenerate into hands like mine? 'Tis something in the dearth of fame, though linked among a fettered race, to feel at least a patriot's shame, even as I sing, suffuse my face. For what is left the poet here? For Greeks a blush, for Greece a tear. Must we but weep o'er days more blest? Must we but blush? Our fathers bled. Earth, render back from out thy breast a remnant of our Spartan dead. Of the 300 grant but 3 to make a new Thermopylae. What, silent still, and silent all? Ah, no, the voices of the dead sound like a distant torrent's fall, and answer, "Let one living head, but one, arise. We come, we come." 'Tis but the living who are dumb. In vain, in vain. Strike other chords. Fill high the cup with Samian wine. Leave battles to the Turkish hordes, and shed the blood of Scio's vine. Hark! Rising to the ignoble call, how answers each bold bacchanal! You have the Pyrrhic dance as yet. Where is the Pyrrhic's phalanx gone? Of two such lessons, why forget the nobler and the manlier one? You have the letters Cadmus gave. Think ye he meant them for a slave? Fill high the bowl with Samian wine. We will not think of themes like these. It made Anacreon's song divine. He served, but served Polycrates, a tyrant, but our masters then were still at least our countrymen. The tyrant of the Chersonese was freedom's best and bravest friend. That tyrant was Miltiades. Oh, that the present hour would lend another despot of the kind! Such chains as his were sure to bind. Fill high the bowl with Samian wine. On Suli's rock and Parga's shore exists the remnant of a line such as the Doric mothers bore. And there perhaps some seed is sown the Heraclean blood might own. Trust not for freedom to the Franks. They have a king who buys and sells. In native swords and native ranks the only hope of courage dwells. But Turkish force and Latin fraud would break your shield, however broad. Fill high the bowl with Samian wine. Our virgins dance beneath the shade. I see their glorious black eyes shine. But gazing on each glowing maid, my own the burning teardrop laves, to think such breasts must suckle slaves. Place me on Sunium's marble steep, where nothing save the waves and I may hear our mutual murmurs sweep. There, swan-like, let me sing and die. A land of slaves shall ne'er be mine. Dash down yon cup of Samian wine. Greece and the Greeks before the Revolution. From Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Ancient of days, august Athena, where are thy men of might, thy grand in soul? Gone, glimmering through the dream of things that were. First in the race that led to glory's goal, they won and passed away. Is this the whole? A schoolboy's tale, the wonder of an hour? The warrior's weapon and the sophist's stole are sought in vain, and o'er each mouldering tower, dim with the mist of years, gray flits the shade of power. Fair Greece, sad relic of departed worth, immortal though no more, though fallen, great, who now shall lead thy scattered children forth, and long accustomed bondage uncreate? Not such thy sons who whilom did await the hopeless warriors of a willing doom in bleak Thermopyla's sepulchral strait. O who that gallant spirit shall resume, leap from Eurotas' banks, and call thee from the tomb? Spirit of freedom, when on Phyle's brow thou sat'st with Thrasybulus and his train, couldst thou forebode the dismal hour which now dims the green beauties of thine Attic plain? Not 30 tyrants now enforce the chain, but every earl can lord it o'er thy land. Nor rise thy sons, but idly rail in vain, trembling beneath the scourge of Turkish hand, from birth till death enslaved, in word, in deed, unmanned. Hereditary bondmen, know ye not, who would be free, themselves must strike the blow? By their right arms a conquest must be wrought. Will Gaul or Muscovite redress ye? No. True, they may lay your proud despoilers low, but not for you will freedom's altars flame. Shades of the Helots, triumph o'er your foe! Greece, change thy lords, thy state is still the same. Thy glorious day is o'er, but not thy years of shame. When riseth Lacedaemon's hardihood, when Thebes Epaminondas rears again, when Athens' children are with hearts endued, when Grecian mothers shall give birth to men, then mayst thou be restored, but not till then. 1,000 years scarce serve to form a state, an hour may lay it in the dust. And when can man in shattered splendor renovate, recall its virtues back, and vanquish time and fate? And yet how lovely in thine age of woe, land of lost gods and godlike men, art thou! Thy vales of evergreen, thy hills of snow, proclaim thee nature's varied favorite now. Thy fanes, thy temples to thy surface bow, commingling slowly with heroic earth, broke by the share of every rustic plough. So perish monuments of mortal birth, so perish all in turn, save well-recorded worth. Save where some solitary column mourns above its prostrate brethren of the cave, save where Tritonia's airy shrine adorns Colonna's cliff and gleams along the wave, save where some warrior's half-forgotten grave, where the gray stones and long-neglected grass ages, but not oblivion, feebly brave, while strangers only, not regardless, pass, lingering like me, perchance, to gaze and sigh, alas! Yet are thy skies as blue, thy crags as wild, sweet are thy groves, and verdant are thy fields, thine olive ripe as when Minerva smiled, and still his honeyed wealth Hymettus yields. There the blithe bee his fragrant fortress builds, the free-born wanderer of thy mountain air. Apollo still thy long, long summer gilds, still in his beam Mindeli's marbles glare. Art, glory, freedom fail, but nature still is fair. Where'er we tread, 'tis haunted, holy ground. No earth of thine is lost in vulgar mould, but one vast realm of wonder spreads around, and all the Muses' tales seem truly told, till the sense aches with gazing to behold the scenes our earliest dreams have dwelt upon. Each hill and dale, each deepening glen and wold, defies the power which crushed thy temples gone. Age shakes Athena's tower, but spares gray Marathon. End of section 28. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 29, Selected Poems and Excerpts, by Lord Byron, Part 2. to Rome, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. O Rome, my country, city of the soul, the orphans of the heart must turn to thee, lone mother of dead empires, and control in their shut breasts their petty misery. What are our woes and sufferings? Come and see the cypress, hear the owl, and plod your way o'er steps of broken thrones and temples, ye whose agonies are evils of a day. A world is at our feet, as fragile as our clay. The Niobe of nations, there she stands, childless and crownless, in her voiceless woe, an empty urn within her withered hands, whose holy dust was scattered long ago. The Scipio's tomb contains no ashes now, the very sepulchres lie tenantless of their heroic dwellers. Dost thou flow, old Tiber, through a marble wilderness? Rise with thy yellow waves, and mantle her distress. The Goth, the Christian, time, war, flood, and fire have dealt upon the 7 hill city's pride. She saw her glories star by star expire, and up the steep barbarian monarchs ride, where the car climbed the Capitol. Far and wide, temple and tower went down, nor left a sight. Chaos of ruins! Who shall trace the void, or the dim fragments cast a lunar light, and say, here was or is, where all is doubly night? The double night of ages, and of her night's daughter, ignorance, hath wrapped and wrapped all around us. We but feel our way to err. The ocean hath its chart, the stars their map, and knowledge spreads them on her ample lap. But Rome is as the desert, where we steer, stumbling o'er our recollections. Now we clap our hands and cry, Eureka, it is clear, when but some false mirage of ruin rises near. Alas, the lofty city, and alas, the trebly 100 triumphs, and the day when Brutus made the dagger's edge surpass the conqueror's sword in bearing fame away. Alas for Tully's voice, and Virgil's lay, and Livy's pictured page. But these shall be her resurrection, all beside decay. Alas for earth, for never shall we see that brightness in her eye she bore when Rome was free. The Colosseum, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Arches on arches, as it were that Rome, collecting the chief trophies of her line, would build up all her triumphs in one dome, her Colosseum stands. The moonbeams shine as 'twere its natural torches, for divine should be the light which streams here, to illume this long explored but still exhaustless mine of contemplation. And the azure gloom of an Italian night, where the deep skies assume hues which have words, and speak to you of heaven, floats o'er this vast and wondrous monument, and shadows forth its glory. There is given unto the things of earth, which time hath bent, a spirit's feeling, and where he hath lent his hand, but broke his scythe, there is a power and magic in the ruined battlement, for which the palace of the present hour must yield its somp, and wait till ages are its dower. And here the buzz of eager nations ran, in murmured pity or loud roared applause, as man was slaughtered by his fellow man. And wherefore slaughtered? Wherefore, but because such were the bloody circus's genial laws, and such the imperial pleasure? Wherefore not? What matters where we fall to fill the maws of worms, on battle plains or listed spot? Both are but theatres, where the chief actors rot. I see before me the gladiator lie. He leans upon his hand. His manly brow consents to death, but conquers agony, and his drooped head sinks gradually low, and through his side the last drops, ebbing slow from the red gash, fall heavy one by one, like the first of a thunder shower, and now the arena swims around him. He is gone, ere ceased the inhuman shout which hailed the wretch who won. He heard it, but he heeded not. His eyes were with his heart, and that was far away. He recked not of the life he lost, nor prize, but where his rude hut by the Danube lay, there were his young barbarians all at play. There was their Dacian mother, he their sire, butchered to make a Roman holiday. All this rushed with his blood. Shall he expire, and unavenged? Arise, ye Goths, and glut your ire. A ruin, yet what ruin? From its mass, walls, palaces, half cities have been reared. Yet off the enormous skeleton ye pass, and marvel where the spoil could have appeared. Hath it indeed been plundered, or but cleared? Alas, developed, opens the decay when the colossal fabric's form is neared. It will not bear the brightness of the day, which streams too much on all years man have reft away. But when the rising moon begins to climb its topmost arch, and gently pauses there, when the stars twinkle through the loops of time, and the low night breeze waves along the air the garland forests which the grey walls wear, like laurels on the bald first Caesar's head. When the light shines serene but doth not glare, then in this magic circle raise the dead. Heroes have trod this spot, 'tis on their dust ye tread. Chorus of Spirits at the Storming of Rome by the Constable of Bourbon, 1527. From the Deformed Transformed. 'Tis the morn, but dim and dark. Whither flies the silent lark? Whither shrinks the clouded sun? Is the day indeed begun? Nature's eye is melancholy o'er the city high and holy, but without there is a din should arouse the saints within, and revive the heroic ashes round which yellow Tiber dashes. O ye seven hills, awaken ere your very base be shaken. Hearken to the steady stamp, Mars is in their every tramp. Not a step is out of tune, as the tides obey the moon. On they march, though to self-slaughter, regular as rolling water, whose high waves o'ersweep the border of huge moles, but keep their order. Breaking only rank by rank, hearken to the armor's clank. Look down o'er each frowning warrior, how he glares upon the barrier. Look on each step of each ladder, as the stripes that streak an adder. Look upon the bristling wall, manned without an interval. Round and round, and tier on tier, cannon's black mouth, shining spear, lit match, bell-mouthed musketoon, gaping to be murderous soon. All the warlike gear of old, mixed with what we now behold, in this strife twixt old and new, gather like a locust's crew. Shade of Remus, 'tis a time awful as thy brother's crime. Christians war against Christ's shrine. Must its lot be like to thine? Near and near and nearer still, as the earthquake saps the hill, first with trembling hollow motion, like a scarce awakened ocean, then with stronger shock and louder, till the rocks are crushed to powder, onward sweeps the rolling host. Heroes of the immortal boast, mighty chiefs, eternal shadows, first flowers of the bloody meadows which encompass Rome, the mother of a people without brother. Will you sleep when nations' quarrels plough the root up of your laurels? Ye who wept o'er Carthage burning, weep not, strike, for Rome is mourning. Onward sweep the varied nations, famine long hath dealt their rations. To the wall with hate and hunger, numerous as wolves and stronger, on they sweep. O glorious city, must thou be a theme for pity? Fight like your first sire, each Roman. Alaric was a gentle foeman, matched with Bourbon's black banditti. Rouse thee, thou eternal city, rouse thee! Rather give the torch with thine own hand to thy porch, than behold such hosts pollute your worst dwelling with their foot. Ah, behold yon bleeding spectre! Ilion's children find no Hector. Priam's offspring loved their brother. Rome's great sire forgot his mother, when he slew his gallant twin with inexpiable sin. See the giant shadow stride o'er the ramparts high and wide, when the first o'erleapt thy wall, its foundations mourned his fall. Now, though towering like a Babel, who to stop his steps are able? Stalking o'er thy highest dome, Remus claims his vengeance, Rome. Now they reach thee in their anger, fire and smoke and hellish clangor are around thee, thou world's wonder. Death is in thy walls and under. Now the meeting steel first clashes, downward then the ladder crashes, with its iron load all gleaming, lying at its foot blaspheming. Up again, for every warrior slain, another climbs the barrier. Thicker grows the strife, thy ditches Europe's mingling gore enriches. Rome, although thy wall may perish, such manure thy fields will cherish, making gay the harvest home. But thy hearths, alas, O Rome! Yet be Rome amidst thine anguish, fight as thou wast wont to vanquish. Yet once more, ye old Penates, let not your quenched hearths be Ates. Yet again, ye shadowy heroes, yield not to these stranger Neros. Though the son who slew his mother shed Rome's blood, he was your brother. 'Twas the Roman curbed the Roman. Brennus was a baffled foeman. Yet again, ye saints and martyrs, rise, for yours are holier charters. Mighty gods of temples falling, yet in ruin still appalling, mightier founders of those altars, true and Christian, strike the assaulters. Tiber, Tiber, let thy torrent show even nature's self-abhorrent. Let each breathing heart dilated turn as doth the lion baited. Rome be crushed to one wide tomb, but be still the Romans' Rome. Venice, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. I stood in Venice on the Bridge of Sighs, a palace and a prison on each hand. I saw from out the wave her structures rise, as from the stroke of the enchanter's wand. 1,000 years their cloudy wings expand around me, and a dying glory smiles o'er the far times when many a subject land looked to the winged lion's marble piles, where Venice sat in state, throned on her 100 isles. She looks a sea Cybele, fresh from ocean, rising with her tiara of proud towers at airy distance, with majestic motion, a ruler of the waters and their powers. And such she was. Her daughters had their dowers from spoils of nations, and the exhaustless East poured in her lap all gems and sparkling showers. In purple was she robed, and of her feast monarchs partook, and deemed their dignity increased. In Venice Tasso's echoes are no more, and silent rows the songless gondolier. Her palaces are crumbling to the shore, and music meets not always now the ear. Those days are gone, but beauty still is here. States fall, arts fade, but nature doth not die, nor yet forget how Venice once was dear, the pleasant place of all festivity, the revel of the earth, the masque of Italy. But unto us she hath a spell beyond her name and story, and her long array of mighty shadows, whose dim forms despond above the dogeless city's vanished sway. Ours is a trophy which will not decay with the Rialto. Shylock and the Moor and Pierre cannot be swept or worn away. The keystones of the arch, though all were o'er, for us repeopled were the solitary shore. The beings of the mind are not of clay. Essentially immortal, they create and multiply in us a brighter ray and more beloved existence. That which fate prohibits to dull life in this our state of mortal bondage, by these spirits supplied first exiles, then replaces what we hate, watering the heart whose early flowers have died, and with a fresher growth replenishing the void. Ode to Venice. 1. O Venice, Venice, when thy marble walls are level with the waters, there shall be a cry of nations o'er thy sunken halls, a loud lament along the sweeping sea. If I, a northern wanderer, weep for thee, what should thy sons do? Anything but weep, and yet they only murmur in their sleep, in contrast with their fathers, as the slime, the dull green ooze of the receding deep, is with the dashing of the springtide foam that drives the sailor shipless to his home, are they to those that were. And thus they creep, crouching and crab-like, through their sapping streets. O agony that centuries should reap no mellower harvest, 1,300 years of wealth and glory turn to dust and tears, and every monument the stranger meets, church, palace, pillar, as a mourner greets, and even the lion all subdued appears, and the harsh sound of the barbarian drum, with dull and daily dissonance, repeats the echo of thy tyrant's voice along the soft waves, once all musical to song, that heaved beneath the moonlight with the throng of gondolas, and to the busy hum of cheerful creatures whose most sinful deeds were but the overbeating of the heart and flow of too much happiness, which needs the aid of age to turn its course apart from the luxuriant and voluptuous flood of sweet sensations battling with the blood. But these are better than the gloomy errors, the weeds of nations in their last decay, when vice walks forth with her unsoftened terrors, and mirth is madness, and but smiles to slay, and hope is nothing but a false delay, the sick man's lightning half an hour ere death, when faintness, the last mortal birth of pain, and apathy of limb, the dull beginning of the cold staggering race which death is winning, steals vein by vein and pulse by pulse away, yet so relieving the o'er-tortured clay, to him appears renewal of his breath, and freedom the mere numbness of his chain. And then he talks of life, and how again he feels his spirit soaring, albeit weak, and of the fresher air which he would seek. And as he whispers, knows not that he gasps, that his thin finger feels not what it clasps, and so the film comes o'er him, and the dizzy chamber swims round and round, and shadows busy, at which he vainly catches, flit and gleam, till the last rattle chokes the strangled scream, and all is ice and blackness, and the earth that which it was the moment ere our birth. 2. There is no hope for nations. Search the page of many thousand years, the daily scene, the flow and ebb of each recurring age. The everlasting to be, which hath been, hath taught us naught or little. Still we lean on things that rot beneath our weight, and wear our strength away in wrestling with the air. For 'tis our nature strikes us down. The beasts, slaughtered in hourly hecatombs for feasts, are of as high an order. They must go even where their driver goads them, though to slaughter. Ye men who pour your blood for kings as water, what have they given your children in return? A heritage of servitude and woes, a blindfold bondage where your hire is blows. What, do not yet the red-hot plowshares burn, o'er which you stumble in a false ordeal, and deem this proof of loyalty the real? Kissing the hand that guides you to your scars, and glorying as you tread the glowing bars? All that your sires have left you, all that time bequeaths of free, and history of sublime, spring from a different theme. Ye see and read, admire and sigh, and then succumb and bleed. Save the few spirits who, despite of all, and worse than all, the sudden crimes engendered by the down-thundering of the prison wall, and thirst to swallow the sweet waters tendered, gushing from freedom's fountains, when the crowd, maddened with centuries of drought, are loud, and trample on each other to obtain the cup which brings oblivion of a chain heavy and sore, in which long yoked they ploughed the sand. Or if there sprung the yellow grain, 'twas not for them. Their necks were too much bowed, and their dead palates chewed the cud of pain. Yes, the few spirits who, despite of deeds which they abhor, confound not with the cause those momentary starts from nature's laws, which, like the pestilence and earthquake, smite but for a term, then pass, and leave the earth with all her seasons to repair the blight with a few summers, and again put forth cities and generations, fair when free. For tyranny there blooms no bud for thee. 3. Glory and empire. Once upon these towers, with freedom, godlike triad, how ye sat! The league of mightiest nations in those hours, when Venice was an envy, might abate, but did not quench her spirit. In her fate all were enwrapped. The feasted monarchs knew and loved their hostess, nor could learn to hate, although they humbled. With the kingly few the many felt, for from all days and climes she was the voyager's worship. Even her crimes were of the softer order, born of love. She drank no blood, or fattened on the dead, but gladdened where her harmless conquest spread. For these restored the cross, that from above hallowed her sheltering banners, which incessant flew between earth and the unholy crescent, which, if it waned and dwindled, earth may thank the city it has clothed in chains, which clank now creaking in the ears of those who owe the name of freedom to her glorious struggles. Yet she but shares with them a common woe, and called the kingdom of a conquering foe, but knows what all, and most of all we, know, with what set gilded terms a tyrant juggles. 4. The name of Commonwealth is past and gone, o'er the 3 fractions of the groaning globe. Venice is crushed, and Holland deigns to own a sceptre, and endures the purple robe. If the free Switzer yet bestrides alone his chainless mountains, 'tis but for a time, for tyranny of late is cunning grown, and in its own good season tramples down the sparkles of our ashes. One great clime, whose vigorous offspring by dividing ocean are kept apart and nursed in the devotion of freedom, which their fathers fought for and bequeathed, a heritage of heart and hand, and proud distinction from each other land, whose sons must bow them at a monarch's motion, as if his senseless sceptre were a wand full of the magic of exploded science. Still one great clime, in full and free defiance, yet rears her crest, unconquered and sublime, above the far Atlantic. She has taught her Esau brethren that the haughty flag, the floating fence of Albion's feebler crag, may strike to those whose red right hands have bought rights cheaply earned with blood. Still forever, better though each man's life-blood were a river, that it should flow and overflow, than creep through 1,000 lazy channels in our veins, dammed like the dull canal with locks and chains, and moving as a sick man in his sleep, 3 paces, and then faltering. Better be where the extinguished Spartans still are free in their proud charnel of Thermopylae, than stagnate in our marsh, or o'er the deep fly, and one current to the ocean add, one spirit to the souls our fathers had, one freeman more, America, to thee. End of section 29. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ruhi Haq. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 30. The East, by Lord Byron. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime, where the rage of the vulture, the love of the turtle, now melt into sorrow, now madden to crime? Know ye the land of the cedar and vine, where the flowers ever blossom, the beams ever shine, where the light wings of the zephyr, oppressed with perfume, wax faint o'er the gardens of Gul in her bloom, where the citron and olive are fairest of fruit, and the voice of the nightingale never is mute. Where the tints of the earth and the hues of the sky, in colour though varied, in beauty may vie, and the purple of ocean is deepest in dye, where the virgins are soft as the roses they twine, and all, save the spirit of man, is divine. 'Tis the clime of the east, 'tis the land of the sun. Can he smile on such deeds as his children have done? Oh, wild as the accents of lovers' farewell are the hearts which they bear and the tales which they tell. Original royalty from Don Juan. He had 50 daughters and 4 dozen sons, of whom all such as came of age were stowed, the former in a palace where like nuns they lived till some Boshaw was sent abroad, when she, whose turn it was wed at once, sometimes at 6 years old. Though this seems odd, 'tis true, the reason is that the Bashaw must make a present to his sire-in-law. His sons were kept in prison till they grew of years to fill a bowstring on the throne, one of the other, but which of the two could yet be known unto the fates alone. Meantime the education they went through was princely, as the proofs have always shown, so that the heir apparent still was found no less deserving to be hanged than crowned. A Grecian sunset. From The Curse of Minerva. Slow sinks more lovely ere his race be run along Moria's hills the setting sun, not as in northern climes obscurely bright, but one unclouded blaze of living light. O'er the brushed deep the yellow beam he throws gilds the green wave that trembles as it glows. On cold Aegina's rock and Idra's isle, the god of gladness sheds his parting smile. O'er his own regions lingering loves to shine, though there his altars are no more divine. Descending fast the mountain shadows kiss thy glorious gulf, unconquered Salamis. Their azure arches through the long expanse, more deeply purpled meet his mellowing glance, and tenderest tints along their summits driven mark his gay course and own the hues of heaven, till darkly shaded from the land and deep behind his Delphian cliff he sinks to sleep. On such an eve his palest beam he cast, when Athens, here thy wisest looked his last. How watched thy better sons his farewell ray, that closed their murdered sages' latest day? Not yet, not yet, Sol passes on the hill, the precious hour of parting lingers still, but sad his light to agonizing eyes, and dark the mountain's once delightful dyes. Gloom o'er the lovely land he seemed to pour, the land where Phoebus never frowned before, but ere he sank below Cytherean's head, the cup of woe was quaffed, the spirit fled, the soul of him who scorned to fear or fly, who lived and died as none can live or die. But lo, from Hymettus to the plain, the queen of night asserts her silent reign. No murky vapour, herald of the storm, hides her fair face nor girds her glowing form, with cornice glimmering as the moonbeams play, where the white column greets her grateful ray, and bright around with quivering beams beset, her emblem sparkles o'er the minaret. The groves of olives scattered dark and wide, where meek Cephisus pours his scanty tide, the cypress saddening by the sacred mosque, the gleaming turret of the gay kiosk, and dun and sombre mid the holy calm, near Theseus' fane yon solitary palm, all tingled with various hues, arrest the eye, and dull were this that passed them heedless by. Again the Aegean, heard no more afar, lulls his chafed breast from elemental war. Again his waves in milder tints unfold their long array of sapphire and of gold, mixed with the shades of many a distant isle, that frown where gentler ocean deigns to smile. The Italian sunset. From Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The moon is up, and yet it is not night. Sunset divides the sky with her. A sea of glory streams along the Alpine height, of blue Friuli's mountains, Heaven is free from clouds, but of all colours seems to be melted to one vast iris of the west, where the day joins the past eternity, while on the other hand meek Dian's crest floats through the azure air, an island of the blest. A single star is at her side, and reigns with her o'er half the lovely heaven, but still yon sunny sea heaves brightly, and remains rolled o'er the peak of the far Rhaetan hill, as day and night contending were, until nature reclaimed her order. Gently flows the deep-dyed Brenta, where their hues instil the odorous purple of a new-born rose, which streams upon her stream, and glassed within it glows, filled with the face of heaven, which from afar comes down upon the waters, all its hues from the rich sunset to the rising star, their magical variety diffuse, and now they change. A paler shadow strews its mantle o'er the mountains. Parting day dies like the dolphin, whom each pang imbues with a new colour as it gasps away, and lasts till loveliest till 'tis gone, and all is gay. Twilight. From Don Juan. 'Tis our tale, the feast was over, the slaves gone, the dwarfs and dancing girls had all retired, and the Arab lore and poet's song were done, and every sound of revelry expired. The lady and her lover left alone, the rosy flood of twilight sky admired. Ave Maria, o'er the earth and sea, that heavenliest hour of heaven is worthiest thee. Ave Maria, blessed be the hour, the time, the clime, the spot, where I so oft have felt that moment in its fullest power. Sink o'er the earth so beautiful and soft, while swung the deep bell in the distant tower, or the faint dying day hymns stole aloft, and not a breath crept through the rosy air, and yet the forest leaves seemed stirred with prayer. Ave Maria, 'tis the hour of prayer. Ave Maria, 'tis the hour of love. Ave Maria, may our spirits dare look up to thine and to thy sons above. Ave Maria, O thy face so fair, those downcast eyes beneath the almighty dove, what though 'tis but a pictured image strike? That painting is no idol, 'tis too like. Some kindly casuists are pleased to say, in nameless print, that I have no devotion. But set those persons down with me to pray, and you shall see who has the properest notion of getting into heaven the shortest way. My altars are the mountains and the ocean, earth, air, stars, all that springs from the great whole, who hath produced and will receive the soul. Sweet hour of twilight, in the solitude of that pine forest, and the silent shore which bounds Ravenna's immemorial wood, rooted where once the Adrian wave flowed o'er, to where the last Caesarian fortress stood. Evergreen forest which Boccaccio's lore and Dryden's lay made haunted ground to thee, to me, and have I loved the twilight hour and thee? The shrill cicalas, people of the pine, making their summer lives one ceaseless song, where the soul echoes save my steeds and mine, and vesper bells that rose the boughs along, the spectre huntsman of Onestes' line, his hell dogs and their chase, and the fair throng, which learned from this example not to fly from a true lover, shadowed my mind's eye. O Hesperus, thou bringest all good things home to the weary, to the hungry cheer, to the young bird the parent's brooding wings, the welcome stall to the o'er-laboured steer. Whatever of peace about our hearthstone clings, whatever our household gods protect of dear, are gathered around us by thy book of rest. Thou bringest the child too to the mother's breast. Soft hour, which wakes the wish and melts the heart of those who sail the seas on the first day when they from their sweet friends are torn apart, or thrills with love the pilgrim on his way, as the far bell of vesper makes him start, seeming to weep the dying day's decay. In this a fancy which our reason scorns? Ah, surely nothing dies, but something mourns. An Alpine Storm, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The sky is changed, and such a change! O night, and storm and darkness, ye are wondrous strong, yet lovely in your strength, as is the light of a dark eye in woman. Far along from peak to peak, the rattling crags among, leaps the live thunder, not from one lone cloud, but every mountain now hath found a tongue, and Jura answers through her misty shroud, back to the joyous Alps who call to her aloud. And this is in the night, most glorious night, thou wert not sent for slumber. Let me be a sharer in thy fierce and far delight, a portion of the tempest, and of thee, how the lit lake shines, a phosphoric sea, and the big rain comes dancing to the earth. And now again 'tis black, and now the glee of the loud hills shakes with its mountain mirth, as if they did rejoice o'er a young earthquake's birth. Now where the swift Rhone cleaves his way between heights which appear as lovers who have parted in hate, whose mining depths so intervene that they can meet no more, though broken hearted, though in their souls which thus each other thwarted, love was the very root of that fond rage which blighted their life's bloom and then departed, itself expired, but leaving them an age of years, all winters, war within themselves to wage. Now where the quick Rhone thus hath cleft his way, the mightiest of the storms hath ta'en his stand, for ere not one but many make their play, and fling their thunderbolts from hand to hand, flashing and cast around of all the band, the brightest through these parted hills hath forked his lightnings, as if he did understand that in such gaps as desolation worked, there the hot shaft should blast whatever therein lurked. Sky, mountains, river, winds, lake, lightnings, ye with night and clouds and thunder, and a soul to make these felt and feeling, well may be things that have made me watchful. The fair roll of your departing voices is the knoll of what in me is sleepless. If I rest, but where of ye, O tempests, is the goal? Are ye like those within the human breast, or do ye find at length, like eagles, some high nest? End of section 30. Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ruhi Haq. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 31. Selected Poems and Excerpts by Lord Byron, Part 4. The Ocean. From Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. But I forgot, my pilgrim's shrine is one, and he and I must part, so let it be. His task and mine alike are nearly done. Yet once more let us look upon the sea. The midland ocean breaks on him and me, and from the Alban Mount we now behold our friend of youth, that ocean, which when we beheld it last by Calp's rock unfold, those waves we followed on till the dark Euxine rolled. Upon the blue Symplegades long years, long though not very many, since have done their work on both. Much suffering and some tears have left us nearly where we had begun. Yet not in vain our mortal race hath run. We have had our reward, and it is here that we can yet feel gladdened by the sun, can reap from earth's sea joy almost as dear as if there were no man to trouble what is clear. Oh, that the desert were my dwelling place, with one fair spirit for my minister, that I might all forget the human race, and hating no one, love but only her. Ye elements, in whose ennobling stir I feel myself exalted, can ye not accord me such a being? Do I err in deeming such inhabit many a spot? Though with them to converse can rarely be our lot. There is a pleasure in the pathless woods, there is a rapture on the lonely shore, there is society where none intrudes, by the deep sea, and music in its roar. I love not man the less, but nature more. From these are interviews, in which I steal from all I may be, or have been before, to mingle with the universe, and feel what I can ne'er express, yet cannot all conceal. Roll on, thou deep and dark blue ocean, roll, 10,000 fleets sweep over thee in vain. Man marks the earth with ruin, his control stops with the shore. Upon the watery plain the wrecks are all thy deed, nor doth remain a shadow of man's ravage save his own, when for a moment like a drop of rain he sinks into thy depths with bubbling groan, without a grave, unknelled, uncoffined, and unknown. His steps are not upon thy paths, thy fields are not a spoil for him. Thou dost arise and shake him from thee, the vile strength he wields for earth's destruction thou dost all despise, spurning him from thy bosom to the skies, and sendest him shivering in thy playful spray, and howling to his gods, where haply lies his petty hope in some near port or bay, and dashest him again to earth. There let him lay. The armaments which thunder strike the walls of rock-built cities, bidding nations quake, and monarchs tremble in their capitals. The oak leviathans, whose huge ribs make their clay creator the vain title take of lord of thee and arbiter of war. These are thy toys, and as the snowy flake they melt into thy yeast of waves, which mar alike the Armida's pride or spoils of Trafalgar. Thy shores are empires, changed in all save thee. Assyria, Greece, Rome, Carthage, what are they? Thy waters wasted them while they were free, and many a tyrant since their shores obey. The stranger, slave, or savage, their decay has dried up realms to deserts. Not so thou, unchangeable save to thy wild waves play. Time writes no wrinkle on thine azure brow, such as creation's dawn beheld, thou rollest now. Thou glorious mirror, where the Almighty's form glasses itself in tempests, in all time, calm or convulsed, in breeze, or gale or storm, icing the pole or in the torrid clime, dark heaving, boundless, endless, and sublime, the image of eternity, the throne of the invisible. Even from out thy slime the monsters of the deep are made, each zone obeys thee, thou goest forth dread, fathomless, alone. And I have loved thee, ocean, and my joy of youthful sports was on thy breast to be, borne like thy bubbles onward. From a boy I wantoned with thy breakers, they to me were a delight, and if the refreshing sea made them a terror, 'twas a pleasing fear, for I was as it were a child of thee, and trusted to thy billows far and near, and laid my hand upon thy mane as I do here. The Shipwreck, from Don Juan. 'Twas twilight, and the sunless day went down over the waste of waters, like a veil which, if withdrawn, would but disclose the frown of one whose hate is masked but to assail. Thus to thy hopeless eyes the night was shown, and grimly darkled o'er their faces pale, and the dim desolate deep 12 days had fear been their familiar, and now death was here. There was no light in heaven but a few stars. The boats put off, or crowded with their crews. She gave a heel and then a lurch to port, and going down head foremost sunk, in short. Then rose from sea to sky the wild farewell. Then shrieked the timid and stood still the brave. Then some leaped overboard with dreadful yell, as eager to anticipate their grave, and the sea yawned round her like a hell. And down she sucked with her the whirling wave, like one who grapples with his enemy, and tries to strangle him before he die. At first one universal shriek there rushed, louder than the loud ocean, like a crash of echoing thunder, and then all was hushed, save the wild wind and the remorseless dash of billows, but at intervals there gushed, accompanied with a convulsive splash, a solitary shriek, the bubbling cry of some strong swimmer in his agony. Love on the Island, from Don Juan. 'Twas the cooling hour, just when the rounded red sun sinks down behind the azure hill, which then seems as if the whole earth it bounded, circling all nature, hushed and dim and still, with the far mountain crescent half surrounded by one side, and the deep sea calm and chill upon the other, and the rose sky, with one star sparkling through it like an eye. And thus they wandered forth, and hand in hand, over the shining pebbles and the shells, glided along the smooth and hardened sand, and in the worn and wild receptacles, worked by the storms, yet worked as if were planned, in hollow halls, with sparry roofs and cells, they turned to rest, and, each clasped by an arm, yielded to the deep twilight's purple charm. They looked up to the sky, whose floating glow spread like a rosy ocean, vast and bright. They gazed upon the glittering sea below, whence the broad moon rose circling into sight. They heard the waves splash, and the wind so low, and saw each other's dark eyes darting light into each other, and beholding this, their lips drew near, and clung into a kiss. A long, long kiss, a kiss of youth and love and beauty, all concentrating like rays into one focus, kindled from above. Such kisses as belong to early days, where heart and soul and sense in concert move, and the blood's lava and the pulse ablaze, each kiss a heartquake. For a kiss's strength, I think, must be reckoned by its length. By length I mean duration. Theirs endured, heaven knows how long, no doubt they never reckoned, and if they had, they could not have secured the sum of their sensations to a second. They had not spoken, but they felt allured, as if their souls and lips each other beckoned, which being joined, like swarming bees they clung, their hearts the flowers, from whence the honey sprung. They were alone, but not alone as they, who, shut in chambers, think it loneliness. The silent ocean and the starlit bay, the twilight glow, which momently grew less, the voiceless sands and dropping caves that lay around them made them to each other press, as if there were no life beneath the sky, save theirs, and that their life could never die. They feared no eyes nor ears on that lone beach, they felt no terrors from the night, they were all in all to each other. Though their speech was broken words, they thought a language there, and all the burning tongues the passions teach, found in one sigh the best interpreter of nature's oracle, first love, that all which Eve has left her daughters since her fall. And when those deep and burning moments passed, and Juan sank to sleep within her arms, she slept not, but all tenderly, though fast, sustained his head upon her bosom's charms, and now and then her eye to heaven is cast, and then on the pale cheek her breast now warms, pillowed on her overflowing heart, which pants with all it granted, and with all it grants. An infant when it gazes on the light, a child the moment when it drains the breast, a devotee when soars the host in sight, an Arab with a stranger for a guest, a sailor when the prize has struck in fight, a miser filling his most hoarded chest, feel rapture, but not such true joy are reaping as they who watch o'er what they love while sleeping. For there it lies, so tranquil, so beloved, all that it hath of life with us is living, so gentle, stirless, helpless, and unmoved, and all unconscious of the joy it is giving. All it hath left, inflicted, past, and proved, hushed into depths beyond the watcher's diving. There lies the thing we love, with all its errors and all its charms, like death without its terrors. The lady watched her lover, and that hour of loves and nights and ocean solitude o'erflowed her soul with their united power. Amidst the barren sand and rocks so rude, she and her wave-worn love had made their bower, where naught upon their passion could intrude, and all the stars that crowded the blue space saw nothing happier than her glowing face. Alas, the love of women, it is known to be a lovely and a fearful thing, for all of theirs upon that die is thrown, and if 'tis lost, life hath no more to bring to them but mockeries of the past alone. And their revenge is as the tiger's spring, deadly and quick and crushing, yet as real torture is theirs, what they inflict they feel. The Two Butterflies from the Giaour. As rising on its purple wing, the insect queen of eastern spring, o'er emerald meadows of Kashmir, invites the young pursuer near. that leads him on from flower to flower, a weary chase and wasted hour, then leaves him as it soars on high, with panting heart and tearful eye. So beauty lures the full-grown child, with hue is bright and wing is wild, a chaise of idle hopes and fears, begun in folly, closed in tears. If one to equal ills betrayed, woe waits the insect and the maid, a life of pain, the loss of peace, from infant's play and man's caprice. The lovely toy so fiercely sought had lost its charm by being caught, for every touch that wooed its stay hath brushed its brightness hues away, till charm and hue and beauty gone, 'tis left to fly or fall alone, with wounded wing or bleeding breast. Ah, where shall I the victim rest? Can this with faded pinion soar from rose to tulip as before? Or beauty blighted in an hour find joy within her broken bower? No, gare insects fluttering by ne'er droop the wing o'er those that die, and lovelier things have mercy shown to every failing but their own, and every woe a tear can claim, except an erring sister's shame. To his sister, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The castle crag of Drachenfels frowns o'er the wide and winding Rhine, whose breast of waters broadly swells between the banks which bear the vine, and hills all rich with blossomed trees, and fields which promise corn and wine, and scattered cities crowning these, whose far white walls along them shine, have strewed a scene which I should see with double joy wert thou with me. And peasant girls with deep blue eyes, and hands which offer early flowers, walk smiling o'er this paradise, above the frequent feudal towers. Through green leaves lift their walls of grey, and many a rock which steeply lowers, and noble arch and proud decay, look o'er this vale of vintage bowers. But one thing want these banks of Rhine, thy gentle hand to clasp in mine. I send the lilies given to me, though long before thy hand they touch, I know that they must withered be, but yet reject them not as such. For I have cherished them as dear, because they yet may meet thine eye, and guide thy soul to mine even here, when thou beholdest them drooping nigh, and knowest them gathered by the Rhine, and offered from my heart to thine. The river nobly foams and flows, the charm of this enchanted ground, and all its thousand turns disclose some fresher beauty wearing round. The haughtiest breast its wish might bound, through life to dwell delighted here, nor could on earth a spot be found to nature and to me so dear, could thine dear eyes in following mine still sweeten more those banks of Rhine. End of section 31. Section 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ruhi Haq. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors, Section 32, Ode to Napoleon, by Lord Byron. Ode to Napoleon. 'Tis done, but yesterday a king, and armed with kings to strive, and now thou art a nameless thing, so abject, yet alive. Is this the man of thousand thrones, who strewed our earth with hostile bones, and can he thus survive? Since he miscalled the morning star, nor man nor fiend hath fallen so far. Ill-minded man, why scourge thy kind, who bowed so low the knee? By gazing on thyself grown blind, thou taughtest the rest to see. With might unquestioned, power to save, thine only gift hath been the grave. To those that worshipped thee, nor till thy fall could mortals guess ambition's less than littleness. Thanks for that lesson it will teach to after warriors more than high philosophy can preach, and vainly preached before. That spell upon the minds of men breaks never to unite again, that led them to adore those pagod things of sabre sway, with fronts of brass and feet of clay. The triumph and the vanity, the rapture of the strife. 110. The earthquake voice of victory, to thee the breath of life, the sword, the sceptre, and that sway, which man seemed made but to obey, where wherewith renown was rife, all quelled, dark spirit, what must be the madness of thy memory? The desolator desolate, the victor overthrown, the arbiter of others' fate, a suppliant for his own. Is it some yet imperial hope that with such change can calmly cope, or dread of death alone? To die a prince or live a slave, thy choice is most ignobly brave. He who of old would rend the oak, 111, dreamed not of the rebound. Chained by the trunk he vainly broke, alone how looked he round! Thou, in the sternness of thy strength, an equal deed hast done at length, and darker fate hast found. He fell the forest prowler's prey, but thou must eat thy heart away. The Roman, 112, when his burning heart was slaked with blood of Rome, threw down the dagger, dared depart in savage grandeur home. He dared depart in utter scorn of men that such a yoke had borne. Ye left him such a doom. His only glory was that hour of self upheld abandoned power. The Spaniard, 113, when the lust of sway had lost its quickening spell, cast crowns for rosaries away, an empire for a cell, a strict accountant of his beads, a subtle disputant on creeds. His dotage trifled well, yet better had he neither known a bigot's shrine nor despot's throne. But thou, from thy reluctant hand, the thunderbolt is wrung. Too late thou leavest the high command to which thy weakness clung. All evil spirit as thou art, it is enough to grieve the heart. To thee thine own unstrung, to think that God's fair world hath been the footstool of a thing so mean. And earth had split her blood for him, who thus can hoard his own, and monarchs bowed the trembling limb, and thanked him for a throne. Fair freedom, we may hold thee dear, when thus thy mightiest foes their fear in humblest guise have shown. Oh, ne'er may tyrant leave behind a brighter name to lure mankind. Thine evil deeds are writ in gore, nor written thus in vain. Thy triumphs tell of fame no more, or deepen every stain. If thou hast died as honor dies, some new Napoleon might arise to shame the world again. But who would soar the solar height to set in such a starless night? Weighed in the balance, hero dust is vile as vulgar clay. Thy scales, mortality, are just to all that pass away. But yet methought the living great some higher sparks should animate, to dazzle and dismay, nor deemed contempt could thus make mirth of these the conquerors of the earth. And she, proud Austria's mournful flower, thy still imperial bride, now bears her breast the torturing hour, still clings she to thy side. Must she too bend, must she too share thy late repentance, long despair, thou throneless homicide? If still she loves thee, hoard that gem, 'tis worth thy vanished diadem. Then haste thee to thy sullen isle, and gaze upon the sea. That element may meet thy smile, it ne'er was ruled by thee, or traced with thine all idle hand in loitering mood upon the sand. That earth is now as free. The Corinth's pedagogue, 114, hath now transferred his byword to thy brow. Thou, Timur, in his captive's cage, while brooding in thy prisoned rage. But one, the world was mine, unless like him of Babylon. All senses with thy sceptre gone, life will not long confine that spirit poured so widely forth, so long obeyed, so little worth. The Battle of Waterloo, from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then, her beauty and her chivalry, and bright the lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes, which spake again. All went merry as a marriage bell. But hush, hark, a deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Did ye not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance, let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark, that heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm, arm, it is, the cannon's opening roar. Within a windowed niche of that high hall sat Brunswick's fated chieftain. He did hear that sound the first, amidst the festival, and caught its tone with death's prophetic ear. And when they smiled because he deemed it near, his heart more truly knew that peal too well, which stretched his father on a bloody bier, and roused the vengeance blood alone could quell. He rushed into the field, and foremost fighting fell. And then there was hurrying to and fro, and gathered tears and tremblings of distress, and cheeks all pale, which but an hour ago blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs, which ne'er might be repeated. Who could guess, if ever more should meet those mutual eyes, since upon night so sweet such awful morn could arise? And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron, and the clattering car went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war, and the deep thunder peal on peal afar, and near of the alarming drum, roused up the soldier ere the morning star, while thronged the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips the foe, they come, they come. And wild and high the Cameron's gathering rose, the war note of Lochiel, which Albion's hills have heard, and heard too have her Saxon foes. How in the noon of night that pibroch thrills, savage and shrill, but with the breath which fills their mountain pipe, so fill the mountaineers with the fierce native daring which instills the stirring memory of 1,000 years, and evens Donald's fame rings in each clansman's ears. And Adrenace waves above them her green leaves, dewy with nature's teardrops as they pass, grieving, if aught inanimate e'er grieves, over the unreturning brave. Alas, ere evening to be trodden like the grass, which now beneath them and above shall grow, in its text verdure, when this fiery mass of living valor, rolling on the foe, and burning with high hope, shall moulder cold and low. Last noon beheld them full of lusty life, last eve in beauty's circle proudly gay. The midnight brought the signal sound of strife, the morn the marshalling in arms, the day battle's magnificently stern array. The thunder clouds close o'er it, which when rent, the earth is covered thick with other clay, which her own clay shall cover, reaped and pent, rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. Mazeppa's Ride, from Mazeppa. The last of human sounds which rose as I darted from my foes was the wild shout of savage laughter, which on the wind came roaring after, a moment from that rabble rout, when sudden wrath I wrenched my head and snapped the cord which to the mane had bound my neck in lieu of rein, and writhing half my form about, howled back my curse, but missed the tread, the thunder of my courser's speed. Perchance they did not hear nor heed. It vexes me, for I would fain have paid their insult back again. I paid it well in after days. There is naught of that castle gate, its drawbridge and portcullis wait, stone bar, moat, bridge or barrier left, nor of its fields a blade of grass, save what grows on a ridge of wall, where stood the hearthstone of the hall, and many a time ye there might pass, nor dream that ere that fortress was. I saw its turrets in a blaze, their crackling battlements all cleft, and the hot lead pour down like rain from off the scorched and blackening roof, whose thickness was not vengeance proof. They little thought that day of pain, when launched as on the lightning's flash, they bade me to destruction dash. That one day I should come again, with twice 5,000 horse, to thank the Count for his uncourteous ride. They played me then a bitter prank, when, with the wild horse for my guide, they bound me to his foaming flank. For time at last tells all things even, and if we do but watch the hour, there never yet was human power which could evade, if unforgiven, the patient search and vigil long of him who treasures up a wrong. We rustled through the leaves like wind, left shrubs and trees and wolves behind. By night I heard them on the track, their troop came hard upon our back, with their long gallop, which can tire the hound's deep hate and hunter's fire. Where'er we flew they followed on, nor left us with the morning sun. Behind I saw them scarce a rood, at daybreak winding through the wood, and through the night had heard their feet, their stealing rustling step repeat. Oh, how I wished for spear or sword, at least to die amidst the horde, and perish, if it must be so, at bay destroying many a foe. When first my courser's race began, I wished the goal already won, but now I doubted strength and speed. Vain doubt, his swift and savage breed had nerved him like the mountain roe. Not faster falls the blinding snow, which whelms the peasant near the door, whose threshold he shall cross no more, bewildered with the dazzling blast, than through the forest paths he passed, untired, untamed, and worse than wild, all furious as a favored child, balked of its wish, or fiercer still, a woman piqued, who has her will. Onward we went, but slack and slow, his savage force at length o'erspent, the drooping courser faint and low, all feebly foaming went. At length, while reeling on our way, methought I heard a courser neigh, from out yon tuft of blackening firs. Is it the wind whose branches stirs? No, no, from out the forest prance, a trampling troop. I see them come, in one vast squadron they advance. I strove to cry, my lips were dumb. The steeds rush on in plunging pride, but where are they the reins to guide? 1,000 horse and none to ride, with flowing tail and flying mane, wide nostrils never stretched by pain, mouths bloodless to the bit or rein, and feet that iron never shod, and flanks unscarred by spur or rod. 1,000 horse, the wild, the free, like waves that follow o'er the sea, came thickly thundering on, as if our faint approach to meet. The sight re-nerved my courser's feet, a moment staggering, feebly fleet, a moment with a faint low neigh he answered, and then fell. With gasps and glazing eyes he lay, and reeking limbs immovable. His first and last career is done. The Irish Avatar. Ere the daughter of Brunswick is cold in her grave, and her ashes still float to their home o'er the tide, lo, George the Triumphant speeds o'er the grave, to the long cherished isle which he loved like his bride. True, the great of her bright and grief era are gone, the rainbow-like epoch where freedom could pause, for the few little years out of centuries won, which betrayed not, or crushed not, or wept not her cause. True, the chains of the Catholic clank o'er his rags, the castle still stands, and the senate's no more, and the famine which dwelt on her freedomless crags is extending its steps to her desolate shore. To her desolate shore where the immigrant stands, for a moment to gaze ere he flies from his hearth. Tears fall on his chain, though it drops from his hands, for the dungeon he quits is the place of his birth. But he comes, the Messiah of royalty comes, like a goodly Leviathan rolled down the waves. Then receive him as best such an advent becomes, with a legion of cooks and an army of slaves. He comes in the promise and bloom of 80 to perform in the pageant the sovereign's part. But long live the shamrock which shadows him o'er. Could the green in his hat be transferred to his heart? Could that long withered spot but be verdant again, and a new spring of noble affections arise, there might freedom forgive thee this dance in thy chain, and this shout of thy slavery which saddens the skies. Is this madness or meanness which clings to thee now? Where is he, God, as he is but the commonest clay? but scarce fewer wrinkles than sins on his brow. Such servile devotion might shame him away. Ay, roar in his train, let thine orators lash their fanciful spirits to pamper his pride. Not thus did thy Grattan indignantly flash his soul o'er the freedom implored and denied. Ever glorious Grattan, the best of the good, so simple in heart, so sublime in the rest, with all which Demosthenes wanted, endured, and his rival or victor in all he possessed. Ere Tully arose in the zenith of Rome, though unequalled, preceded the task was begun, but Grattan sprang up like a god from the tomb of ages, the first, last, the saviour, the one. With the skill of an Orpheus to soften the brute, with the fire of Prometheus to kindle mankind, even tyranny listening sate melted or mute, and corruption shrunk scorched from the glance of his mind. But back to our theme, back to despots and slaves, feasts furnished by famine, rejoicings by pain, true freedom but welcomes while slavery still raves, when a Rex Saturnalia hath loosened her chain. Let the poor squalid splendour thy wreck can afford, as the bankrupt's profusion his ruin would hide. Glide over the place, lo, Erin thy lord, kiss his foot with thy blessing, his blessings denied. Or if freedom past hope be extorted at last, if the idol of brass find his feet are of clay, but must what terror of policy ring forth be classed with what monarchs ne'er give, but as wolves yield their prey? Each brute has its nature, a king is to reign, in that word see he ages comprised. The cause of the curses all annals contain, from Caesar the dreaded to George the despised. Where Fingal thy trapping, O'Connell proclaim his accomplishments, his, and thy country convince, half an age's contempt was an error of fame, and that Hal is the rascaliest, sweetest young prince. With thy yard of blue riband, poor Fingal, recall the fetters from millions of Catholic limbs, or has it not bound thee the fastest of all? The slaves, who now hail their betrayer with hymns. Ay, build him a dwelling, let each give his mite, till like Babel the new royal dome hath risen. Let thy beggars and helots their pittance unite, and a palace bestow for a poor house and prison. Spread, spread for Vitellius the royal repast, till the gluttonous despot be stuffed to the gorge, and the roar of his drunkards proclaim him at last the fourth of the fools and oppressors called George. Let the tables be loaded with feasts till they groan like thy people, though agents of woe. Let the wine flow around the old Bacchanal's throne, like their blood which has flowed and which yet has to flow. But let not his name be thine idol alone. On his right hand behold as Sejanus appears, thine own Castellet. Let him still be thine own, a wretch never named, but with curses and jeers. Till now when the isle which should blush for his birth, deep, deep as the gore which he shed on her soil, seems proud of the reptile which crawled from her earth, and for murder repays him with shouts and a smile. Without one single ray of her genius, without the fancy, the manhood, the fire of a race, the miscreant who well might plunge Erin in doubt, if she ever gave birth to a being so base. If she did, let her long boasted proverb be hushed, which proclaims that from Erin no reptile can spring. See the cold-blooded serpent with venom full flushed, still warning its folds in the breast of a king. Shout, drink, feast, and flatter, O Erin, how low wert thou sunk by misfortune and tyranny, till thy welcome of tyrants hath plunged thee below the depth of thy deep in a deeper gulfer still. My voice, though but humble, was raised for thy right, my vote as a freeman still voted thee free. This hand, though but feeble, would arm in thy flight, and his heart, though outworn, had a throb still for thee. Yes, I love thee and thine, though thou art not my land. I have known noble hearts and great souls in thy sons, and I wept with the world o'er the patriot band, who are gone, but I weep them no longer at once. For happy are they now reposing afar, Thy Grattan, thy Curran, thy Sheridan, all, who for years were the chiefs in the eloquent war, and redeemed if they have not retarded thy fall. Yes, happy are they in their cold English graves, their shades cannot start to thy shouts of today, nor the steps of enslavers and chain-kissing slaves be stamped in the turf o'er their fetterless clay. Till now I envied thy sons and their shore, though their virtues were hunted, their liberties fled, there was something so warm and sublime in the core of an Irishman's heart that I envy thy dead. If I aught in my bosom can quench for an hour of my contempt for a nation so servile, though sore, which though trod like the worm will not turn upon power, till the glory of Grattan and genius of Moore. End of section 32. Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ruhi Haq. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 33, The Dream, by Lord Byron. The Dream. Our life is twofold. Sleep hath its own world, a boundary between the things misnamed. Death and existence. Sleep hath its own world, and a wide realm of wild reality. And dreams in their development have breath, and tears, and tortures, and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking toils. They do divide our being. They become a portion of ourselves, as of our time, and look like heralds of eternity. They pass like spirits of the past. They speak like sibyls of the future. They have power, the tyranny of pleasure and of pain. They make us what we were not, what they will, and make us with the vision that's gone by. The dread of vanished shadows, are they so? Is not the past all shadow? What are they? Creations of the mind? The mind can make substance and people planets of its own, with beings brighter than have been, and give a breath to forms which can outlive all flesh. I would recall a vision which I dreamed, perchance in sleep, for in itself a thought, a slumbering thought, is capable of years, and curdles a long life into 1 hour. I saw two beings in the hues of youth, standing upon a hill, a gentle hill, the last as 'twere the cape of a long ridge of such, save that there was no sea to lave its base, but a most living landscape, and the wave of woods and cornfields, and the abodes of men, scattered at intervals, and wreathing smoke arising from such rustic roofs. The hill was crowned with a peculiar diadem of trees in circular array, so fixed not by the sport of nature but of man. These two, a maiden and a youth, were there, gazing, the one on all that was beneath, fair as herself, but the boy gazed on her, and both were young, and one was beautiful, and both were young, yet not alike in youth, as the sweet moon on the horizon's verge. The maid was on the eve of womanhood, and the boy had fewer summers, but his heart had far outgrown his years, and to his eye there was but one beloved face on earth, and that was shining on him. He had looked upon it till it could not pass away. He had no breath, no being but in hers. She was his voice. He did not speak to her, but trembled on her words. She was his sight, for his eye followed hers, and saw with hers, which coloured all his objects. He had ceased to live within himself. She was his life, the ocean to the river of his thoughts, which terminated all. Upon a tone, a touch of hers, his blood would ebb and flow, and his cheek changed tempestuously, his heart unknowing of its cause of agony. But she in these fond feelings had no share. Her sighs were not for him. To her he was even as a brother, but no more. 'Twas much, for brotherless she was, save in the name her infant friendship had bestowed on him. Herself the solitary scion left, of a time-honored race. It was a name which pleased him, and yet pleased him not. And why? Time taught him a deep answer when she loved another. Even now she loved another, and on the summit of that hill she stood, looking afar, if yet her lover's steed kept pace with her expectancy and flew. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. There was an ancient mansion, and before its walls there was a steed caparisoned. Within an antique oratory stood the boy of whom I spake. He was alone, and pale and pacing to and fro anon. He sat him down and seized a pen and traced words which I could not guess of. Then he leaned, his bowed head on his hands, and shook as 'twere with a convulsion, then arose again, and with his teeth and quivering hands did tear what he had written, but he shed no tears, and he did calm himself and fix his brow into a kind of quiet. As he paused, the lady of his love re-entered there. She was serene and smiling then, and yet she knew she was by him beloved. She knew, for quickly comes such knowledge, that his heart was darkened with her shadow, and she saw that he was wretched, but she saw not all. He rose, and with a cold and gentle grasp he took her hand. A moment o'er his face a tablet of unutterable thoughts was traced, and then it faded as it came. He dropped the hand he held, and with slow steps retired, but not as bidding her adieu, for they did part with mutual smiles. He passed from out the massy gate of that old hall, and mounting on his steed he went his way, and ne'er repassed that hoary threshold more. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The boy was sprung to manhood. In the wilds of fiery climes he made himself a home, and his soul drank their sunbeams. He was girt with strange and dusky aspects. He was not himself like what he had been. On the sea and on the shore he was a wanderer. There was a mass of many images crowded like waves upon me, but he was a part of all, and in the last he lay reposing from the noontide sultriness, crouched among fallen columns, in the shade of ruined walls that had survived the names of those who reared them. By his sleeping side stood camels grazing, and some goodly steeds were fastened near a fountain, and a man clad in flowing garb did watch the while many of his tribe slumbered around. And they were canopied by the blue sky, so cloudless, clear, and purely beautiful, that God alone was to be seen in heaven. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The lady of his love was wed with one who did not love her better. In her home, 1,000 leagues from his, her native's home, she dwelt, begirt with growing infancy, daughters and sons of beauty. But behold, upon her face there was a tint of grief, the settled shadow of an inward strife, and an unquiet drooping of the eye, as if its lid were charged with unshed tears. What could her grief be? She had all she loved, and he who had so loved her was not there, to trouble with bad hopes or evil wish, or ill-repressed affliction her pure thoughts. What could her grief be? She had loved him not, nor given him cause to deem himself beloved, nor could he be a part of that which preyed upon her mind, a spectre of the past. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The wanderer was returned. I saw him stand before an altar with a gentle bride. His face was fair, but was not that which made the starlight of his boyhood. As he stood even at the altar, o'er his brow there came the self-same aspect and the quivering shock that in the antique oratory shook his bosom in its solitude. And then, as in that hour, a moment o'er his face, the tablet of unutterable thoughts was traced, and then it faded as it came, and he stood calm and quiet, and he spoke the fitting vows, but heard not his own words. And all things reeled around him. He could see, not that which was, nor that which should have been, but the old mansion and the accustomed hall, and he remembered chambers and the place, the day, the hour, the sunshine and the shade, all things pertaining to that place and hour. All her who was his destiny came back, and thrust themselves between him and the light. What business had they there at such a time? A change came o'er the spirit of my dream, the lady of his love. Oh, she was changed, as by the sickness of the soul. Her mind had wandered from its dwelling, and her eyes, they had not their own lustre, but the look which is not of the earth. She was become a queen of a fantastic realm. Her thoughts were combinations of disjointed things, and forms impalpable and unperceived of others' sight familiar were to hers. And this the world calls frenzy, but the wise have a far deeper madness, and the glance of melancholy is a fearful gift. What is it but the telescope of truth, which strips the distance of its fantasies, and brings life near in utter nakedness, making the cold reality too real? A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The wanderer was alone as heretofore. The beings which surrounded him were gone, or were at war with him. He was a mark for blight and desolation, compassed round with hatred and contention. Pain was mixed in all which was served up to him, until, like to the Pontic monarch of old days, he fed on poisons, and they had no power, but were a kind of nutriment. He lived through that which had been death to many men, and made him friends of mountains, with the stars and the quick spirit of the universe. He held his dialogues, and they did teach to him the magic of their mysteries. To him the book of night was opened wide, and voices from the deep abyss revealed a marvel and a secret. Be it so. My dream was past, it had no further change. It was of a strange order, and the doom of these two creatures should be thus traced out, almost like a reality, the one to end in madness, both in misery. She walks in beauty from Hebrew melodies. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace, which waves in every raven's dress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place. And on that cheek and o'er that brow, so soft, so calm, yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days in goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. The destruction of Sennacherib. The Assyrian came down like a wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold, and the sheen of their spears was like stars on the sea when the blue wave rolls nightly on deep Galilee. Like the leaves of the forest where summer is seen, that host with their banners at sunset were seen. Like the leaves of the forest where autumn hath blown, that host on the morrow lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed, and the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved, and forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostril all wide, and through it there rolled not the breath of his pride, and foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. And there lay the rider distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and the rust on his mail. And the tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances unlifted, the trumpets unblown. And the widows of Ashur are loud in their wail, and the idols are broke in the temple of Baal. And the might of the Gentile, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord. From The Prisoner of Shalon. My hair is grey, but not with years, nor grew it white in a single night, as men's have grown from sudden fears. My limbs are bowed, though not with toil, but rusted with a while repose, for they have been a dungeon's spoil, and mine has been the fate of those to whom the goodly earth and air are banned and barred, forbidden fare. But this was for my father's faith. I suffered chains and courted death. That father perished at the stake, for tenets he would not forsake, and for the same his lineal race in darkness found a dwelling place. We were 7 who now are 1, 6 in youth and 1 in age, finished as they had begun, proud of persecution's rage. one in fire and two in field, their belief in blood have sealed, dying as their father died, for the God their foes denied. Three were in a dungeon cast, of whom this wreck is left the last. There are 7 pillars of Gothic mould in Shillong's dungeons deep and old. There are 7 columns massy and grey, dim with a dull imprisoned ray. A sunbeam which hath lost its way, and through the crevice and the cleft of the thick wall is fallen and left, creeping o'er the floor, so damp, like a marshes meteor lamp. And in each pillar there is a ring, and in each ring there is a chain. That iron is a cankering thing, for in these limbs its teeth remain, with marks that will not wear away, till I have done with this new day, which now is painful to these eyes, which have not seen the sun to rise. For years I cannot count them o'er, I lost their long and heavy score, when my last brother drooped and died, and I lay living by his side. Lake Leman lies by Shillong's walls, 1,000 feet in depth below, its massy waters meet and flow. Thus much the fathom line was sent from Shillong's snow-white battlement, which round about the wave enthralls, a double dungeon wall and wave have made, and like a living grave below the surface of the lake, the dark vault lies wherein we lay. We heard it ripple night and day, sounding o'er our heads it knocked, and I have felt the winter's spray wash through the bars when winds were high and wanton in the happy sky. And then the very rock hath rocked, and I have felt it shake unshocked, because I could have smiled to see the death that would have set me free. Prometheus, Titan, to whose immortal eyes the sufferings of mortality, seen in their sad reality, were not as things that gods despise. What was thy pity's recompense? A silent suffering and intense? The rock, the vulture, and the chain, all that the proud can feel of pain, the agony they do not show, the suffocating sense of woe, which speaks but in its loneliness, and then is jealous lest the sky should have a listener, nor will sigh until its voice is echoless. Titan, to thee the strife was given between the suffering and the will, which torture where they cannot kill, and the inexorable heaven, and the deaf tyranny of fate, the ruling principle of hate, which for its pleasure doth create the things it may annihilate. Refuse thee even the boon to die, the wretched gift eternity was thine, and thou hast borne it well. All that the thunderer wrung from thee was but the menace which flung back on him the torments of thy rack. The fate thou didst so well foresee, and would not to appease him tell, and in thy silence was his sentence, and in his soul a vain repentance, an evil dread so ill dissembled, that in his hand the lightnings trembled. Thy godlike crime was to be kind, to render with thy precepts less the sum of human wretchedness, and strengthen man with his own mind. But baffled as thou wert from high, still in thy patient energy, in the endurance and repulse of thine impenetrable spirit, which earth and heaven could not convulse. A mighty lesson we inherit, thou art a symbol and a sign to mortals of their fate and force. Like thee man is in part divine, a troubled stream from a pure source, and man in portions can foresee his own funereal destiny, his wretchedness and his resistance, and in his sad unallied existence, to which his spirit may oppose itself, and equal to all woes, and a firm will and a deep sense, which even in torture can descry its own concentrated recompense, triumphant where it dares defy, and making death a victory. A summing up from Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. I have not loved the world, nor the world me. I have not flattered its rank breath, nor bowed to it idolatry's a patient knee, nor coined my cheek to smiles, nor cried aloud in worship of an echo. In the crowd they could not deem me one of such. I stood among them, but not of them, in a shroud of thoughts which were not their thoughts, and still could, had I not filed my mind, which thus itself subdued. I have not loved the world, nor the world me, but let us part fair foes. I do believe, though I have found them not, that there may be words which are things, hope which will not deceive, and virtues which are merciful, nor weave snares for the failing. I would also deem, or others griefs that some sincerely grieve, that two or one are almost what they seem, that goodness is no name, and happiness no dream. On this day I complete my 36th year. Missolonghi, January 22nd, 1824. This time this heart should be unmoved, since others it had ceased to move. Yet though I cannot be beloved, still let me love. My days are in the yellow leaf, the flowers and fruits of love are gone, the worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. The fire that on my bosom preys is lone as some volcanic isle, no torch is kindled at its blaze, a funeral pile. The hope, the fear, the jealous care, the exalted portion of the pain, the power of love I cannot share, but wear the chain. But 'tis not thus, and 'tis not here, such thoughts should shake my soul, for now, where glory decks the hero's bier, or binds his brow. The sword, the banner, and the field, glory and Greece around me see, the Spartan borne upon his shield was not more free. Awake, nor Greece she is awake, awake my spirit, think through whom thy lifeblood tracks its parent lake, and then strike home. Tread those reviving passions down, unworthy manhood, unto thee indifferent should the smile or frown of beauty be. If thou regrettest thy youth, why, live, the land of honourable death is here, up to the field and give away thy breath. Seek out less often sought than found, a soldier's grave for thee the best, then look around and choose thy ground, and take thy rest. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 34. The Bullfight from La Gaviota, by Fernand Caballero. Cecilia Boll de Faber, 1796 to 1877. England, France, and Spain have each produced within this century a woman of genius, taking rank among the very first writers of their respective countries. Fernand Caballero, without possessing the breadth of intellect or the scholarship of George Eliot, or the artistic sense of George Sand, is yet worthy to be named with these two great novelists for the place she holds in Spanish literature. Interesting parallels might be drawn between them, aside from the curious coincidence that each chose a masculine pen name to conceal her sex, and to gain the ear of a generation suspicious of feminine achievements. Each portrayed both the life of the gentleman and that of the rustic, and each is at her best in her homelier portraitures. Unlike her illustrious compeers, Fernand Caballero did not grow up amid the scenes she drew. In the scanty records of her life, it does not appear whether, like George Sand, she had first to get rid of a rebellious self before she could produce those objective masterpieces of description, where the individuality of the writer disappears in her realization of the lives and thoughts of a class alien to her own. Her inner life cannot be reconstructed from her stories. Her outward life can be told in a few words. She was born December 25th, 1796, in Morges, Switzerland, the daughter of Juan Nicholas Boll de Faber, a German merchant in Cadiz, who had married a Spanish lady of noble family. A cultivated man he was, greatly interested in the past of Spain, and had published a collection of old Castilian ballads. From him Cecilia derived her love of Spanish folklore. Her earliest years were spent going from place to place with her parents, now Spain, now Paris, now Germany. From 6 to 16 she was at school in Hamburg. Joining her family in Cadiz, she was married at the age of 17. Left a widow within a short time, She married after 5 years the wealthy Marquis de Arco Hermaso. His palace in Seville became a social centre, for his young wife, beautiful, witty, and accomplished, was a born leader of society. She now had to the full the opportunity of studying those types of Spanish ladies and gentlemen whose gay, inconsequent chatter she has so brilliantly reproduced in her novels dealing with high life. The Marquis died in 1835, and after 2 years she again married, this time the lawyer de Arome. Losing his own money and hers, he went as Spanish consul to Australia, where he died in 1863. She remained behind, retired to the country, and turned to literature. From 1857 to 1866 she lived in the Alcazar in Seville as governess to the royal children of Spain. She died April 7, 1877, in Seville, somewhat solitary, for a new life of ideas flowing into Spain and opposing her intense conservatism isolated her from companionship. Fernand Caballero began to publish when past 50, attained instant success, and never again reached the high level of her first book. La Gaviota, the Seagull, appeared in 1849 on the pages of a Madrid daily paper, and at once made its author famous. The Family of Alvoreda, an earlier story, was published after her first success. Washington Irving, who saw the manuscript of this, encouraged her to go on. Her novels were fully translated, and she soon had a European reputation. Her work may be divided into 3 classes: novels of social life in Seville, such as Alia and Clemencia; novels of Andalusian peasant life, as The Family of Alvoreda, La Gaviota uniting both; and a number of short stories pointing a moral or embodying a proverb. She published, besides, in 1859, the first collection of Spanish fairy tales. Fernand Caballero created the modern Spanish novel. For 200 years after Cervantes there were few names of note in prose fiction. French taste dominated Spanish literature, and poor imitations of the French satisfied the reading public. A foreigner by birth, and a cosmopolitan by education, the clever newcomer cried out against this foreign influence, and set herself to bring the national characteristics to the front. She belonged to the old Spanish school, with its Catholicism, its prejudices, its reverence for the old, its hatred of new ideas and modern improvements. She painted thus old Spain with a master's brush, but she especially loved Andalusia, that most poetic province of her country, with its deep blue luminous sky, its luxuriant vegetation, its light-hearted witty populace, and she wrote of them with rare insight and exquisite tenderness. Tasked with having idolized them, she replied, "Many years of unremitting study, pursued con amore, justified me in assuring those who find fault with my portrayal of popular life that they are less acquainted with them than I am." And in another place she says, "It is amongst the people that we find the poetry of Spain and of her chronicles. Their faith, their character, their sentiment, all bear the seal of originality and of romance. Their language may be compared to a garland of flowers. The Andalusian peasant is elegant in his bearing, in his dress, in his language, and in his ideas." Her stories lose immensely in the translation, for it is almost impossible to reproduce in another tongue the racy native speech, with its constant play on words, its wealth of epigrammatic proverbs, its snatches of ballad or song interwoven into the common talk of the day. The Andalusian peasant has an inexhaustible store of bits of poetry, coplas, that fit into every occurrence of his daily life. Fernand Caballero gathered up these flowers of speech as they fell from the lips of the common man, and wove them into her tales. Besides their pictures of Andalusian rural life, these stories reveal a wealth of popular songs, ballads, legends, and fairy tales, invaluable alike to the student of manners and of folklore. She has little constructive skill, but much genius for detail. As a painter of manners and of nature she is unrivalled. In a few bold strokes she brings a whole village before our eyes. Nor is the brute creation forgotten. In her sympathy for animals she shows her foreign extraction, the true Spaniard having little compassion for his beasts. She inveighs against the national sport, the bullfight, against the cruel treatment of domestic animals. Her work is always fresh and interesting, full of humor and of pathos. A close observer and a realist, she never dwells on the unlovely, is never unhealthy or sentimental. Her name is a household word in Spain, where a foremost critic wrote of La Gaviota, "This is the dawn of a beautiful day, the first bloom of a poetic crown that will encircle the head of a Spanish Walter Scott." Perhaps the best summary of her work is given in her own words, where she says, "In composing this light work, we did not intend to write a novel, but strove to give an exact and true idea of Spain, of the manners of its people, of their character, of their habits. We desired to sketch the home life of the people in the higher and lower classes, to depict their language, their faith, their traditions, their legends. What we have sought above all is to paint after nature, and with the most scrupulous exactitude, the objects and persons brought forward. Therefore, our readers will seek in vain amid our actors for accomplished heroes or consummate villains, such as are found in the romances of chivalry or in melodramas. Our ambition has been to give as true an idea as possible of Spain and the Spaniards. We have tried to dissipate those monstrous prejudices transmitted and preserved, like Egyptian mummies, from generation to generation. It seemed to us that the best means of attaining this end was to replace with pictures traced by a Spanish pen those false sketches sprung from the pens of strangers." The Bullfight, from La Gaviota. When after dinner Stein with his wife arrived at the place assigned for the bullfight, they found it already filled with people. A brief and sustained animation preceded the fete. This immense rendezvous, where were gathered together all the population of the city and its environs, this agitation, like to that of the blood which in the paroxysms of a violent passion rushes to the heart, this feverish expectation, this frantic excitement, kept, however, within the limits of order. These exclamations, petulant without insolence, this deep anxiety which gives a quivering to pleasure, all this together formed a species of moral magnetism. One must succumb to its force, or hasten to fly from it. Stein, struck with vertigo, and his heart wrung, would have chosen flight. His timidity kept him where he was. He saw in all eyes which were turned on him the glowing of joy and happiness. He dared not appear singular. 12,000 persons were assembled in this place. The rich were thrown in the shade, and the varied colours of the costumes of the Andalusian people were reflected in the rays of the sun. Soon the arena was cleared. Then came forward the picadores, mounted on their unfortunate horses, who with head lowered and sorrowful eyes seemed to be, and were in reality, victims marching to the sacrifice. Stein, at the appearance of these poor animals, felt himself changed to a painful compassion, a species of disgust which he already experienced. The provinces of the peninsula which he had traversed hitherto were devastated by the civil war, and he had had no opportunity of seeing these fêtes, so grand, so national, and so popular, where were united to the brilliant Moorish strategy the ferocious intrepidity of the Gothic race. But he had often heard these spectacles spoken of, and he knew that the merit of a fight is generally estimated by the number of horses that are slain. His pity was excited towards these poor animals, which, after having rendered great services to their masters, after having conferred on them triumph and perhaps saved their lives, had for their recompense, when age and the excess of work had exhausted their strength, an atrocious death, which by a refinement of cruelty they were obliged themselves to seek. Instinct made them seek this death. Some resisted, while others, more resigned or more feeble, went docilely before them to abridge their agony. The sufferings of these unfortunate animals touched the hardest heart, but the amateurs had neither eyes, attention, nor interest, except for the bull. They were under a real fascination, which communicated itself to most of the strangers who came to Spain, and principally for this barbarous amusement. Besides, it must be avowed, and we avow it with grief, that compassion for animals is, in Spain, particularly among the men, a sentiment more theoretical than practical. Among the lower classes it does not exist at all. The three picadores saluted the president of the fête, preceded by the banderilleros and the chulos, splendidly dressed, and carrying the capas of bright and brilliant colours. The matadores and their substitutes commanded all these combatants, and wore the most luxurious costumes. "Pepe Vera! Here is Pepe Vera!" cried all the spectators. "The scholar of Montes! Brave boy! What a jovial fellow! How well he is made! What elegance and vivacity in all his person! How firm his look! What a calm eye!" "Do you know," said a young man seated near to Stein, "what is the lesson Montes gives to his scholars? He pushes them, their arms crossed, close to the bull, and says to them, 'Do not fear the bull, brave the bull.'" Pepe Vera descended into the arena. His costume was of cherry-coloured satin, with shoulder knots and silver embroidery in profusion. From the little pockets of his vest stuck out the points of orange-coloured scarves. A waistcoat of rich tissue of silver, and a pretty little cap of velvet, completed his coquettish and charming costume of majo. After having saluted the authorities with much ease and grace, he went like the other combatants to take his accustomed place. The three picadores also went to their posts at equal distance from each other, near to the barrier. There was then a profound and imposing silence. One might have said that this crowd, lately so noisy, had suddenly lost the faculty of breathing. The alcalde gave the signal, the clarion sounded, and as if the trumpet of the last judgment had been heard, all the spectators arose with almost perfect ensemble, and suddenly was seen open the large door of the toril, placed opposite to the box occupied by the authorities. A bull whose hide was red precipitated himself into the arena, and was assailed by a universal explosion of cheers, of cries, of abuse, and of praise. At this terrible noise the bull, affrighted, stopped short, raised his head, his eyes were inflamed, and seemed to demand if all these provocations were addressed to him, the athletic and powerful, who until now had been generous toward man, and who had always shown favour towards him as to a feeble and weak enemy. He surveyed the ground, turning his menacing head on all sides. He still hesitated. The cheers, shrill and penetrating, became more and more shrill and frequent. Then, with a quickness which neither his weight nor his bulk foretold, he sprang towards the picador, who planted a lance in his withers. The bull felt a sharp pain, and soon drew back. It was one of those animals which, in the language of bullfighting, are called boyantes, that is to say, undecided and wavering. Whence he did not persist in his first attack, but assailed the second picador. This one was not so well prepared as the first, and the thrust of his lance was neither so correct nor so firm. He wounded the animal without being able to arrest his advance. The horns of the bull were buried in the body of the horse, who fell to the ground. A cry of fright was raised on all sides, and the chulos surrounded this horrible group. But the ferocious animal had seized his prey, and would not allow himself to be distracted from his vengeance. In this moment of terror, the cries of the multitude were united in one immense clamour, which would have filled the city with fright if it had not come from the place of the bullfight. The danger became more frightful as it was prolonged. The bull tenaciously attacked the horse, who was overwhelmed with his weight and with his convulsive movements, while the unfortunate picador was crushed beneath these two enormous masses. Then was seen to approach, light as a bird with brilliant plumage, tranquil as a child who goes to gather flowers, calm and smiling at the same time, a young man covered with silver embroidery and sparkling like a star. He approached in the rear of the bull, and this young man of delicate frame and of appearance so distinguished took in both hands the tail of the terrible animal and drew it towards him. The bull, surprised, turned furiously and precipitated himself on his adversary, who, without a movement of his shoulder and stepping backward, avoided the first shock by a half wheel to the right. The bull attacked him anew. The young man escaped a second time by another half wheel to the left, continuing to manage him until he reached the barrier. There he disappeared from the eyes of the astonished animal, and from the anxious gaze of the public, who in the intoxication of their enthusiasm filled the air with their frantic applause, for we are always ardently impressed when we see man play with death, and brave it with so much coolness. See now if he has not well followed the lesson of Montes. See if Pepe Vera knows how to act with a bull, said the young man seated near to them, who was hoarse from crying out. The Duke at this moment fixed his attention on Marisalada. Since the arrival of this young woman at the capital of Andalusia, it was the first time that he had remarked any emotion on this cold and disdainful countenance. Until now he had never seen her animated. The rude organization of Marisalada was too vulgar to receive the exquisite sentiment of admiration. There was in her character too much indifference and pride to permit her to be taken by surprise. She was astonished at nothing, interested in nothing. To excite her, be it ever so little, to soften some part of this hard metal, it was necessary to employ fire and to use the hammer. Stein was pale. "My Lord Duke," he said, with an air full of sweetness and of conviction, "is it possible that this diverts you?" "No," replied the Duke, "it does not divert, it interests me." During this brief dialogue they had raised up the horse. The poor animal could not stand on his legs. His intestines protruded and bespattered the ground. The picador was also raised up. He was removed between the arms of the chulos. Furious against the bull, and led on by a blind temerity, he would at all hazards remount his horse and return to the attack, in spite of the dizziness produced by his fall. It was impossible to dissuade him. They saw him indeed replace the saddle upon the poor victim, into the bruised flanks of which he dug his spurs. "My Lord Duke," said Stein, "I may perhaps appear to you ridiculous, but I do not wish to remain at this spectacle. Maria, shall we depart?" "No," replied Maria, whose soul seemed to be concentrated in her eyes. "Am I a little miss? And are you afraid that by accident I may faint?" "In such case," said Stein, "I will come back and take you when the course is finished," and he departed. The bull had disposed of a sufficiently good number of horses. The unfortunate courser which we have mentioned was taken away, rather drawn than led by the bridle, to the door, by which he made his retreat. The others, which had not the strength again to stand up, lay stretched out in the convulsions of agony. Sometimes they stretched out their heads as though impelled by terror. At these last signs of life the bull returned to the charge, wounding anew with plunges of his horns the bruised members of his victims. Then, his forehead and horns all bloody, he walked around the circus affecting an air of provocation and defiance. At times he proudly raised his head towards the amphitheatre, where the cries did not cease to be heard. Sometimes it was towards the brilliant chulos, who passed before him like meteors, planting their bandoleros in his body. Often from a cage, or from a netting hidden in the ornaments of a bandolero, came out birds, which joyously took up their flight. The first inventor of this strange and singular contrast could not certainly have had the intention to symbolize innocence without defence, rising above the horrors and ferocious passions here below, in its happy flight towards heaven. That would be, without doubt, one of those poetic ideas which are born spontaneously in the hard and cruel heart of the Spanish plebeian, as we see in Andalusia the mignonette plant really flourish between stones and the mortar of a balcony. At the signal given by the president of the course, the clarions again sounded. There was a moment of truce in this bloody wrestling, and it created a perfect silence. Then Pepe Vera, holding in his left hand a sword and a red hooded cloak, advanced near to the box of the alcalde. Arrived opposite, he stopped and saluted to demand permission to slay the bull. Pepe Vera perceived the presence of the Duke, whose taste for the bullfight was well known. He had also remarked the woman who was seated at his side, because this woman, to whom the Duke frequently spoke, never took her eyes off the matador. He directed his steps towards the Duke, and taking off his cap, said, "Brindo, I offer the honour of the bull to you, my lord, and to the royal person who is near you." At these words, casting his cap on the ground with an inimitable abandon, he returned to his post. The chulos regarded him attentively, all ready to execute his orders. The matador chose the spot which suited him the best, and indicated it to his quadrilla. "Here!" he cried out to them. The chulos ran towards the bull and excited him, and in pursuing them met Pepe Vera, face to face, who had awaited his approach with a firm step. It was the solemn moment of the whole fight. A profound silence succeeded to the noisy tumult and to the warm excitement which until then had been exhibited towards the matador. The bull, on seeing this feeble enemy, who had laughed at his fury, stopped as if he wished to reflect. He feared, without doubt, that he would escape him a second time. Whoever had entered into the circus at this moment would sooner believe he was assisting in a solemn religious assembly than in a public amusement, so great was the silence. The two adversaries regarded each other reciprocally. Pepe Vera raised his left hand. The bull sprang on him. Making only a slight movement, the matador let him pass by his side, returned and put himself on guard. When the animal turned upon him, the man directed his sword towards the extremity of the shoulder, so that the bull, continuing his advance, powerfully aided the steel to penetrate completely into his body. It was done. He fell lifeless at the feet of his vanquisher. To describe the general burst of cries and bravos which broke forth from every part of this vast arena would be a thing absolutely impossible. Those who are accustomed to be present at these spectacles alone can form an idea of it. At the same time were heard the strains of the military bands. Pepe Vera tranquilly traversed the arena in the midst of these frantic testimonials of passionate admiration and of this unanimous ovation, saluting with his sword right and left in token of his acknowledgments. This triumph, which might have excited the envy of a Roman emperor, in him did not excite the least surprise, the least pride. He then went to salute the ayuntamiento, then the Duke, and the royal young lady. The Duke then secretly handed to Maria a purse full of gold, and she enveloped it in her handkerchief and cast it into the arena. Pepe Vera again renewed his thanks, and the glance of his black eyes met those of the Gaviota. In describing the meeting of these looks, a classic writer said that it wounded these two hearts as profoundly as Pepe Vera wounded the bull. We who have not the temerity to ally ourselves to this severe and intolerant school, we simply say that these two natures were made to understand each other, to sympathize. They, in fact, did understand and sympathize. It is true to say that Pepe had done admirably. All that he had promised in a situation where he placed himself between life and death had been executed with an address, an ease, a dexterity, and a grace which had not been baffled for an instant. For such a task it is necessary to have an energetic temperament and a daring courage, joined to a certain degree of self-possession, which alone can command 24,000 eyes which observe, and 24,000 hands which applaud. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 35. In the Home Circle, from La Gaviota, by Fernan Caballero. A month after the scenes we have described, Marisalada was more sensible, and did not show the least desire to return to her father's. Stein was completely re-established. His good-natured character, his modest inclinations, his natural sympathies, attached him every day more to the peaceful habits of the simple and generous persons among whom he dwelt. He felt relieved from his former discouragements, and his mind was invigorated. He was cordially resigned to his present existence and to the men with whom he associated. One afternoon, Stein, leaning against an angle of the convent which faced the sea, admired the grand spectacle which the opening of the winter season presented to his view. Above his head floated a triple bed of sombre clouds, forced along by the impetuous wind. Those lower down, black and heavy, seemed like the cupola of an ancient cathedral in ruins, threatening at each instant to sink down. When reduced to water they fell to the ground. There was visible the second bed, less sombre and lighter, defying the wind which chased them, and which separating at intervals sought other clouds, more coquettish and more vaporous, which they hurried into space as if they feared to soil their white robes by coming in contact with their companions. "Are you a sponge, Don Frederico, so to like to receive all the water which falls from heaven?" demanded José, the shepherd of Stein. "Let us enter. The roofs are made expressly for such nights as these. My sheep would give much to shelter themselves under some tiles." Stein and the shepherd entered, and found the family assembled around the hearth. At the left of the chimney, Dolores, seated on a low chair, held her infant, who, turning his back to his mother, supported himself on the arm which encircled him like the balustrade of a balcony. He moved about incessantly his little legs and his small bare arms, laughing and uttering joyous cries addressed to his brother Anis. This brother, gravely seated opposite the fire, on the edge of an empty earthen pan, remained stiff and motionless, fearing that losing his equilibrium he would be tossed into the said earthen pan, an accident which his mother had predicted. Maria was sewing at the right of the chimney. Her granddaughters had for seats dry aloe leaves, excellent seats, light, solid, and sure. Nearly under the drapery of the chimney piece slept the hairy Palomo and a cat, the grave Morongo, tolerated from necessity, but remaining by common consent at a respectful distance from each other. In the middle of this group there was a little low table, on which burned a lamp of 4 jets. Close to the table the brother Gabriel was seated, making baskets of the palm tree. Momo was engaged in repairing the harness of the good Swallow, the ass, and Manuel cutting up tobacco. On the fire was conspicuous a stewpan full of Malaga potatoes, white wine, honey, cinnamon, and cloves. The humble family waited with impatience till the perfumed stew should be sufficiently cooked. "Come on, come on!" cried Maria, when she saw her guest and the shepherd enter. "What are you doing outside in weather like this? 'Tis said a hurricane has come to destroy the world. Don Frederico, here, here, come near the fire. Do you know that the invalid has supped like a princess, and that at present she sleeps like a queen? Her cure progresses well. Is it not so, Don Frederico?" "Her recovery surpasses my hopes." "My soups," added Maria with pride. "And the ass's milk," said Brother Gabriel quietly. "There is no doubt," replied Stein, "and she ought to continue to take it." "I oppose it not," said Maria, "because ass's milk is like the turnip. If it does no good, it does no harm." "Ah, how pleasant it is here!" said Stein, caressing the children. "If one could only live in the enjoyment of the present, without thought of the future." "Yes, yes, Don Frederico," joyfully cried Manuel. "Media vida es la candela, pan y vino la otra media." Half of life is the candle, bread and wine are the other half. "And what necessity have you to dream of the future?" asked Maria. "Will the morrow make us the more love to day? Let us occupy ourselves with to day, so as not to render painful the day to come." "Man is a traveller," replied Stein. "He must follow his route." "Certainly," replied Maria, "man is a traveller; but if he arrives in a quarter where he finds himself well off, he would say, 'We are well here, put up our tents.'" "If you wish us to lose our evening by talking of travelling," said Dolores, "we will believe that we have offended you, or that you are not pleased here." "Who speaks of travelling in the middle of December?" demanded Manuel. "Goodness of heaven! Do you not see what disasters there are every day on the sea? Hear the singing of the wind. Will you embark in this weather as you were embarked in the war of Navarre? for as then you would come out mortified and ruined. Besides, added Maria, the invalid is not entirely cured. Ah, there, said Dolores, besieged by the children, if you will not call off these creatures, the potatoes will not be cooked until the last judgment. The grandmother rolled the spinning wheel to the corner, and called the little infants to her. We will not go, they replied with one voice, if you will not tell us a story. Come, I will tell you one, said the good old woman. The children approached. Anis took up his position on the empty earthen pot, and the grandma commenced a story to amuse the little children. She had hardly finished the relation of the story when a great noise was heard. The dog rose up, pointed his ears, and put himself on the defensive. The cat bristled her hair, and prepared to fly. But the succeeding laugh very soon was frightful. It was Anis, who fell asleep during the recital of his grandmother. It happened that the prophecy of his mother was fulfilled as to his falling into the earthen pan, where all his little person disappeared except his legs, which stuck out like plants of a new species. His mother, rendered impatient, seized with one hand the collar of his vest, raised him out of this depth, and despite his resistance, held him suspended in the air for some time, in the style represented in those card dancing jacks, which move arms and legs when you pull the thread which holds them. As his mother scolded him, and everybody laughed at him, Anis, who had a brave spirit, a thing natural in an infant, burst out into a groan which had nothing of timidity in it. "Don't weep, Anis," said Paca, "and I will give you 2 chestnuts that I have in my pocket." "True?" demanded Anis. Paca took out the 2 chestnuts and gave them to him. Instead of tears, they saw promptly shine with joy the 2 rows of white teeth of the young boy. "Brother Gabriel," said Maria, "did you not speak to me of a pain in your eyes? Why do you work this evening?" "I said truly," answered Brother Gabriel, "but Don Frederico gave me a remedy which cured me." "Don Frederico must know many remedies, but he does not know that one which never misses its effect," said the shepherd. "If you know it, have the kindness to tell me," replied Stein. "I am unable to tell you," replied the shepherd. "I know that it exists, and that is all." "Who knows it then?" demanded Stein. "The swallows," said José. "The swallows?" "Yes, sir. It is an herb which is called pito real, which nobody sees or knows except the swallows. When their little ones lose their sight, the parents rub their eyes with the pito real and cure them. This herb has also the virtue to cut iron everything it touches." "What absurdities this José swallows without chewing, like a real shark," interrupted Manuel, laughing. "Don Frederico, do you comprehend what he said, and believes as an article of faith? He believes and says that snakes never die." "No, they never die," replied the shepherd. "When they see death coming, they escape from their skin and run away. With age they become serpents. Little by little they are covered with scales and wings. They become dragons and return to the desert. But you, Manuel, you do not wish to believe anything. Do you deny also that the lizard is the enemy of the woman, and the friend of man? If you do not believe it, ask then of Miguel." "He knows it?" "Without doubt, by experience." "Whence did he learn it?" demanded Stein. "He was sleeping in the field," replied José. "A snake glided near him. A lizard, which was in the furrow, saw it coming, and presented himself to defend Miguel. The lizard, which was of large form, fought with the snake, but Miguel not awaking, the lizard pressed his tail against the nose of the sleeper, and ran off as if his paws were on fire. The lizard is a good little beast, who has good desires. He never sleeps in the sun without descending the wall to kiss the earth." When the conversation commenced on the subject of swallows, Paca said to Anis, who was seated among his sisters, with his legs crossed like a Grand Turk in miniature, "Anis, do you know what the swallows say?" "I? No, they have never spoken to me." "Attend then. They say—" The little girl imitated the chirping of swallows, and began to sing with volubility. to eat and drink, and to loan when you may. But 'tis madness to think this loan to repay. Flee, flee, pretty swallow, the season demands. Fly swift on the wing, and reach other lands. Is it for that they are sold? For that, affirmed his sister. During this time Dolores, carrying her infant in one hand, with the other spread the table, served the potatoes, and distributed to each one his part. The children ate from her plate, and Stein remarked that she did not even touch the dish she had prepared with so much care. "You do not eat, Dolores?" he said to her. "Do you not know the saying?" she replied, laughing. "He who has children at his side will never die of indigestion. Don Frederico, what they eat nourishes me." Momo, who found himself beside this group, drew away his plate so that his brothers would not have the temptation to ask him for its contents. His father, who remarked it, said to him, "Don't be avaricious. It is a shameful vice. Be not avaricious. Avarice is an abject vice." Know that one day an avaricious man fell into the river. A peasant, who saw it, ran to pull him out. He stretched out his arm and cried to him, "Give me your hand." What had he to give? A miser. Give. Before giving him anything he allowed himself to be swept down by the current. By chance he floated near to a fisherman. "Take my hand," he said to him. As it was a question of taking, our man was willing, and he escaped danger. "It is not such wit you should relate to your son, Manuel," said Maria. "You ought to set before him, for example, the bad rich man, who would give to the unfortunate neither a morsel of bread nor a glass of water." "God grant," answered the beggar to him, "that all that you touch changes to the silver which you so hold to." The wish of the beggar was realized. All that the miser had in his house was changed into metals as hard as his heart. Tormented by hunger and thirst, he went into the country, and having perceived a fountain of pure water, clear as crystal, he approached with longing to taste it. But the moment his lips touched it, the water was turned to silver. He would take an orange, and the orange was changed to gold. He thus died in a frenzy of rage and fury, cursing what he had desired. Manuel, the strongest minded man in the assembly, bowed down his head. "Manuel," his mother said to him, "you imagine that we ought not to believe but what is a fundamental article, and that credulity is common only to the imbecile. You are mistaken. Men of good sense are credulous." "But, my mother, between belief and doubt there is a medium." "And why," replied the good old woman, "laugh at faith, which is the first of all virtues? How will it appear to you if I say to you, I have given birth to you, I have educated you, I have guided your earliest steps, I have fulfilled my obligations? Is the love of a mother nothing but an obligation? What say you?" "I would reply that you are not a good mother." "Well, my son, apply that to what we were speaking of. He who does not believe except from obligation, and only for that, cannot cease to believe without being a renegade, a bad Christian, as I would be a bad mother if I loved you only from obligation." "Brother Gabriel," interrupted Dolores, "why will you not taste my potatoes?" "It is a fast day," replied Brother Gabriel. "Nonsense! There is no longer convent, nor rules, nor fasts," cavalierly said Manuel to induce the poor old man to participate in the general repast. "Besides, you have accomplished 60 years. Put away these scruples, and you will not be damned for having eaten our potatoes." "Pardon me," replied Brother Gabriel, "but I ought to fast as formerly, inasmuch as the Father Prior has not given me a dispensation." "Well done, Brother Gabriel," added Maria. "Manuel shall not be the demon tempter with his rebellious spirit to incite you to gourmandize." Upon this the good old woman rose up and locked up in a closet the plate which Dolores had served to the monk. "I will keep it here for you until to morrow morning, Brother Gabriel." Supper finished, the men, whose habit was always to keep their hats on in the house, uncovered, and Maria said grace. End of Section 35. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 36. Biographical Note on George W. Cable, by Anonymous. George W. Cable, 1844 to blank. Perhaps the first intimation given to the world of a literary and artistic awakening in the Southern States of America after the Civil War was the appearance in Scribner's Magazine of a series of short stories written by an unknown and hitherto untried hand, and afterward collected and republished in Old Creole Days. This was long before the vogue of the short story, and that the publication of these tales was regarded as a literary event in those days is sufficient testimony to their power. They were fresh, full of color and poetic feeling, romantic with the romance that abounds in the life they portrayed, redolent of indigenous perfumes, magnolia, lemon, orange, and myrtle, mingled with French exotics of the boudoir, interpretive in these qualities, through a fine perception of a social condition resulting from the transplanting to a semi-tropical soil of a conservative, wealthy, and aristocratic French community. Herein lay much of their most inviting charm, but more than this, they were racy with twinkling humor, tender with a melting pathos, and intensely dramatic. An intermixture of races with strong caste prejudices and a time of revolution and change present eminently the condition and the moment for the romance. And when added to this, he finds to his hand an almost tropical setting, and so picturesque a confusion of liquid tongues as exists in the old Franco, Spanish, Afro, Italian, American city of New Orleans. There would seem to be nothing left to be desired as material. The artist who seized instinctively this opportunity was born at New Orleans on October 12, 1844, of colonial Virginia stock on the one side and New England on the other. His early life was full of vicissitudes, and he was over 30 before he discovered story-telling to be his true vocation. From that time he has diligently followed it, having published 3 novels, The Grandissime, Dr. Sevier, Bonaventure, and John March, Southerner, besides another volume of short stories. That having received his impressions in the period of transition and ferment, following the upheaval of 1861 to 1865, with the resulting exaggerations of distortions of a normal social condition, he chose to lay his scenes of a half century earlier, proclaims him still more the artist, who would thus gain a freer play of fancy and a surer perspective, and who, saturated with his subject, is not afraid to trust his imagination to interpret it. That he saw with open sympathetic eyes and a loving heart, he who runs may read in any chance page that a casual opening of his books will reveal. That the people whom he has so affectionately depicted have not loved him in return, is perhaps only a corroboration of his own words when he wrote, in his charming tale Belle Demoiselle Plantation, "The Creoles never forgive a public mention," that they are tender of heart, sympathetic, and generous in their own social and domestic relations. That they are tender of heart, sympathetic, and generous in their own social and domestic relations, Mr. Cable's readers cannot fail to know. But the caste line has ever been a dangerous boundary, a live wire charged with a deadly if invisible fluid, and he is a brave man who dares to lay his hand upon it. More than this, the old-time Creole was an aristocrat who chose to live behind a battened door, as does his descendant today. His privacy, so long undisturbed, has come to be his prerogative. Witness the spirit in the protest of the inimitable Jean A. Poquelin, the hero giving his name to one of the most dramatic stories ever penned, when he presents himself before the American governor of Louisiana to declare that he will not have his privacy invaded by a proposed street to pass his door. "I want you tell Monsieur le Président, street can pass at me os." The Creoles of Mr. Cable's generation are as jealous of their retirement as was the brave old man Poquelin, and to have it invaded by a young American who not only threw their pictures on his canvas, but, standing behind it, reproduced their eccentricities of speech for applauding Northern audiences, was a crime unforgivable in their moral code. Added to this, Mr. Cable stands accused of giving the impression that the Louisiana Creole is a person of African taint. But are there not many refutations of this charge in the internal evidence of his work? As for instance, where in the Grandissimes he writes, "His whole appearance was a dazzling contradiction of the notion that a Creole is a person of mixed blood." And again, when he alludes to the slave dialect, is the implication not unequivocal that this differed from the speech of the drawing room? It is true that he found many of his studies in the quadroon population, who spoke a patois that was partly French, but such was the slave dialect of the man of color who came into his English through a French strain, or perhaps only through a generation of close French environment. A civilization that is as protective in its conservatism as are the 10-foot walls of brick with which its people surround their luxurious dwellings may be counted on to resent portrayal at short range, even though it were unequivocally eulogistic. That Mr. Cable is a most conscientious artist, and that he has been absolutely true to the letter as he saw it, there can be no question. But whether his technical excellences are always broadly representative or not is not so certain. That the writer who has so amply proven his own joy in the wealth of his material should have been beguiled by its picturesqueness into a partisanship for the class making a special appeal, is not surprising. But truth in art is largely a matter of selection, and if Mr. Cable has sinned in the gleaning, it was undoubtedly because of visual limitation rather than a conscious discrimination. In the Grandissimes, his most ambitious work, we have an important contribution to representative literature. In the pleasant guise of his fascinating fiction he has essayed the history of a civilization, and in many respects the result is a great book. That such a work should attain its highest merit in impartial truth when taken as a whole goes without saying. The dramatic story of Bras Coupé is true as belonging to the time and the situation. So is that of Palmyra, the Octoroon, or of Honoré Grandissime's F.M.C., the half-brother, or of the pitiful voodoo woman Clémence, the wretched old Marchand de Calais. Had he produced nothing more than his first small volume of 7 tales, he would have made for himself an honored place in literature. As a collection, these stories are unrivaled for pictorial power and dramatic form, and are so nearly of equal merit that any one would be as representative in the popular mind as the one which is given here. End of Section 36.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dorothy Godfrey Smith. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 37, Poisson Jaune, by George W. Cable. From Old Creole Days, copyrighted 1879, 1881, 1883, by Charles Scribner's Sons. To Jules St. Ange, elegant little heathen, there yet remained at manhood a remembrance of having been to school, and of having been taught by a stony headed Capuchin that the world is round, for example, like a cheese. This round world is a cheese to be eaten through, and Jules had nibbled quite into his cheese world already at 22. He realized this as he idled about one Sunday morning, where the intersection of Royal and Conti streets some 70 years ago formed a central corner of New Orleans. Yes, the trouble was he had been wasteful and honest. He discussed the matter with that faithful friend and confidant, Baptiste, his yellow body servant. They concluded that Papa's patience and Tante's pin money having been gnawed away quite to the rind, there were left open only these few easily enumerated resorts: to go to work (they shuddered), to join Major Innerarity's filibustering expedition, or else, why not, to try some games of confidence. At 22 one must begin to be something. Nothing else tempted. Could that avail? One could but try. It is noble to try, and besides, they were hungry. If one could "make the friendship" of some person from the country, for instance, with money, not expert at cards or dice, but, as one would say, willing to learn, one might find cause to say some Hail Marys. The sun broke through a clearing sky, and Baptiste pronounced it good for luck. There had been a hurricane in the night. The weed-grown tile roofs were still dripping, and from lofty brick and low adobe walls a rising steam responded to the summer sunlight. Up street, and across the Rue du Canal, one could get glimpses of the gardens in Faubourg Sainte-Marie standing in silent wretchedness, so many tearful Lucretias, tattered victims of the storm. Short remnants of the wind now and then came down the narrow street in erratic puffs, heavily laden with odors of broken boughs and torn flowers, skimmed the little pools of rain-water in the deep ruts of the unpaved street, and suddenly went away to nothing, like a juggler's butterflies or a young man's money. It was very picturesque, the Rue Royale. The rich and poor met together. The locksmith's swinging key creaked next door to the bank. Across the way, crouching mendicant-like in the shadow of a great importing house, was the mud laboratory of the mender of broken combs. Light balconies overhung the rows of showy shops and stores open for trade this Sunday morning, and pretty Latin faces of the higher class glanced over their savagely pronged railings upon the passers below. At some windows hung lace curtains, flannel duds at some, and at others only the scraping and sighing one-hinged shutter groaning toward Paris after its neglectful master. Monsieur St. Ange stood looking up and down the street for nearly an hour. But few ladies, only the inveterate mass-goers, were out. About the entrance of the frequent cafés the masculine gentility stood leaning on canes, with which now one and now another beckoned to Jules, some even adding pantomimic hints of the social cup. Monsieur St. Ange remarked to his servant without turning his head that somehow he felt sure he should soon return those bonds that the mulatto had lent him. "What will you do with them?" "Me?" said Baptiste quickly. "I will go and see the bullfight in the Place Congo." "There is to be a bullfight? But where is Monsieur Cayetano?" "Ah, got all his affairs wet in the tornado. Instead of his circus, they are to have a bullfight. Not an ordinary bullfight with sick horses, but a buffalo and tiger fight. I would not miss it." 2 or 3 persons ran to the opposite corner, and commenced striking at something with their canes. Others followed. Can Monsieur St. Ange and servant, who hastened forward, Can the Creoles, Cubans, Spaniards, San Domingo refugees, and other loungers, can they hope it is a fight? They hurry forward. Is a man in a fit? The crowd pours in from the side streets. Have they killed a so long snake? Bareheaded shopmen leave their wives, who stand upon chairs. The crowd huddles and packs. Those on the outside make little leaps into the air, trying to be tall. What is the matter? Have they caught a real live rat? Who is hurt? Asks someone in English. Personne, replies a shopkeeper. A man's hat blow in the gutter, but he has it now. Jules Pickett. See, that is the man, head and shoulders on top of the rest. He in the homespun? Asks a second shopkeeper. Humph, an American, a West Floridian. Bah! But wait! St! He is speaking. Listen. To who is he speak? Sh! 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 To Jules. Jules who? Silence, you! To Jules Saint-Ange, what how me a bill since long time. Sh! 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 Then the voice was heard. Its owner was a man of giant stature, with a slight stoop in his shoulders, as if he was making a constant good-natured attempt to accommodate himself to ordinary doors and ceilings. His bones were those of an ox. His face was marked more by weather than age, and his narrow brow was bald and smooth. He had instantaneously formed an opinion of Jules Saint-Ange, and the multitude of words, most of them lingual curiosities, with which he was rasping the wide open ears of his listeners, signified, in short, that as sure as his name was Parson Jones, the little Creole was a plum gentleman. Monsieur Saint-Ange bowed and smiled, and was about to call attention, by both gesture and speech, to a singular object on top of the still uncovered head, when the nervous motion of the Américain anticipated him, as, throwing up an immense hand, he drew down a large roll of banknotes. The crowd laughed, the West Floridian joining, and began to disperse. "Why, that money belongs to Smyrna Church," said the giant. "You are very dangerous to make your money expose like that, Misty Poisson Jaune," said Saint-Ange, counting it with his eyes. The countryman gave a start and smile of surprise. "How'd you know my name was Jones?" he asked, but, without pausing for the Creole's answer, furnished in his reckless way some further specimens of West Floridian English. And the conciseness with which he presented full intelligence of his home, family, calling, lodging house, and present and future plans, might have passed for consummate art had it not been the most run-wild nature. "And I've done been to Mobile, you know, on business, for Bethesdy Church. It's the onliest time I ever been from home. Now, you wouldn't of believed that, would you? But I admire to have saw you, that's so. You've got to come and eat with me. Me and my boy ain't been fed yit. What might one call your name? Jules? Come on, Jules. Come on, Colossus. That's my nigger. His name's Colossus of Rhodes. Is that yo' yalla boy, Jules? Fetch him along, Colossus. It seems like a special providence. Jules, do you believe in a special providence?" Jules said he did. The new-made friends moved briskly off, followed by Baptiste and a short, square old negro, very black and grotesque, who had introduced himself to the mulatto with many glittering and cavernous smiles as the body servant of the Reverend Mr. Jones. Both pairs enlivened their walk with conversation. Parson Jones descanted upon the doctrine he had mentioned, as illustrated in the perplexities of cotton growing, and concluded that there would always be a special providence again cotton until folks quits a pressin' of it and haulin' of it on Sundays. "Je dis," said St. Ange in response, "I think you is jus' right. I believe me strong in the improvidence, yes. You know my papa, he own a sugar plantation, you know. Jules, me son, he say one time to me, I goin' to make 1 baril sugar to fetch the mos' high price in New Orleans. Well, he take his best baril sugar. I never see a so careful man like me papa, always to make a so beautiful sugar as sirop. Jules, go at Father Pierre and get this li'l pitcher fill with holy water, and tell him send his tin bucket, and I will make it fill with kit. I get the holy water, my papa sprinkle it over the baril, and make 1 cross on the head of the baril." "Why, Jules," said Parson Jones, "that didn't do no good." "Didn't do no good. It brought the so great value. You can strike me dead if that baril sugar didn't fetch the most high cost than any other in the city. Parce que the man what buy that baril sugar, he make a mistake of 100 pound," falling back. "Mais certainly." "And you think that was growin' out of the holy water?" asked the parson. "Mais what could make it else? It could not be the kit, because my papa keep the bucket, and forget to send the kit to Father Pierre." Parson Jones was disappointed. "Well, now, Jules, you know, I don't think that was right. I reckon you must be a plumb Catholic." Monsieur St. Ange shrugged. He would not deny his faith. "I am a Catholique, mais," brightening, as he hoped to recommend himself anew, "not a good one." "Well, you know," said Jones, "where's Colossus?" "Oh, all right. Colossus strayed off a minute in Mobile, and I plumb lost him for 2 days. Here's the place. Come in. Colossus and this boy can go to the kitchen. Now, Colossus, what air you a beckonin' at me for?" He let his servant draw him aside and address him in a whisper. "Oh, go 'way," said the parson with a jerk. "Who's goin' to throw me? What? Speak louder. Why, Colossus, you shan't talk so, saw. 'Pon my soul, you're the mightiest fool I ever taken up with. Just you go down that alleyway with this yalla boy, and don't show your face until you're called." The negro begged. The master wrathily insisted. "Colossus, will you do as I tell you, or shall I have to strike you, saw?" "Oh, Mas' Jimmy, I's gwine, but," he ventured nearer. "Don't on no account drink nothin', Mas' Jimmy." Such was the negro's earnestness that he put 1 foot in the gutter and fell heavily against his master. The parson threw him off angrily. "Thar now! Why, Colossus, you must have been dusted with somethin'. You're plumb crazy. Humph! Come on, Jules, let's eat. Humph! To tell me that, when I never taken a drop, exceptin' for chills, in my life, which he knows so as well as me." The 2 masters began to ascend the stair. "Mais he is a sassy. I would sell him me," said the young Creole. "No, I wouldn't do that," replied the parson, "though there is people in Bethesdy who says he is a rascal. He's a powerful smart fool. Why, that boy's got money, Jules, more money than religion, I reckon. I'm sure he fallen into mighty bad company." They passed beyond earshot. Baptiste and Colossus, instead of going to the tavern kitchen, passed to the next door and entered the dark rear corner of a low grocery, where, the law notwithstanding, liquor was covertly sold to slaves. There, in the quiet company of Baptiste and the grocer, the colloquial powers of Colossus, which were simply prodigious, began very soon to show themselves. "For whilst," said he, "Mas Jimmy has edication, you know, whilst he has edication, I has scretion. He has edication and I has scretion, and so we gets along." He drew a black bottle down the counter, and laying half his length upon the damp board, continued, "As a principle, I discredits the imbibement of odious liquors. The imbibement of odious liquors, the violution of the Sabbath, the playin' of the fiddle, and the usin' of bywords, they is the four sins of the conscience. And if any man seen the four sins of the conscience, the devil done sharp his fork for that man. Ain't that so, boss?" The grocer was sure it was so. "Nevertheless, mind you," here the orator brimmed his glass from the bottle and swallowed the contents with a dry eye, "mind you, a righteous man, such as ministers of the gospel and their body servants, can take a little for the weak stomach." But the fascinations of Colossus' eloquence must not mislead us. This is the story of a true Christian, to wit, Parson Jones. The parson and his new friend ate. But the coffee Monsieur St. Ange declared he could not touch. It was too wretchedly bad. At the French market, near by, there was some noble coffee. This, however, would have to be bought, and Parson Jones had scruples. "You see, Jules, every man has his conscience to guide him, which it does so in—" "Oh, yes!" cried St. Ange. "Conscient, that is the best, Parson Jaune. Certainly, I am Catholique, you is a schismatique. You think it is wrong to drink some coffee. Well, then, it is wrong. You think it is wrong to make the sugar to get the so large price. Well, then, it is wrong. I think it is right. Well, then, it is right. It is all habit, c'est tout. What a man think is right. 'Tis all habit. A man must not go again his conscience. My faith, do you think I would go again my conscience? Mais allons, let us go and get some coffee. Jules. What? Jules, it ain't the drinking of coffee, but the buying of it on a Sabbath. You must really excuse me, Jules. It's again conscience, you know." "Ah," said St. Ange, "c'est very true. For you it would be a sin, mais for me it is only habit. Religion is a very strange. I know a man one time, he thing it was wrong to go cockfight Sunday evening. I thing it is all habit. Mais come, Parson Jaune, I have got one friend, Miguel. Let us go at his house and get some coffee. Come, Miguel have no family, only him and Joe. Always like to see friend. Allons, let us come yonder." "Why, Jules, my dear friend, you know," said the shamefaced parson, "I never visit on Sundays." "Never what?" asked the astounded Creole. "No," said Jones, smiling awkwardly. "Never visit?" "Exceptin' sometimes amongst church members," said Parson Jones. "Mais," said the seductive St. Ange, "Miguel and Joe is church member, certainly. They love to talk about religion. Come at Miguel and talk about some religion. I am nearly expire for me coffee." Parson Jones took his hat from beneath his chair and rose up. "Jules," said the weak giant, "I ought to be in church right now." "Mais the church is right yonder at Miguel, yes. Ah, continued St. Ange as they descended the stairs, "I think every man must have the religion he likes the best. Me, I like the Catholic religion the best. For me, it is the best. Every man will sure go to heaven if he like his religion the best." "Jules," said the West Floridian, laying his great hand tenderly upon the Creole's shoulder, as they stepped out upon the banquette, "do you think you have any sure hopes of heaven?" "Yes," replied St. Ange, "I am sure. I think everybody will go to heaven. I think you will go, I think Miguel will go, Joe, everybody, I think. Mais, of course, not if they not have been christened. Even, I think, some niggers will go." "Jules," said the parson, stopping in his walk, "Jules, I don't want to lose my nigger." "You will not lose him. With Baptiste he cannot get loose." But Colossus's master was not reassured. "Now," said he, still tarrying, "this is just the way. Had I of gone to church—" "Poisson jaune," said Jules. "What?" "I tell you, we goin' to church." "Will you?" asked Jones joyously. "Allons, come along," said Jules, taking his elbow. They walked down the Rue Chartres, passed several corners, and by turned into a cross street. The parson stopped an instant as they were turning, and looked back up the street. "What you lookin'?" asked his companion. "I thought I saw Colossus," answered the parson, with an anxious face. "I reckon 'twa'n't him, though." And they went on. The street they now entered was a very quiet one. The eye of any chance passer would have been at once drawn to a broad, heavy, white brick edifice on the lower side of the way, with a flagpole standing out like a bowsprit from one of its great windows, and a pair of lamps hanging before a large closed entrance. It was a theater, honeycombed with gambling dens. At this morning hour all was still, and the only sign of life was a knot of little barefoot girls gathered within its narrow shade, and each carrying an infant relative. Into this place the parson and Monsieur St. Ange entered, the little nurses jumping up from the sills to let them pass in. A half hour may have passed. At the end of that time the whole juvenile company were laying alternate eyes and ears to the chinks, to gather what they could of an interesting quarrel going on within. "I did not, saw. I given you no cause of offense, saw. It's not so, saw. Mr. Jules simply mistaken the house, thinkin' it was a Sabbath school. No such thing, saw. I ain't bound to bet. Yes, I kin git out. Yes, without bettin'. I have a right to my opinion. I reckon I'm a white man, saw. No, saw. I only said I didn't think you could get the game on them cards. No such thing, saw. I do not know how to play. I wouldn't have a rascal's money if I should win it. Shoot if you dare. You can kill me, but you can't scare me. No, I shan't bet. I'll die first. Yes, saw. Mr. Jules can bet for me if he admires to. I ain't his master." Here the speaker seemed to direct his words to St. Ange. "Saw, I don't understand you, saw. I never said I'd loan you money to bet for me. I didn't suspicion this from you, saw. No, I won't take any more lemonade. It's the most notorious stuff I ever drank, saw." Monsieur St. Ange's replies were in falsetto, and not without effect, for presently the parson's indignation and anger began to melt. "Don't ask me, Jules. I can't help you. It's no use. It's a matter of conscience with me, Jules." "Mais oui, 'Tis a matter of conscience with me, the same. But, Jules, the money's none o' mine, nohow. It belongs to Smyrny, you know." "If I could make just one bet," said the persuasive St. Ange, "I would leave this place fast, yes. If I had thing mais I did not suspicion this from you, Posson Jaune." "Don't, Jules, don't." "No, Posson Jaune." "You're bound to win?" said the parson, wavering. "Mais certainement. But 'tis not to win that I want, 'tis me conscience, me honor." "Well, Jules, I hope I'm not a doin' no wrong. I'll loan you some of this money if you say you'll come right out 'thout takin' your winnin's." All was still. The peeping children could see the parson as he lifted his hand to his breast pocket. There it paused a moment in bewilderment, then plunged to the bottom. It came back empty and fell lifelessly at his side. His head dropped upon his breast, his eyes were for a moment closed, his broad palms were lifted and pressed against his forehead. A tremor seized him, and he fell all in a lump to the floor. The children ran off with their infant loads, leaving Jules St. Ange swearing by all his deceased relatives, first to Miguel and Joe, and then to the lifted parson, that he did not know what had become of the money, except if the black man had got it. In the rear of ancient New Orleans, beyond the sites of the old rampart, a trio of Spanish forts, where the town has since sprung up and grown old, green with all the luxuriance of the wild Creole summer, lay the Congo Plains. Here stretched the canvas of the historic Cayetano, who, Sunday after Sunday, sowed the sawdust for his circus ring. But today the great showman had fallen short of his printed promise. The hurricane had come by night, and with one fell swash had made an irretrievable sop of everything. The circus trailed away its bedraggled magnificence, and the ring was cleared for the bull. Then the sun seemed to come out and work for the people. "See," said the Spaniards, looking up at the glorious sky with its great white fleets drawn off upon the horizon. "See, heaven smiles upon the bullfight." In the high upper seats of the rude amphitheater sat the gaily decked wives and daughters of the Gascons. From the métairies along the ridge and the chattering Spanish women of the market, their shining hair unbonneted to the sun. Next, below, were their husbands and lovers in Sunday blouses, milkmen, butchers, bakers, black-bearded fishermen, Sicilian fruiterers, swarthy Portuguese sailors in little woolen caps, and strangers of the graver sort, mariners of England, Germany, and Holland. The lowest seats were full of trappers, smugglers, Canadian voyageurs, drinking and singing, Américains too, more's the shame, from the upper rivers, who will not keep their seats, who ply the bottle, and who will get home by and by and tell how wicked Sodom is. Broad-brimmed, silver-braided Mexicans, too, with their copper cheeks and bat's eyes, and their tinkling spurred heels. Yonder, in that quieter section, are the quadroon women in their black lace shawls. And there is Baptiste, and below them are the turbaned black women, and there is, but he vanishes, Colossus. The afternoon is advancing, yet the sport, though loudly demanded, does not begin. The Américains grow derisive, and find pastime in gibes and raillery. They mock the various Latins with their national inflections, and answer their scowls with laughter. Some of the more aggressive shout pretty French greetings to the women of Gascony, and one bargeman, amid peals of applause, stands on a seat and hurls a kiss to the quadroons. The marines of England, Germany, and Holland, as spectators, like the fun, while the Spaniards look black and cast defiant imprecations upon their persecutors. Some Gascons, with timely caution, pick their women out and depart, running a terrible fire of gallantries. In hope of truce, a new call is raised for the bull. The bull! The bull! Hush! In a tier near the ground a man is standing and calling, standing head and shoulders above the rest, calling in the Américaine tongue. Another man, big and red, named Joe, and a handsome little Creole in elegant dress and full of laughter, wish to stop him, but the flat boatmen, ha-hawing and cheering, will not suffer it. Ah! through some shameful knavery of the man into whose hands he has fallen, he is drunk. Even the women can see that. And now he throws his arms wildly and raises his voice until the whole great circle hears it. He is preaching. Ah, kind Lord, for a special providence now. The men of his own nation, men from the land of the open English Bible and the temperance cup and song, are cheering him on to mad disgrace. And now another call for the appointed sport is drowned by the flat boatmen singing the ancient tune of Mere. You can hear the words. Old Grimes is dead, that good old soul, from ribald lips and throats turned brazen with laughter, from singers who toss their hats aloft and roll in their seats. The chorus swells to the accompaniment of 1,000 brogans. He used to wear an old gray coat, all buttoned down before. A ribboned man in the arena is trying to be heard, and the Latins raise one mighty cry for silence. The big red man gets a hand over the parson's mouth, and the ribboned man seizes his moment. They have been endeavoring for hours, he says, to draw the terrible animals from their dens, but such is their strength and fierceness that... His voice is drowned. Enough has been heard to warrant the inference that the beasts cannot be whipped out of the storm-drenched cages to which menagerie life and long starvation have attached them, and from the roar of indignation the man of ribbons flies. The noise increases. Men are standing up by hundreds, and women are imploring to be let out of the turmoil. All at once, like the bursting of a dam, the whole mass pours down into the ring. They sweep across the arena and over the showmen's barriers. Miguel gets a frightful trampling. Who cares for gates or doors? They tear the beasts' houses, bar from bar, and laying hold of the gaunt buffalo, drag him forth by feet, ears, and tail. And in the midst of the melee, still head and shoulders above all, wilder with the cup of the wicked than any beast, is the man of God from the Florida parishes. In his arms he bore, and all the people shouted at once when they saw it, the tiger. He had lifted it high up with its back to his breast, his arms clasped under its shoulders. The wretched brute had curled up caterpillar-wise with its long tail against its belly, and through its filed teeth grinned a fixed and impotent wrath. And Parson Jones was shouting, "The tiger and the buffler shall lay down together. You da to say they shan't, and I comb you with this varmint from head to foot. The tiger and the buffler shall lay down together. They shall. Now you, Joe, behold, I am here to see it done. The lion and the buffler shall lay down together." Mouthing these words again and again, the parson forced his way through the surge in the wake of the buffalo. This creature the Latins had secured by a lariat over his head, and were dragging across the old rampart and into a street of the city. The northern races were trying to prevent, and there was pummeling and knocking down, cursing and knife drawing, until Jules St. Ange was quite carried away with the fun, laughed, clapped his hands, and swore with delight, and ever kept close to the gallant parson. Joe, contrariwise, counted all this child's play an interruption. He had come to find Colossus and the money. In an unlucky moment he made bold to lay hold of the parson, but a piece of the broken barriers in the hands of a flat boatman felled him to the sod. The terrible crowd swept over him, the lariat was cut, and the giant parson hurled the tiger upon the buffalo's back. In another instant both brutes were dead at the hands of the mob. Jones was lifted from his feet, and prating of Scripture and the millennium, of Paul at Ephesus and Daniel in the buffalo's den, was borne aloft upon the shoulders of the huzzaing Américain. Half an hour later he was sleeping heavily on the floor of a cell in the calaboza. When Parson Jones awoke, a bell was somewhere tolling for midnight. Somebody was at the door of his cell with a key. The lock grated, the door swung, the turnkey looked in and stepped back, and a ray of moonlight fell upon Monsieur Jules St. Ange. The prisoner sat upon the empty shackles and ring bolt in the center of the floor. "Misty Poisson Jaune," said the visitor softly. "Oh, Jules! Mais what the matter, Poisson Jaune?" "My sins, Jules, my sins." "Ah, Poisson Jaune, is that something to cry because a man gets sometime a lit bit intoxicate? Mais if a man keep all the time intoxicate, I think that is again the conscience." "Jules, Jules, your eyes is darkened. Oh, Jules, where's my poor old nigger?" "Poisson Jaune, never mind, he is with Baptiste." "Where?" "I don't know where, mais he is with Baptiste. Baptiste is a beautiful to take care of somebody." "Is he as good as you, Jules?" asked Parson Jones sincerely. Jules was slightly staggered. "You know, Poisson Jaune, you know, a nigger cannot be good as a white man, mais Baptiste is a good nigger." The parson moaned and dropped his chin into his hands. "I was to have left for home tomorrow, sun up, on the Isabella schooner. Poor Smyrny!" He deeply sighed. "Poisson Jaune," said Jules, leaning against the wall and smiling, "I swear you is the most funny man I ever see. If I was you, I would say, me, ah, how I am lucky! The money I lost, it was not mine anyhow. My faith, shall a man make hisself to be the more sorry because the money he lost is not his? Me, I would say, it is a specious providence. Ah, Misty Poisson Jaune," he continued, "you make a so droll sermon at the bull ring. Ha, ha! I swear, I think you can make money to preach that sermon many time at the Theatre Saint Philippe. Ha! You is the most brave that I never see, mais at the same time the most religious man. Where I'm going to find one priest to make like that? Mais why you can't cheer up and be happy? Me, if I should be miserable like that, I would kill myself." The countryman only shook his head. "Bien, Poisson Jaune, I have the so good news for you." The prisoner looked up with eager inquiry. "Last evening when they lock you, I come right off at Monsieur de Blanc's house to get you let out of the calaboose. Monsieur de Blanc, he is the judge. So soon I was entering, ah, Jules, me boy, just the man to make complete the game. Poisson Jaune, it was a specious providence. I win in 3 hours more than $600. Look!" He produced a mass of banknotes, bonds, and due bills. "And you got the pass?" asked the parson, regarding the money with a sadness incomprehensible to Jules. "It is here. It take the effect so soon the daylight." "Jules, my friend, your kindness is in vain." The Creole's face became a perfect blank. "Because," said the parson, "for two reasons. Firstly, I have broken the laws and ought to stand the penalty. And secondly, you must really excuse me, Jules, you know, but the pass has been got unfairly, I'm afeard. You told the judge I was innocent, and in neither case it don't become a Christian, which I hope I can still say I am one, to do evil that good may come. I must stay." Monsieur St. Ange stood up aghast and for a moment speechless at this exhibition of moral heroism. But an artifice was presently hit upon. "Mais, Poisson jaune," in his old falsetto, "the order, you cannot read it, it is in French, compel you to go out, sir." "Is that so?" cried the parson, bounding up with radiant face. "Is that so, Jules?" The young man nodded, smiling; but though he smiled, the fountain of his tenderness was opened. He made the sign of the cross as the parson knelt in prayer, and even whispered Hail Mary, etc., quite through, twice over. Morning broke in the summer glory upon a cluster of villas behind the city, nestled under live oaks and magnolias on the banks of a deep bayou, and known as Suburb St. Jean. With the first beam came the West Floridian and the Creole out upon the bank below the village. Upon the parson's arm hung a pair of antique saddlebags. Baptiste limped wearily behind. Both his eyes were encircled with broad blue rings, and one cheekbone bore the official impress of every knuckle of Colossus's left hand. The beautiful to take care of somebody had lost his charge. At mention of the negro he became wild, and half in English, half in the gumbo dialect, said murderous things. Intimidated by Jules to calmness, he became able to speak confidently on one point. He could, would, and did swear that Colossus had gone home to the Florida parishes. He was almost certain. In fact, he thought so. There was a clicking of pulleys as the three appeared upon the bayou's margin, and Baptiste pointed out, in the deep shadow of a great oak, the Isabella, moored among the bulrushes and just spreading her sails for departure. Moving down to where she lay, the parson and his friend paused on the bank, loath to say farewell. "Oh, Jules," said the parson, "supposin' Colossus ain't gone home. Oh, Jules, if you'll look him out for me, I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you nohow, Jules. No, Jules, I never will believe he taken that money. Yes, I know all niggers will steal." He set foot upon the gangplank. "But Colossus wouldn't steal from me. Goodbye." "Missy Poisson Jaune," said St. Ange, putting his hand on the parson's arm with genuine affection, "hol' on. You see dis money, what I win last night? Well, I win it by a specious providence, ain't it?" "There's no tellin'," said the humbled Jones. "Providence moves in a mysterious way his wonders to perform." "Ah!" cried the Creole, "c'est very true. I get dis money in the mysterieuse way. Mais if I keep dis money, you know where it goin' be tonight?" "I really can't say," replied the parson. "Goin' to the Dev," said the sweetly smiling young man. The schooner captain, leaning against the shrouds, and even Baptiste, laughed outright. "Oh, Jules, you mustn't." "Well, then, what I shall do wid it?" "Anything, answered the parson. "Better donate it away to some poor man." "Ah, Misty Poisson Jaune, that is what I want. You lost $500. 'Twas me fault." "No, it won't, Jules." "Mais it was." "No, it was me fault. I swear it was me fault. Mais here is $500. I wish you shall take it. Here, I don't got no use for money. Oh, my faith, Poisson Jaune, you must not begin to cry some more." Parson Jones was choked with tears. When he found voice, he said, "Oh, Jules, 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 my poor, noble, dear, misguided friend, if you had of had a Christian raisin', may the Lord show you your errors better than I can, and bless you for your good intentions. Oh, no, I can't touch that money with a 10-foot pole. It won't rightly got. You must really excuse me, my dear friend, but I can't touch it." St. Ange was petrified. "Goodbye, dear Jules," continued the parson. "I'm in the Lord's hands, and He's very merciful, which I hope and trust you'll find it out. Goodbye." The schooner swung slowly off before the breeze. "Goodbye." St. Ange roused himself. "Poisson Jaune, make me hany out dis promise. You never, never, never will come back to New Orleans." "Ah, Jules, the Lord willin', I'll never leave home again." "All right!" cried the Creole. "I think He's willin'. Adieu, Poisson Jaune. My faith, you are the so fighting and mos' religious man as I never saw. Adieu! Adieu!" Baptiste uttered a cry, and presently ran by his master toward the schooner, his hands full of clods. St. Ange looked just in time to see the sable form of Colossus of Rhodes emerge from the vessel's hold, and the pastor of Smyrna and Bethesda seize him in his embrace. "Oh, Colossus, you outlandish old nigger, thank the Lord, thank the Lord!" The little Creole almost wept. He ran down the towpath, laughing and swearing, and making confused allusion to the entire personnel and furniture of the lower regions. By odd fortune, at the moment that St. Ange further demonstrated his delight by tripping his mulatto into a bog, the schooner came brushing along the reedy bank with a graceful curve, the sails flapped, and the crew fell to poling her slowly along. Parson Jones was on the deck, kneeling once more in prayer. His hat had fallen before him. Behind him knelt his slave. In thundering tones he was confessing himself a plumb fool, from whom the conceit had been jolted out, and who had been made to see that even his nigger had the longest head of the two. Colossus clasped his hands and groaned. The parson prayed for a contrite heart. "Oh, yes!" cried Colossus. The master acknowledged countless mercies. "That's so!" cried the slave. The master prayed that they might still be piled on. "Glory!" cried the black man, clapping his hands. "Pile on!" "And now," continued the parson, "bring this poor backsliding jackace of a parson and this poor old fool nigger back to thar home in peace." "Pray for their money," called Colossus. But the parson prayed for Jules. "Pray for their money," replied the negro. "And, oh, give thy servant back that there lost money." Colossus rose stealthily and tiptoed by his still shouting master. St. Ange, the captain, the crew, gazed in silent wonder at the strategist. pausing but an instant over the master's hat to grin an acknowledgment of his beholder's speechless interest, he softly placed in it the faithfully mourned and honestly prayed for Smyrna fund. Then, saluted by the gesticulative, silent applause of St. Ange and the schooner men, he resumed his first attitude behind his roaring master. "Amen!" cried Colossus, meaning to bring him to a close. "Unworthy though I be," cried Jones. "Amen!" reiterated the negro. "Amen!" said Parson Jones. He rose to his feet, and stooping to take up his hat, beheld the well-known roll. As one stunned, he gazed for a moment upon his slave, who still knelt with clasped hands and rolling eyeballs. But when he became aware of the laughter and cheers that greeted him from both deck and shore, he lifted eyes and hands to heaven and cried like the veriest babe. And when he looked at the roll again, and hugged and kissed it, St. Ange tried to raise a second shout, but choked, and the crew fell to their poles. And now up runs Baptiste, covered with slime, and prepares to cast his projectiles. The first one fell wide of the mark. The schooner swung round into a long reach of water, where the breeze was in her favor. Another shout of laughter drowned the maledictions of the muddy men. The sails filled. Colossus of Rhodes, smiling and bowing as hero of the moment, ducked as the main boom swept round, and the schooner, leaning slightly to the pleasant influence, rustled a moment over the bulrushes, and then sped far away down the rippling bayou. Monsieur Jules St. Ange stood long, gazing at the receding vessel as it now disappeared, now reappeared beyond the tops of the high undergrowth. But when an arm of the forest hid it finally from sight, he turned townward, followed by that fagged-out spaniel, his servant, saying, as he turned, "Baptiste?" "Miché? You know what I goin' do with dis money?" "No, monsieur." "Well, you can strike me dead if I don't goin' to pay hall my debts. Allons!" He began a merry little song to the effect that his sweetheart was a wine bottle, and master and men, leaving care behind, returned to the picturesque Rue Royale. The ways of Providence are indeed strange. In all Parson Jones' after life, amid the many painful reminiscences of his visit to the City of the Plain, the sweet knowledge was withheld from him that by the light of the Christian virtue that shone from him even in his great fall, Jules St. Ange arose and went to his Father an honest man. End of section 37. Recording by Dorothy Godfrey Smith.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 38. Caius Julius Caesar, 100 B.C. to 44 B.C., by J.H. Westcott. Truly a wonderful man was Caius Julius Caesar, says Captain Miles Standish. Truly wonderful he was on each of his many sides, as soldier, statesman, orator, and author, all of the first rank, and a respectable critic, man of science, and poet besides. As a writer of Latin prose, and as an orator, He was second to Cicero alone in the age that is called the Ciceronian, and no third is to be named with these two. Yet among his contemporaries his literary power was an insignificant title to fame compared with his overwhelming military and political genius. Here he stood alone, unrivaled, the most successful conqueror and civilizer of all history, the founder of the most majestic political fabric the world has ever seen. There have been other generals, statesmen, authors as great as Caesar, but the extraordinary combination of powers in this one man goes very far toward making good the claim that he was the most remarkable man in history. He was born in 100 B.C., a member of the great Julian gens, which claimed descent from Aeneas and Venus, the glories of which are celebrated in Virgil's immortal epic. Thus the future leader of the turbulent democracy, and the future despot who was to humble the nobles of Rome, was by birth an aristocrat of bluest blood. His life might easily have come to an untimely end in the days of Sulla's bloody ascendancy, for he was connected by marriage with Marius and Cinna. Sulla was persuaded to spare him, but clearly saw even then that in Caesar there were many Mariuses. All young Romans of rank were expected to go through a term of at least nominal military service. Caesar's apprenticeship was in Asia Minor in 80 B.C. He distinguished himself at the storming of Mytilene, and afterwards served in Cilicia. He began his political and oratorical career by the prosecution of Cornelius Dolabella, one of the nobility, on a charge of extortion. About 75 B.C. he was continuing his studies at Rhodes, then a famous school of eloquence. Obtaining the quaestorship in 67 B.C., he was assigned to duty in the province of Further Spain. 2 years later he became aedile. At the age of 37 he was elected Pontifex Maximus over two powerful competitors. Entirely without religious belief, as far as we can judge, he recognized the importance of this portion of the civil order, and mastered the intricate lore of the established ceremonial. In this office, which he held for life, he busied himself with a digest of the auspices, and wrote an essay on divination. After filling the praetorship in 62 B.C., he obtained a propraetor, the governorship of his old province of Further Spain, which he was destined to visit twice in later years as conqueror in civil war. His military success at this time against the native tribes was such as to entitle him to the honor of a triumph. This he was obliged to forego in order to stand at once for the consulship, which office he held for the year 59 B.C. He had previously entered into a private agreement with Pompey and Crassus, known as the First Triumvirate. Caesar had always presented himself as the friend of the people. Pompey was the most famous man of the time, covered with military laurels, and regarded, though not with perfect confidence, as the champion of the senatorial party. Crassus, a man of ordinary ability, was valuable to the other two on account of his enormous wealth. These three men agreed to unite their interests and their influence. In accordance with this arrangement, Caesar obtained the consulship, and then the command for 5 years, afterward extended to 10, of the provinces of Gaul and Illyricum. It was while proconsul of Gaul in the years 58 to 50 B.C. that he subjugated and organized all Gaul, which was far greater in extent than the country which is now France, increased his own political and material resources, and above all formed an army the most highly trained and efficient the world had yet seen, entirely faithful to himself, by means of which he was able in the years 49 to 46 B.C. to defeat all his political antagonists and to gain absolute power over the state. He held the consulship again in 48 and 46 B.C., and was consul without a colleague in 45 and 44 B.C., as well as dictator with authority to remodel the Constitution. While his far-reaching plans of organization and improvement were incomplete, and when he was about to start upon a war against the Parthians on the eastern frontier of the empire, he was murdered March 15, 44 B.C., by a band of conspirators headed by Brutus and Cassius. For purposes of a literary judgment of Caesar, we have of his own works, in complete or nearly complete form, his military memoirs only. His specifically literary works have all perished. A few sentences from his speeches, a few of his letters, a few wise or witty sayings, an anecdote or two scattered about in the pages of other authors, and 6 lines of hexameter verse, containing a critical estimate of the dramatist Terence, are all that remain as specimens of what is probably forever lost to us. An enumeration of his works, so far as their titles are known, is the best evidence of his versatility. A bit of criticism here and there shows the estimation in which Caesar the writer and orator was held by his countrymen and contemporaries. Besides the military memoirs and the works spoken of above in connection with his pontificate, we may mention as of a semi-official character his astronomical treatise on the stars, De Astris, published in connection with his reform of the calendar when dictator shortly before the end of his life. Cicero alludes to a collection of witty sayings, apophthegms, made by Caesar with evident satisfaction at the latter's ability to distinguish the real and the false Ciceronian bon mots. Like most Roman gentlemen, Caesar wrote in youth several poems, of which Tacitus grimly says that they were not better than Cicero's. This list includes a tragedy, Oedipus, Laudus Herculis, the praises of Hercules, and a metrical account of a journey into Spain, Iter. A grammatical treatise in 2 books, De Analogia, dedicated to Cicero, to the latter's immense gratification, was written on one of the numerous swift journeys from Italy to headquarters in Gaul. Passages from it are quoted by several subsequent writers, and an anecdote preserved by Aulus Gellius in his Noctes Attica 1:10:4, wherein a young man is warned by Caesar to avoid unusual and far-fetched language like a rock, is supposed to be very characteristic of his general attitude in matters of literary taste. The Anticatones were a couple of political pamphlets ridiculing Cato, the idol of the Republicans. This was small business for Caesar, but Cato had taken rather a mean advantage by his dramatic suicide at Utica, and deprived Caesar of the pleasure of pardoning him. Of Caesar's orations we have none but the most insignificant fragments. Our judgment of them must be based on the testimony of ancient critics. Quintilian speaks in the same paragraph, Quintilian 10:1-114, of the wonderful elegance of his language, and of the force which made it seem that he spoke with the same spirit with which he fought. Cicero's phrase magnifica et generosa, Cicero Brutus 261, and Fronto's facultas descendi imperatoria, Fronto EP page 123, indicate some kind of severe magnificence. Collections of his letters were extant in the 2nd century, but nothing now remains except a few brief notes to Cicero, copied by the latter in his correspondence with Atticus. This loss is perhaps the one most to be regretted. Letters reveal their author's personality better than more formal species of composition, and Caesar was almost the last real letter writer, the last who used in its perfection the polished, cultivated conversational language, the Sermo Urbanus. But after all, we possess the most important of his writings, the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars. The first may be considered as a formal report to the Senate and the public on the conduct of his Gallic campaigns. the latter as primarily intended for a defense of his constitutional position in the Civil War. They are memoirs, halfway between private notes and formal history. Cicero says that while their author desired to give others the material out of which to create a history, he may perhaps have done a kindness to conceited writers who wish to trick them out with meretricious graces, to crimp with curling irons, but he has deterred all men of sound taste from ever touching them. For in history a pure and brilliant conciseness of style is the highest attainable beauty. They are worthy of all praise, for they are simple, straightforward, and elegant, with all rhetorical ornament stripped from them as a garment is stripped. Cicero, Brutus 262. The 7 books of the Gallic War are each the account of a year's campaigning. They were written apparently in winter quarters. When Caesar entered on the administration of his province, it was threatened with invasion. The Romans had never lost their dread of the northern barbarians, nor forgotten the capture of Rome 3 centuries before. Only a generation back, Marius had become the national hero by destroying the invading hordes of Cimbri and Teutonis. Caesar purposed to make the barbarians tremble at the Roman name. This first book of the Commentaries tells how he raised an army in haste, with which he outmarched, outmaneuvered, and defeated the Helvetian nation. This people, urged by pressure behind and encouragement in front, had determined to leave its old home in the Alpine valleys and to settle in the fairer regions of southeastern France. Surprised and dismayed by Caesar's terrific reception of their supposed invincible host, they had to choose between utter destruction and a tame return, with sadly diminished numbers, to their old abodes. Nor was this all the work of the first year. Ariovistus, a German king, also invited by a Gallic tribe, and relying on the terror of his nation's name, came to establish himself and his people on the Gallic side of the Rhine. He too was astonished at the tone with which Caesar ordered him to depart, but soon found himself forced to return far more quickly than he had come. Having thus vindicated the Roman claim to the frontiers of Gaul against other invaders, the proconsul devoted his second summer to the subjugation of the Belgae, the most warlike and the most remote of the Gauls. The second book tells how this was accomplished. There was one moment when the conqueror's career came near ending prematurely. One of the Belgian tribes, the valiant Nervii, surprised and nearly defeated the Roman army. But steady discipline and the dauntless courage of the commander, never so great as in moments of mortal peril, saved the day, and the Nervii are immortalized as the people who nearly destroyed Caesar. These unprecedented successes all round the eastern and northern frontiers thoroughly established Roman prestige and strengthened Rome's supremacy over the central Gauls, who were already her allies, at least in name. But much yet remained to do. The work was but fairly begun. The third book tells of the conquest of the western tribes. The most interesting episode is the creation of a fleet and the naval victory over the Veneti on the faraway coast of Brittany. In the 4th year, Caesar crossed the Rhine after building a wonderful wooden bridge in 10 days, carried fire and sword among the Germans on the further bank, and returned to his side of the river, destroying the bridge behind him. Modern schoolboys wish he had never built it. Later in the season he made an expedition into Britain. This was followed in the 5th year by an invasion of the island in greater force. To the people of our race this portion of the Commentaries is especially interesting. The southern part of the country was overrun. The Thames was crossed some miles above London, and several victories were gained, but no organized conquest was attempted. That remained for the age of Claudius and later emperors. During the ensuing winter, on account of the scarcity of provisions, the Roman troops had to be quartered in separate detachments at long distances. One of these was treacherously destroyed by the Gauls, and the others were saved only by the extraordinary quickness with which Caesar marched to their relief on hearing of their imminent danger. The chief part in this rising had been taken by the Eburones, led by their king Ambiorix. A large part of the sixth book is occupied with the recital of Caesar's vengeance upon these people and their abettors, and with the vain pursuit of Ambiorix. The remainder contains an elaborate contrast of the manners and customs of the Gauls and the Germans, which forms an important source for the history of the primitive institutions of these nations. The seventh book is the thrilling tale of the formidable rising of all the Gauls against their conquerors, under the leadership of Vercingetorix, an Arvernian chief. This man was a real hero, brave, patriotic, resourceful, perhaps the only worthy antagonist that Caesar ever met. This war strained to the utmost Caesar's abilities and the disciplined valor of his legions. The Gauls nearly succeeded in undoing all the work of 6 years, in destroying the Roman army and in throwing off the Roman yoke. In this campaign, more conspicuously than ever before, Caesar's success was due to the unexampled rapidity of his movements. So perfect had become the training of his troops and their confidence in his ability to win under all circumstances, that after a campaign of incredible exertions they triumphed over the countless hosts of their gallant foes, and in the next 2 years the last embers of Gaulish independence were finally stamped out. In all his later years Caesar never had anything to fear from Gaul. As we read the story of Avaricum, of Gergovia, of Alesia, our sympathy goes out to the brave barbarians who were fighting for liberty. But we have to remember that though the cause of freedom failed, the cause of civilization triumphed. The eighth book, containing the account of the next 2 years, 51 and 50 B.C., were written by one of Caesar's officers, Aulus Hirtius. The first book of the Civil War begins with the year 49 B.C., where the struggle between Caesar and the senatorial party opens with his crossing of the Rubicon, attended by the advanced guard of his legions. Pompey proved a broken reed to those who leaned upon him, and Caesar's conquest of the Italian peninsula was little else than a triumphal progress through the country. The enemy retired to the eastern shore of the Adriatic to muster the forces of the East on the side of the aristocracy, leaving Caesar in possession of the capital and of the machinery of government. The latter part of the book contains the account of the campaign against Pompey's lieutenants in Spain, which was won almost without bloodshed, by masterly strategy, and which ended with the complete possession of the peninsula. The second book describes the capture of Marseilles after a long siege, and the tragic defeat and death of Curio, a brave but rash young officer sent by Caesar to secure the African province. In the third book, 48 B.C., we have the story of the campaign against Pompey. First, the audacious blockade for months of Pompey's greatly superior forces near Dyrrhachium on the Illyrian coast, and when that failed, of the long march into Thessaly, where Pompey was at last forced into battle against his judgment by his own officers on the fatal plains of Pharsalia, of the annihilation of the senatorial army, of Pompey's flight to Egypt, of his treacherous murder there, of Caesar's pursuit. The books on the Alexandrian, the African, and the Spanish wars, which continue the narrative down to Caesar's final victory at Munda in southern Spain, are by other and inferior hands. The question of their authorship has been the subject of much controversy and conjecture. Under this modest title of Commentaries, in the guise of a simple narrative of events, Caesar puts forth at once an inimitable history and a masterly apology. The author speaks of himself in the third person, tells of the circumstances of each situation in a quiet, moderate way, which carries with it the conviction on the reader's part of his entire truthfulness, accuracy, and candor. We are persuaded that the Caesar about whom he tells could not have acted otherwise than he did. In short, he exercises the same spell over our minds that he cast over the hearts of men 20 centuries ago. There is nothing that so fascinates and enchains the imagination of men as power in another man. This man could captivate a woman by his sweetness, or tame an angry mob of soldiers with a word; could mold the passions of a corrupt democracy, or exterminate a nation in a day; could organize an empire, or polish an epigram. His strength was terrible, but all this immense power was marvelously balanced and under perfect control. Nothing was too small for his delicate tact. Nothing he did was so difficult but we feel he could have done more. Usually his means seemed inadequate to his ends, but it was Caesar who used them. The commentaries show us this man at his work. They show him as an organizer of armies and alliances, a wily diplomatist, an intrepid soldier, an efficient administrator, a strategist of inspired audacity, a tactician of endless resources, an engineer of infinite inventiveness, an unerring judge of men. But he never boasts, except in speeches to hearten discouraged troops. He does not vilify or underrate his enemies. His soldiers trusted him implicitly. There was no limit to their zeal. They found in him a generous appreciation of their deeds. Many a soldier and centurion has received immortality at his hands as the guerdon of valor. He describes a victory of Labienus with as much satisfaction as if it had been his own, and praises another lieutenant for his prudent self-restraint when tempted by a prospect of success. And he tells with hearty admiration of the devoted Gauls who sacrificed their lives one after another in a post of danger at Avaricum. Even in the civil war no officers deserted him except Labienus and 2 Gaulish chiefs. It was difficult to deceive him. His analysis of other men's motives is as merciless as it is passionless. He makes us disapprove the course of his antagonists with the same moderate but convincing statement with which he recommends his own. Few men can have had as few illusions as he. One would scarcely care to possess such an insight into the hearts of others. He seems to feel little warmth of indignation, and never indulges in invective. But woe to those who stood in the way of the accomplishment of his objects. Dreadful was the punishment of those who revolted after making peace. Still, even his vengeance seems dictated by policy rather than by passion. He is charged with awful cruelty because he slew 1,000,000 men and sold another 1,000,000 into slavery. But he did not enjoy human suffering. These were simply necessary incidents in the execution of his plans. It is hard to see how European civilization could have proceeded without the conquest of Gaul, and it is surely better to make a conquest complete, rapid, overpowering, that the work may have to be done but once. It is hard not to judge men by the standards of our own age. The ancients rarely felt an international humanity, and in his own time Caesar's clemency was proverbial. As he was always careful not to waste in useless fighting the lives of his soldiers, he was always true to his precept, "Spare the citizens." The way in which he repeatedly forgave his enemies when they were in his power was an example to many a Christian conqueror. The best of his antagonists showed themselves bloodthirsty in word or act, and most of them, not excepting Cicero, were basely ungrateful for his forbearance. His treatment of Cicero was certainly most handsome. Our knowledge of it is derived mainly from Cicero's letters. Perhaps this magnanimity was dashed with a tinge of kindly contempt for his fellow citizens, but whatever its motives, it was certainly wise and benign at the beginning of the new era he was inaugurating. He was no vulgar destroyer, and did not desire to ruin in order to rule. He is charged with ambition, the sin by which the angels fell. It is not for us to fathom the depths of his mighty mind. Let us admit the charge, but it was not an ignoble ambition. Let us say that he was so ambitious that he laid the foundations of the Roman Empire and of modern France. that his services to civilization and his plans for humanity were so broad that patriots were driven to murder him. Some of Caesar's eulogists have claimed for him a moral greatness corresponding to his transcendent mental power. This is mistaken zeal. He may stand as the supreme representative of the race in the way of practical executive intellect. It is poor praise to put him into another order of men with Plato or with Paul. Their greatness was of another kind. We cannot speak of degrees. He is the exponent of creative force in political history, not of speculative or ethical power. Moreover, with all his originality of conception and power of execution, Caesar lacked that kind of imagination which makes the true poet the real creative artist in literature. Thus we observe the entire absence of the pictorial element in his writings. There is no trace of his ever being affected by the spectacular incidents of warfare, nor by the grandeur of the natural scenes through which he passed. The reason may be that his intellect was absorbed in the contemplation of men and motives, of means and ends. We cannot conceive of his ever having been carried out of himself by the rapture of inspiration. Such clearness of mental perception is naturally accompanied by a certain coolness of temperament. A man of superlative greatness must live more or less alone among his fellows. With his immense grasp of the relations of things in the world, Caesar cannot have failed to regard men to some extent as the counters in a great game, himself the player. So he used men, finding them instruments, efficient and zealous often, of his far-reaching plans. He was just in rewarding their services, more than just. He was generous and kind, but he did not have real associates, real friends. Therefore it is not surprising that he met with so little gratitude. Even his diction shows this independence, this isolation. It would be difficult to find an author of any nation in a cultivated age so free from the influence of the language of his predecessors. Caesar was unique among the great Roman writers in having been born at the capital. Appropriately, he is the incarnation of the specifically Roman spirit in literature, as Cicero was the embodiment of the Italian, the Hellenic, the cosmopolitan spirit. Toward the close of Caesar's career there are some signs of weariness observable, a certain loss of serenity, a suspicion of vanity, a dimming of his penetrating vision into the men about him. The only wonder is that mind and body had not succumbed long before to the prodigious strain put upon them. Perhaps it is well that he died when he did, hardly past his prime, so he went to his setting like the other weary Titan, leaving behind him a brightness which lasted all through the night of the Dark Ages. Caesar died, but the imperial idea of which he was the first embodiment has proved the central force of European political history even down to our time. Such is the man who speaks to us from his pages still. He was a man who did things rather than a man who said things. Yet who could speak so well? His mastery of language was perfect, but in the same way as his mastery of other instruments. Style with him was a means rather than an end. He had the training which others of his kind enjoyed. Every Roman noble had to learn oratory, but Caesar wrote and spoke with a faultless taste and a distinction that no training could impart. So we find in his style a beauty which does not depend upon ornament, but upon perfect proportion, a diction plain and severe almost to baldness, absolute temperateness of expression. The descriptions are spirited, but never made so by strained rhetoric. The speeches are brief, manly, businesslike, the arguments calm and convincing, always and everywhere the language of a strong man, well inside the limits of his power. The chief ancient authorities for the life of Caesar, besides his own works, are Suetonius in Latin, Plutarch and Appian in Greek. Among modern works of which he is made the subject may be mentioned Jules Caesar by Napoleon III, Paris, 1865, continued by Colonel Stoffel with an atlas; Caesar, a sketch, by J. A. Froude, London, 1886; Caesar by A. Trollope, London, 1870. Caesar by T.A. Dodge, USA, Boston, 1893. J.H. Westcott. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 39. The Defeat of Ariovistus and the Germans, from the Gallic Wars, by Caius Julius Caesar. When he had proceeded 3 days' journey, word was brought to him that Ariovistus was hastening with all his forces to seize on Vesontio, which is the largest town of the Sequani, and had advanced 3 days' journey from his territories. Caesar thought that he ought to take the greatest precautions lest this should happen, for there was in that town a most ample supply of everything which was serviceable for war, and so fortified was it by the nature of the ground as to afford a great facility for protracting the war, inasmuch as the river Doubs almost surrounds the whole town, as though it were traced round with a pair of compasses. A mountain of great height shuts in the remaining space, which is not more than 600 feet, where the river leaves a gap in such a manner that the roots of that mountain extend to the river's bank on either side. A wall thrown around it makes a citadel of this mountain, and connects it with the town. Hither Caesar hastens by forced marches by night and day, and, after having seized the town, stations a garrison there. Whilst he is tarrying a few days at Vesontio, on account of corn and provisions, from the inquiries of our men and the reports of the Gauls and traders, who asserted that the Germans were men of huge stature, of incredible valour and practice in arms, that ofttimes they, on encountering them, could not bear even their countenance and the fierceness of their eyes. So great a panic on the sudden seized the whole army, so as to discompose the minds and spirits of all in no slight degree. This first arose from the tribunes of the soldiers, the prefects, and the rest, who, having followed Caesar from the city, Rome, from motives of friendship, had no great experience in military affairs, and alleging, some of them one reason, some another, which they said made it necessary for them to depart, they requested that by his consent they might be allowed to withdraw. Some, influenced by shame, stayed behind in order that they might avoid the suspicion of cowardice. These could neither compose their countenance, nor even sometimes check their tears, but hidden in their tents, either bewailed their fate, or deplored with their comrades the general danger. Wills were sealed universally throughout the whole camp. By the expressions and cowardice of these men, even those who possessed great experience in the camp, both soldiers and centurions, and those, the decurions, who were in command of the cavalry, were gradually disconcerted. Such of them as wished to be considered less alarmed said that they did not dread the enemy, but feared the narrowness of the roads and the vastness of the forest which lay between them and Ariovistus, or else that the supplies could not be brought up readily enough. Some even declared to Caesar that when he gave orders for the camp to be moved and the troops to advance, the soldiers would not be obedient to the command nor advance, in consequence of their fear. When Caesar observed these things, having called a council, and summoned to it the centurions of all the companies, he severely reprimanded them, particularly for supposing that it belonged to them to inquire or conjecture either in what direction they were marching, or with what object. That Ariovistus, during his (Caesar's) consulship, had most anxiously sought after the friendship of the Roman people, why should any one judge that he would so rashly depart from his duty? He for his part was persuaded that when his demands were known, and the fairness of the terms considered, he would reject neither his nor the Roman people's favour. But even if, driven on by rage and madness, he should make war upon them, what, after all, were they afraid of? Or why should they despair, either of their own valour or of his zeal? Of that enemy a trial had been made within our father's recollection, when on the defeat of the Cimbri and Teutones by Caius Marius, the army was regarded as having deserved no less praise than their commander himself. It had been made lately, too, in Italy, during the rebellion of the slaves, whom, however, the experience and training which they had received from us assisted in some respect. From which a judgment might be formed of the advantages which resolution carries with it, inasmuch as those who for some time they had groundlessly dreaded when unarmed, they had afterwards vanquished when well armed and flushed with success. In short, that these were the same men whom the Helvetii, in frequent encounters, not only in their own territories, but also in theirs, the German, have generally vanquished, and yet cannot have been a match for our army. If the unsuccessful battle and flight of the Gauls disquieted any, these, if they made inquiries, might discover that when the Gauls had been tired out by the long duration of the war, Ariovistus, after he had many months kept himself in his camp and in the marshes, and had given no opportunity for an engagement, fell suddenly upon them, by this time despairing of a battle, and scattered in all directions, and was victorious more through stratagem and cunning than valour. But though there had been room for such stratagem against savage and unskilled men, not even Ariovistus himself expected that thereby our armies could be entrapped. That those who ascribe their fear to a pretence about the deficiency of supplies and the narrowness of the roads act presumptuously, as they seemed either to distrust their general's discharge of his duty, or to dictate to him. That these things were his concern, that the Sequani, the Luci, and the Lingones were to furnish the corn, and that it was already ripe in the fields. That as to the road, they would soon be able to judge for themselves. As to its being reported that the soldiers would not be obedient to command or advance, he was not at all disturbed by that, for he knew that in the case of all those whose army had not been obedient to command, either upon some mismanagement of an affair fortune had deserted them, or that upon some crime being discovered, covetousness had been clearly proved against them. His integrity had been seen throughout his whole life, his good fortune in the war with the Helvetii, that he would therefore instantly set about what he had intended to put off till a more distant day, and would break up his camp the next night in the 4th watch, that he might ascertain as soon as possible whether a sense of honour and duty, or whether fear, had more influence upon them. But that if no one else should follow, yet he would go with only the 10th Legion, of which he had no misgivings, and that it should be his praetorian cohort. This legion Cæsar had both greatly favoured, and in it, on account of its valour, placed the greatest confidence. Upon the delivery of this speech, the minds of all were changed in a surprising manner, and the highest ardour and eagerness for prosecuting the war were engendered, and the 10th Legion was the first to return thanks to him, through their military tribunes, for his having expressed this most favourable opinion of them, and assured him that they were quite ready to prosecute the war. Then the other legions endeavoured, through their military tribunes and the centurions of the principal companies, to excuse themselves to Cæsar, saying that they had never either doubted or feared, or supposed that the determination of the conduct of the war was theirs and not their general's. Having accepted their excuse, and having had the road carefully reconnoitred by Diviciacus, because in him of all others he had the greatest faith, he found that by a circuitous route of more than 50 miles he might lead his army through open parts. He then set out in the 4th watch, as he had said he would. On the 7th day, as he did not discontinue his march, he was informed by scouts that the forces of Ariovistus were only 24 miles distant from ours. Upon being apprised of Cæsar's arrival, Ariovistus sends ambassadors to him, saying that what he had before requested as to a conference might now, as far as his permission went, take place, since he, Cæsar, had approached nearer, and he considered that he might now do it without danger. Cæsar did not reject the proposal, and began to think that he was now returning to a rational state of mind, as he voluntarily proffered that which he had previously refused to him when he requested it, and was in great hopes that, in consideration of his own, and the Roman people's great favours towards him, the issue would be that he would desist from his obstinacy upon his demands being made known. The 5th day after that was appointed as the day of the conference. Meanwhile, as ambassadors were being often sent to and fro between them, Ariovistus demanded that Cæsar should not bring any foot soldier with him to the conference, saying that he was afraid of being ensnared by him through treachery, that both should come accompanied by cavalry, that he would not come on any other condition. Caesar, as he neither wished that the conference should, by an excuse thrown in the way, be set aside, nor durst trust his life to the cavalry of the Gauls, decided that it would be most expedient to take away from the Gallic cavalry all their horses, and thereon to mount the legionary soldiers of the 10th Legion, in which he placed the greatest confidence, in order that he might have a bodyguard as trustworthy as possible, should there be any need for action. And when this was done, one of the soldiers of the 10th Legion said, not without a touch of humour, that Caesar did more for them than he had promised. He had promised to have the 10th Legion in place of his praetorian cohort, but now he converted them into horse. There was a large plain, and in it a mound of earth of considerable size. This spot was at nearly an equal distance from both camps. Thither, as had been appointed, they came for the conference. Caesar stationed the legion which he had brought with him on horseback 200 paces from this mound. The cavalry of Ariovistus also took their stand at an equal distance. Ariovistus then demanded that they should confer on horseback, and that, besides themselves, they should bring with them 10 men each to the conference. When they were come to the place, Caesar, in the opening of his speech, detailed his own and the Senate's favours towards him, Ariovistus, in that he had been styled king, in that he had been styled friend by the Senate, in that very considerable presents had been sent him, which circumstance he informed him had both fallen to the lot of few, and had usually been bestowed in consideration of important personal services; that he, although he had neither an introduction nor a just ground for the request, had obtained these honours through the kindness and munificence of himself, Caesar, and the Senate. He informed him, too, how old and how just were the grounds of connection that existed between themselves, the Romans, and the Aedui, what decrees of the Senate had been passed in their favour, and how frequent and how honourable; how from time immemorial the Aedui had held the supremacy of the whole of Gaul, even, said Caesar, before they had sought our friendship; that it was the custom of the Roman people to desire not only that its allies and friends should lose none of their property, but be advanced in influence, dignity, and honour. Who then could endure that what they had brought with them to the friendship of the Roman people should be torn from them? He then made the same demands which he had commissioned the ambassadors to make, that Ariovistus should not make war either upon the Aedui or their allies; that he should restore the hostages; that if he could not send back to their country any part of the Germans, he should at all events suffer none of them any more to cross the Rhine. Ariovistus replied briefly to the demands of Caesar, but expatiated largely on his own virtues; that he had crossed the Rhine not of his own accord, but on being invited and sent for by the Gauls; that he had not left home and kindred without great expectations and great rewards; that he had settlements in Gaul, granted by the Gauls themselves; that the hostages had been given by their own good will; that he took by right of war the tribute which conquerors are accustomed to impose on the conquered; that he had not made war upon the Gauls, but the Gauls upon him; that all the states of Gaul came to attack him, and had encamped against him; that all their forces had been routed and beaten by him in a single battle; that if they chose to make a second trial, he was ready to encounter them again; but if they chose to enjoy peace, it was unfair to refuse the tribute which of their own free will they had paid up to that time; that the friendship of the Roman people ought to prove to him an ornament and a safeguard, not a detriment, and that he sought it with that expectation; but if through the Roman people the tribute was to be discontinued, and those who surrendered to be seduced from him, he would renounce the friendship of the Roman people no less heartily than he had sought it. As to his leading over a host of Germans into Gaul, that he was doing this with a view of securing himself, not of assaulting Gaul; that there was evidence of this, in that he did not come without being invited, and in that he did not make war, but merely warded it off; that he had come into Gaul before the Roman people; that never before this time did a Roman army go beyond the frontiers of the province of Gaul. What, said he, does Caesar desire? Why come into his (Ariovistus's) domains? That this was his province of Gaul, just as that is ours; as it ought not to be pardoned in him if he were to make an attack upon our territories, so likewise that we were unjust to obstruct him in his prerogative. As for Caesar's saying that the Aedui had been styled brethren by the Senate, he was not so uncivilized, nor so ignorant of affairs, as not to know that the Ædui, in the very last war with the Allobrages, had neither rendered assistance to the Romans, nor received any from the Roman people in the struggles which the Ædui had been maintaining with him and the Sequani. He must feel suspicious that Cæsar, though feigning friendship as a reason for his keeping an army in Gaul, was keeping it in the view of crushing him, and that unless he depart and withdraw his army from these parts, he shall regard him not as a friend, but as a foe, and that even if he should put him to death, he should do what would please many of the nobles and leading men of the Roman people. He had assurance of that from themselves through their messengers, and could purchase the favour and friendship of them all by his (Cæsar's) death. But if he would depart and resign to him the free possession of Gaul, he would recompense him with a great reward, and would bring to a close whatever wars he wished to be carried on without any trouble or risk to him. Many things were stated by Cæsar to the following effect: that he could not waive the business, and that neither his nor the Roman people's practice would suffer him to abandon most meritorious allies. Nor did he deem that Gaul belonged to Ariovistus rather than to the Roman people, that the Arverni and the Ruteni had been subdued in war by Quintus Fabius Maximus, and that the Roman people had pardoned them and had not reduced them into a province or imposed a tribute upon them. And if the most ancient period was to be regarded, then was the sovereignty of the Roman people in Gaul most just. If the decree of the Senate was to be observed, then ought Gaul to be free, which they, the Romans, had conquered in war, and had permitted to enjoy its own laws. While these things were being transacted in the conference, it was announced to Cæsar that the cavalry of Ariovistus were approaching nearer the mound, and were riding up to our men and casting stones and weapons at them. Cæsar made an end of his speech, and betook himself to his men, and commanded them that they should by no means return a weapon upon the enemy. For though he saw that an engagement with the cavalry would be without any danger to his chosen legion, yet he did not think proper to engage, lest after the enemy were routed it might be said that they had been ensnared by him under the sanction of a conference. When it was spread abroad among the common soldiery with what haughtiness Ariovistus had behaved at the conference, and how he had ordered the Romans to quit Gaul, and how his cavalry had made an attack upon our men, and how this had broken off the conference, a much greater alacrity and eagerness for battle was infused into our army. 2 days after, Ariovistus sends ambassadors to Cæsar to state that he wished to treat with him about those things which had been begun to be treated of between them, but had not been concluded, and to beg that he would either again appoint a day for the conference, or, if he were not willing to do that, that he would send one of his officers as an ambassador to him. There did not appear to Cæsar any good reason for holding a conference, and the more so as the day before the Germans could not be restrained from casting weapons at our men. He thought he should not, without great danger, send to him as ambassador one of his Roman officers, and should expose him to savage men. It seemed, therefore, most proper to send to him C. Valerius Procillus, the son of C. Valerius Caburus, a young man of the highest courage and accomplishments, whose father had been presented with the freedom of the city by C. Valerius Flaccus, both on account of his fidelity and on account of his knowledge of the Gallic language, which Ariovistus, by long practice, now spoke fluently, and because, in his case, the Germans would have no motive for committing violence; and for his colleague M. Medius, who had shared the hospitality of Ariovistus. He commissioned them to learn what Ariovistus had to say, and to report to him. But when Ariovistus saw them before him in his camp, he cried out in the presence of his army, "Why were they come to him? Was it for the purpose of acting as spies?" He stopped them when attempting to speak, and cast them into chains. The same day he moved his camp forward, and pitched under a hill 6 miles from Cæsar's camp. The day following he led his forces past Cæsar's camp, and encamped 2 miles beyond him, with this design, that he might cut off Cæsar from the corn and provisions which might be conveyed to him from the Sequani and the Ædui. For 5 successive days from that day Cæsar drew out his forces before the camp and put them in battle order, that if Ariovistus should be willing to engage in battle, an opportunity might not be wanting to him. Ariovistus all this time kept his army in camp, but engaged daily in cavalry skirmishes. The method of battle in which the Germans had practised themselves was this: There were 6,000 horse, and as many very active and courageous foot, one of whom each of the horse selected out of the whole army for his own protection. By these men they were constantly accompanied on their engagements. To these the horse retired. These on any emergency rushed forward. If any one, upon receiving a very severe wound, had fallen from his horse, they stood round him. If it was necessary to advance further than usual, or to retreat more rapidly, so great, from practice, was their swiftness, that supported by the manes of the horses, they could keep pace with their speed. Perceiving that Ariovistus kept himself in camp, Cæsar, that he might not any longer be cut off from provisions, chose a convenient position for a camp beyond that place in which the Germans had encamped, about 600 paces from them, and having drawn up his army in 3 lines, marched to that place. He ordered the first and second lines to be under arms, the third to fortify the camp. This place was distant from the enemy about 600 paces, as has been stated. Thither Ariovistus sent light troops, about 16,000 men in number, with all his cavalry, which forces were to intimidate our men and hinder them in their fortification. Cæsar, nevertheless, as he had before arranged, ordered 2 lines to drive off the enemy, the third to execute the work. The camp being fortified, he left there 2 legions and a portion of the auxiliaries, and led back the other 4 legions into the larger camp. The next day, according to his custom, Cæsar led out his forces from both camps, and having advanced a little from the larger one, drew up his line of battle, and gave the enemy an opportunity of fighting. When he found that they did not even then come out from their entrenchments, he led back his army into a camp about noon. Then at last Ariovistus sent part of his forces to attack the lesser camp. The battle was vigorously maintained on both sides till the evening. At sunset, after many wounds had been inflicted and received, Ariovistus led back his forces into camp. When Cæsar inquired of his prisoners wherefore Ariovistus did not come to an engagement, he discovered this to be the reason: that among the Germans it was the custom for their matrons to pronounce from lots and divination whether it were expedient that the battle should be engaged in or not; that they had said that it was not the will of heaven that the Germans should conquer if they engaged in battle before the new moon. The day following, Cæsar left what seemed sufficient as a guard for both camps, and then drew up all the auxiliaries in sight of the enemy before the lesser camp, because he was not very powerful in the number of legionary soldiers, considering the number of the enemy, that thereby he might make use of his auxiliaries for appearance. He himself, having drawn up his army in 3 lines, advanced to the camp of the enemy. Then at last, of necessity, the Germans drew their forces out of camp, and disposed them canton by canton at equal distances, the Harudes, Marcomanni, Trabocchi, Vangiones, Nemetis, Seduci, Suevi, and surrounded their whole army with their chariots and wagons, that no hope might be left in flight. On these they placed their women, who, with dishevelled hair and in tears, entreated the soldiers, as they went forward to battle, not to deliver them into slavery to the Romans. Cæsar appointed over each legion a lieutenant and a quaestor, that every one might have them as witnesses of his valour. He himself began the battle at the head of the right wing, because he observed that part of the enemy to be the least strong. Accordingly, our men, upon the signal being given, vigorously made an attack upon the enemy, and the enemy so suddenly and rapidly rushed forward that there was no time for casting the javelins at them. Throwing aside, therefore, their javelins, they fought with swords hand to hand. But the Germans, according to their custom, rapidly forming a phalanx, sustained the attack of our swords. There were found very many of our soldiers who leaped upon the phalanx, and with their hands tore away the shields and wounded the enemy from above. Although the army of the enemy was routed on the left wing and put to flight, they still pressed heavily on our men from the right wing by the great number of their troops. On observing this, P. Crassus the younger, who commanded the cavalry, as he was more disengaged than those who were employed in the fight, sent the 3rd line as a relief to our men who were in distress. Thereupon the engagement was renewed, and all the enemy turned their backs, nor did they cease to flee until their arrival at the river Rhine, about 50 miles from that place. There some few, either relying on their strength, endeavoured to swim over, or finding boats procured their safety. Among the latter was Ariovistus, who, meeting with a small vessel tied to the bank, escaped in it. Our horse pursued and slew all the rest of them. Ariovistus had 2 wives, one a Suevan by nation, whom he had brought with him from home, the other a Norican, the sister of King Vocion, whom he had married in Gaul, she having been sent hither for that purpose by her brother. Both perished in that flight. Of their 2 daughters one was slain, the other captured. C. Valerius Procillus, as he was being dragged by his guards in the flight, bound with triple chains, fell into the hands of Cæsar himself, as he was pursuing the enemy with his cavalry. This circumstance indeed afforded Cæsar no less pleasure than the victory itself, because he saw a man of the first rank in the province of Gaul, his intimate acquaintance and friend, rescued from the hand of the enemy and restored to him, and that fortune had not diminished aught the joy and exultation of that day by his destruction. He, Procillus, said that in his own presence the lots had been thrice consulted respecting him, whether he should immediately be put to death by fire or be reserved for another time, that by the favour of the lots he was uninjured. And Medius was also found and brought back to him, Cæsar. This battle having been reported beyond the Rhine, the Suevi, who had come to the banks of that river, began to return home, when the Ubii, who dwelt nearest to the Rhine, pursuing them while much alarmed, slew a great number of them. Cæsar, having concluded two very important wars in one campaign, conducted his army into winter quarters among the Sequani a little earlier than the season of the year required. He appointed Labienus over the winter quarters, and set out in person for Hither Gaul to hold the assizes. End of Section 39. Recording by Todd.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 40. On the Manners and Customs of Ancient Gauls and Germans, and the Two Lieutenants from the Gallic Wars, and Epigram on Terentius, by Caius Julius Caesar. On the Manners and Customs of Ancient Gauls and Germans, from the Gallic Wars. Since we have come to this place, it does not appear to be foreign to our subject to lay before the reader an account of the manners of Gaul and Germany, and wherein these nations differ from each other. In Gaul there are factions not only in all the states and in all the cantons and their divisions, but almost in each family. And of these factions, those are the leaders who are considered according to their judgment to possess the greatest influence, upon whose will and determination the management of all affairs and measures depends. And that seems to have been instituted in ancient times with this view, that no one of the common people should be in want of support against one more powerful, for none of these leaders suffers his party to be oppressed and defrauded, and if he do otherwise he has no influence among his party. This same policy exists throughout the whole of Gaul, for all the states are divided into two factions. When Caesar arrived in Gaul, the Aedui were the leaders of one faction, the Sequani of the other. Since the latter were less powerful by themselves, inasmuch as the chief influence was from of old among the Aedui, and their dependencies were great, they had united to themselves the Germans and Ariovistus, and had brought them over to their party by great sacrifices and promises. And having fought several successful battles and slain all the nobility of the Aedui, they had so far surpassed them in power that they brought over from the Aedui to themselves a large portion of their dependents, and received from them the sons of their leading men as hostages, and compelled them to swear in their public character that they would enter into no design against them, and held a portion of the neighbouring land seized on by force, and possessed the sovereignty of the whole of Gaul. Divitiacus, urged by this necessity, had proceeded to Rome to the Senate for the purpose of entreating assistance, and had returned without accomplishing his object. A change of affairs ensued on the arrival of Caesar. The hostages were returned to the Aedui, their old dependencies restored, and new ones acquired through Caesar, because those who had attached themselves to the alliance saw that they enjoyed a better state and a milder government. Their other interests, their influence, their reputation were likewise increased, and in consequence the Sequani lost the sovereignty. The Remi succeeded to their place, and as it was perceived that they equalled the Aedui in favour with Caesar, those who on account of their old animosities could by no means coalesce with the Aedui, consigned themselves in clientship to the Remi. The latter carefully protected them. Thus they possessed both a new and suddenly acquired influence. Affairs were then in that position that the Aedui were considered by far the leading people, and the Remi held the second post of honour. Throughout all Gaul there are two orders of those men who are of any rank and dignity, for the commonalty is held almost in the condition of slaves, and dares to undertake nothing of itself, and is admitted to no deliberation. The greater part, when they are pressed either by debt, or the large amount of their tributes, or the oppression of the more powerful, give themselves up in vassalage to the nobles, who possess over them the same rights without exception as masters over their slaves. But of these two orders, one is that of the Druids, the other that of the knights. The former are engaged in things sacred, conduct the public and the private sacrifices, and interpret all matters of religion. To these a large number of the young men resort for the purpose of instruction, and they, the Druids, are in great honor among them. For they determine respecting almost all controversies, public and private, and if any crime has been perpetrated, if murder has been committed, if there be any dispute about an inheritance, if any about boundaries, these same persons decide it. They decree rewards and punishments. If any one, either in a private or public capacity, has not submitted to their decision, they interdict him from the sacrifices. This among them is the most heavy punishment. Those who have been thus interdicted are esteemed in the number of the impious and criminal. All shun them and avoid their society and conversation, lest they receive some evil from their contact. Nor is justice administered to them when seeking it, nor is any dignity bestowed on them. Over all these Druids one presides, who possesses supreme authority among them. Upon his death, if any individual among the rest is preeminent in dignity, he succeeds, but if there are many equal, the election is made by the suffrages of the Druids. Sometimes they even contend for the presidency with arms. These assemble at a fixed period of the year in a consecrated place in the territories of the Carnutes, which is reckoned the central region of the whole of Gaul. Hither all who have disputes assemble from every part, and submit to their decrees and determinations. This institution is supposed to have been devised in Britain, and to have been brought over from it into Gaul. And now those who desire to gain a more accurate knowledge of that system generally proceed thither for the purpose of studying it. The Druids do not go to war, nor pay tribute together with the rest. They have an exemption from military service and a dispensation in all matters. Induced by such great advantages, many embrace this profession of their own accord, and many are sent to it by their parents and relations. They are said there to learn by heart a great number of verses. Accordingly, some remain in the course of training 20 years. Nor do they regard it lawful to commit these to writing, though in almost all other matters, in their public and private transactions, they use Greek characters. That practice they seem to me to have adopted for two reasons: because they neither desire their doctrines to be divulged among the mass of the people, nor those who learn, to devote themselves the less to the efforts of memory, relying on writing, since it generally occurs to most men that in their dependence on writing they relax their diligence in learning thoroughly, and their employment of the memory. They wish to inculcate this as one of their leading tenets, that souls do not become extinct, but pass after death from one body to another, and they think that men by this tenet are in a great degree excited to valor, the fear of death being disregarded. They likewise discuss and impart to the youth many things respecting the stars and their motion, respecting the extent of the world and of our earth, respecting the nature of things, respecting the power and the majesty of the immortal gods. The other order is that of the knights. These, when there is occasion, and any war occurs, which before Caesar's arrival was for the most part wont to happen every year, as either they on their part were inflicting injuries, or repelling those which others inflicted on them, are all engaged in war. And those of them most distinguished by birth and resources have the greatest number of vassals and dependents about them. They acknowledge this sort of influence and power only. The nation of all the Gauls is extremely devoted to superstitious rites, and on that account they who are troubled with unusually severe diseases, and they who are engaged in battles and dangers, either sacrifice men as victims, or vow that they will sacrifice them, and employ the Druids as the performers of those sacrifices, because they think that unless the life of a man be offered for the life of a man, the mind of the immortal gods cannot be rendered propitious, and they have sacrifices of that kind ordained for national purposes. Others have figures of vast size, the limbs of which, formed of osiers, they fill with living men, which being set on fire, the men perish enveloped in the flames. They consider that the oblation of such as have been taken in theft or in robbery or any other offense is more acceptable to the immortal gods, but when a supply of that class is wanting, they have recourse to the oblation of even the innocent. They worship as their divinity Mercury in particular, and have many images of him, and regard him as the inventor of all arts. They consider him the guide of their journeys and marches, and believe him to have a very great influence over the acquisition of gain and mercantile transactions. Next to him they worship Apollo, and Mars, and Jupiter, and Minerva. Respecting these deities, they have for the most part the same belief as other nations, that Apollo averts diseases, that Minerva imparts the invention of manufactures, that Jupiter possesses the sovereignty of the heavenly powers, that Mars presides over wars. To him, when they have determined to engage in battle, they commonly vow those things which they shall take in war. When they have conquered, they sacrifice whatever captured animals may have survived the conflict, and collect the other things into one place. In many states you may see piles of these things heaped up in their consecrated spots, nor does it often happen that any one, disregarding the sanctity of the case, dares either to secrete in his house things captured, or take away those deposited, and the most severe punishment with torture has been established for such a deed. All the Gauls assert that they are descended from the god Dis, and say that this tradition has been handed down by the Druids. For that reason they compute the divisions of every season not by the number of days, but of nights. They keep birthdays and the beginnings of months and years in such an order that the day follows the night. Among the other usages of their life, they differ in this from almost all other nations, that they do not permit their children to approach them openly until they are grown up, so as to be able to bear the service of war, and they regard it as indecorous for a son of boyish age to stand in public in the presence of his father. Whatever sums of money the husbands have received in the name of dowry from their wives, making an estimate of it, they add the same amount out of their own estates. An account is kept of all this money conjointly, and the profits are laid by. Whichever of them shall have survived the other, to that one the portion of both reverts, together with the profits of the previous time. Husbands have power of life and death over their wives as well as over their children, and when the father of a family born in a more than commonly distinguished rank has died, his relations assemble, and if the circumstances of his death are suspicious, hold an investigation upon the wives in the manner adopted towards slaves, and if proof be obtained, put them to severe torture and kill them. Their funerals, considering the state of civilization among the Gauls, are magnificent and costly, and they cast into the fire all things, including living creatures, which they suppose to have been dear to them when alive. And a little before this period, slaves and dependents who were ascertained to have been beloved by them, were, after the regular funeral rites were completed, burnt together with them. Those states which are considered to conduct their commonwealth more judiciously have it ordained by their laws that if any person shall have heard by rumour and report from his neighbours anything concerning the commonwealth, he shall convey it to the magistrate, and not impart it to any other, because it has been discovered that inconsiderate and inexperienced men were often alarmed by false reports and driven to some rash act, or else took hasty measures in affairs of the highest importance. The magistrates conceal those things which require to be kept unknown, and they disclose to the people whatever they determine to be expedient. It is not lawful to speak of the commonwealth except in council. The Germans differ much from these usages, for they have neither Druids to preside over sacred offices, nor do they pay great regard to sacrifices. They rank in the number of the gods those alone whom they behold, and by whose instrumentality they are obviously benefited, namely, the sun, fire, and the moon. They have not heard of the other deities even by report. Their whole life is occupied in hunting and in the pursuits of the military art. From childhood they devote themselves to fatigue and hardships. Those who have remained chaste for the longest time receive the greatest commendation among their people. They think that by this the growth is promoted, by this the physical powers are increased and the sinews are strengthened. And to have had knowledge of woman before the 20th year they reckon among the most disgraceful acts, of which matter there is no concealment, because they bathe promiscuously in the rivers, and only use skins or small cloaks of deer's hides, a large portion of the body being in consequence naked. They do not pay much attention to agriculture, and a large portion of their food consists in milk, cheese, and flesh. Nor has any one a fixed quantity of land or his own individual limits. But the magistrates and the leading men each year apportion to the tribes and families who have united together as much land as, and in the place which, they think proper, and the year after compel them to remove elsewhere. For this enactment they advance many reasons, lest, seduced by long continued custom, they may exchange their ardour in the waging of war for agriculture, lest they may be anxious to acquire extensive estates, and the more powerful drive the weaker from their possessions, lest they construct their houses with too great a desire to avoid cold and heat, lest the desire of wealth spring up, from which cause divisions and discords arise, and that they may keep the common people in a contented state of mind, when each sees his own means placed on an equality with those of the most powerful. It is the greatest glory to the several states to have as wide deserts as possible around them, their frontiers having been laid waste. They consider this the real evidence of their prowess, that their neighbors shall be driven out of their lands and abandon them, and that no one dare settle near them. At the same time they think that they shall be on that account the more secure, because they have removed the apprehension of a sudden incursion. When a state either repels war waged against it, or wages it against another, the magistrates are chosen to preside over that war with such authority that they have power of life and death. In peace there is no common magistrate, but the chiefs of provinces and cantons administer justice and determine controversies among their own people. Robberies which are committed beyond the boundaries of each state bear no infamy, and they avow that these are committed for the purpose of disciplining their youth and of preventing sloth. And when any of their chiefs has said in an assembly that he will be their leader, let those who are willing to follow give in their names. They who approve of both the enterprise and the man arise and promise their assistance, and are applauded by the people. Such of them as have not followed him are accounted in the number of deserters and traitors, and confidence in all matters is afterwards refused them. To injure guests they regard as impious. They defend from wrong those who have come to them for any purpose whatever, and esteem them inviolable. To them the houses of all are open, and maintenance is freely supplied. And there was formerly a time when the Gauls excelled the Germans in prowess, and waged war on them offensively, and on account of the great number of their people, and the insufficiency of their land, sent colonies over the Rhine. Accordingly, the Volcae Tectosages seized on these parts of Germany which are the most fruitful, and lie around the Hercynian forest, which I perceive was known by report to Eratosthenes and some other Greeks, and which they called Orsinia, and settled there; which nation to this time retains its position in those settlements, and has a very high character for justice and military merit. Now also they continue in the same scarcity, indigence, hardihood as the Germans, and use the same food and dress. But their proximity to the province, and knowledge of commodities from countries beyond the sea, supplies to the Gauls many things tending to luxury as well as civilization. Accustomed by degrees to be overmatched and worsted in many engagements, they do not even compare themselves to the Germans in prowess. The breadth of this Hercynian forest, which has been referred to above, is to a quick traveller a journey of 9 days. For it cannot be otherwise computed, nor are they acquainted with the measures of roads. It begins at the frontiers of the Helvetii, Nemetes, and Rorasi, and extends in a straight line along the river Danube to the territories of the Daci and the Anartes. It bends thence to the left in a different direction from the river, and owing to its extent touches the confines of many nations. Nor is there any person belonging to this part of Germany who says that he either has gone to the extremity of that forest, though he had advanced a journey of 60 days, or has heard in what place it begins. It is certain that many kinds of wild beasts are produced in it, which have not been seen in other parts; of which the following are such as differ principally from other animals, and appear worthy of being committed to record. There is an ox of the shape of a stag, between whose ears a horn rises from the middle of the forehead, higher and straighter than those horns which are known to us. From the top of this, branches like palms stretch out a considerable distance. The shape of the female and of the male is the same, the appearance and the size of the horns is the same. There are also animals which are called elks. The shape of these, and the varied colour of their skins, is much like roes, but in size they surpass them a little, and are destitute of horns, and have legs without joints and ligatures; nor do they lie down for the purpose of rest, nor, if they have been thrown down by any accident, can they raise or lift themselves up. Trees serve as beds to them; they lean themselves against them, and thus, reclining only slightly, they take their rest. When the huntsmen have discovered from the footsteps of these animals whither they are accustomed to betake themselves, they either undermine all the trees at the roots, or cut into them so far that the upper part of the trees may appear to be left standing. When they have leant upon them, according to their habit, they knock down by their weight the unsupported trees, and fall down themselves along with them. There is a third kind, consisting of those animals which are called uri. These are a little below the elephant in size, and of the appearance, colour, and shape of a bull. Their strength and speed are extraordinary; they spare neither man nor wild beast which they have espied. These the Germans take with much pains in pits and kill them. The young men harden themselves with this exercise, and practice themselves in this kind of hunting, and those who have slain the greatest number of them, having produced the horns in public to serve as evidence, receive great praise. But not even when taken very young can they be rendered familiar to men and tamed. The size, shape, and appearance of their horns differ much from the horns of our oxen. These they, the Gauls, anxiously seek after, and bind at the tips with silver, and use as cups at their most sumptuous entertainments. The two lieutenants from the Gallic Wars. In that legion there were two very brave men, centurions, who were now approaching the first ranks, T. Pulfio and L. Varenus. These used to have continual disputes between them which of them should be preferred, and every year used to contend for promotion with the utmost animosity. When the fight was going on most vigorously before the fortifications, Pulfio, one of them, says, "Why do you hesitate, Varenus? Or what better opportunity of signalizing your valor do you seek? This very day shall decide our disputes." When he had uttered these words, he proceeds beyond the fortifications, and rushes on that part of the enemy which appeared the thickest. Nor does Varenus remain within the rampart, but respecting the high opinion of all, follows close after. Then, when an inconsiderable space intervened, Pulfio throws his javelin at the enemy, and pierces one of the multitude who was running up. And while the latter was wounded and slain, the enemy cover him with their shields, and all throw their weapons at the other, and afford him no opportunity of retreating. The shield of Pulfio is pierced, and a javelin is fastened in his belt. This circumstance turns aside his scabbard, and obstructs his right hand when attempting to draw his sword. The enemy crowd around him when thus embarrassed. His rival runs up to him, and succours him in this emergency. Immediately the whole host turn from Pulfio to him, supposing the other to be pierced through by the javelin. Varenus rushes on briskly with his sword, and carries on the combat hand to hand, and having slain one man, for a short time drove back the rest. While he urges on too eagerly, slipping into a hollow, he fell. To him in his turn, when surrounded, Pulfio brings relief, and both, having slain a great number, retreat into the fortifications amidst the highest applause. Fortune so dealt with both in this rivalry and conflict, that the one competitor was a succour and safeguard to the other, nor could it be determined which of the two appeared worthy of being preferred to the other. Epigram on Terentius. This sole fragment of literary criticism from the dictator's hand is preserved on the Suetonian life of Terence. Two of Caesar's brief but masterly letters to Cicero will be quoted under the latter name. You, moreover, although you are but the half of Menander, lover of diction pure, with the first have a place, and with reason. Would that vigour as well to your gentle writing were added. So your comic force would in equal glory have rivalled even the Greeks themselves, though now you ignobly are vanquished. Truly I sorrow and grieve that you lack this only, O Terence. End of section 40.
Section number 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 41. Pete Quilliam's Firstborn, from The Manxman, by Thomas Henry Hall Caine. From The Manxman, copyrighted 1894 by D. Appleton and Company. Pete went up to Sulby like an avalanche, shouting his greetings to everybody on the way, but when he got near to the ferry he wiped his steaming forehead and held his panting breath, and pretended not to have heard the news. "How's the poor girl now?" he said in a meek voice, trying to look powerfully miserable, and playing his part splendidly for 30 seconds. Then the women made eyes at each other, and looked wondrous, knowing, and nodded sideways at Pete, and clucked and chuckled, saying, "Look at him, he doesn't know anything, does he? Course not, woman, these men creatures are no use for nothing." "Out of a man's way!" cried Pete, with a roar, and he made a rush for the stairs. Nancy blocked him at the foot of them with both hands on his shoulders. "You'll be quiet then," she whispered. "You were always a reasonable man, Pete, and she's wonderful weak. Promise you'll be quiet." "I'll be like a mouse," said Pete, and he wiped off his long sea boots and crept on tiptoe into the room. There she lay with the morning light on her, and a face as white as the quilt that she was plucking with her long fingers. "Thank God for a living mother and a living child," said Pete in a broken gurgle, and then he drew down the bedclothes a very little, and there too was the child on the pillow of her other arm. Then, do what he would to be quiet, he could not help but make a shout. "He's there! Yes, he is! He is, though! Joy! Joy!" The women were down on him like a flock of geese. "Out of this, sir, if you can't behave better." "Excuse me, ladies," said Pete humbly. "I'm not in the habit of babies. A bit excited, you see. Mistress Nancy, ma'am, couldn't help putting a bull of a roar out, not being used of the like." Then turning back to the bed, "Ah, Kitty, the beauty it is, though! And the as big as my fist already. And the fat, it's as fat as a bluebottle. And the straight, well, not so very straight, neither, but the complexion at him now. Give him to me, Kitty, give him to me, the young rascal. Let me have a hold of him anyway." "Him, indeed! Listen to the man," said Nancy. "It's a girl, Pete," said Grannie, lifting the child out of the bed. "A girl, is it?" said Pete doubtfully. "Well," he said, with a wag of the head, "thank God for a girl." Then, with another and more resolute wag, "Yes, thank God for a living mother and a living child, if it is a girl." And he stretched out his arms to take the baby. "Aisy now, Pete, aisy," said Grannie, holding it out to him. "Is it aisy broke they are, Grannie?" said Pete. A good spirit looked out of his great boyish face. "Come to your old daddy, you little sandpiper. God bless me, Kitty, the weight of him, though. This child's 250 if he's an ounce. He is. I'll go bail he is. Look at him, gahang! Grannie, did ye ever see the like? Now, it's absolute perfection, Kitty. I couldn't have had a better one if I'd chiced it. Where's that Tom Hommy now? The bleating little billygoat. He was bragging outrageous about his new baby, saying he wouldn't part with it for two of the best cows in his cowhouse. This'll floor him, I'm thinking. What's that you're saying, Mistress Nancy, ma'am? No good for nothing, am I? You were right, Grannie. It'll be all joy soon, you were saying. And haven't we the child to show for it? I put on my stocking inside out on Monday, ma'am. I'm in luck, says I, and so I was. Look at that now. He's shaking his little fist at his father, he is, though. This child knows me. Ah, you're clever, Nancy, but no nonsense at all, Mistress Nancy, ma'am. Nothing will persuade me, but this child knows me." "Do you hear the man?" said Nancy. "He, and he, and he, and he! It's a girl, I'm telling you, a girl, a girl, a girl!" "Well, well, a girl. Then a girl we'll make it," said Pete, with determined resignation. "He's deceived," said Grannie. "It was a boy he was wanting, poor fellow." But Pete scoffed at the idea. "A boy? No, no, a girl for your life. I'm all for girls myself, eh, Kitty? Always was, and now I've got two of them." The child began to cry, and Grannie took it back and rocked it, face downwards, across her knees. "Goodness me, the voice at him!" said Pete. "It's a skipper he's born for, a harbour master anyway." The child slept, and Grannie put it on the pillow, turned lengthwise at Kate's side. "Quiet as a Jenny Wren now," said Pete. "Look at the bull, smiling in his sleep, just like a baby mermaid on the egg of a dogfish. But where's the ould man at all? Has he seen it? We must have it in the papers. The Times? Yes, and the Tiser too. The beloved wife of Mr. Captain Peter Quilliam. of a boy, a girl, I mean. Ah, the wonder! There'll be all the island over, everybody getting to know. Newspapers are like women, terrible bad for keeping secrets. What'll Philip say?" There was a low moaning from the bed. "Air! Give me air! Open the door!" Kate gasped. "The room is getting too hot for her," said Grannie. "Come, there's one too many of us here," said Nancy. "Out of it!" And she swept Pete from the bedroom with her apron as if he had been a drove of ducks. Pete glanced backward from the door, and a cloak that was hanging on the inside of it brushed his face. "God bless her," he said in a low tone. "God bless and reward her for going through this for me." Then he touched the cloak with his lips and disappeared. A moment later his curly black poll came stealing round the door jamb halfway down, like the head of a big boy. "Nancy," in a whisper, "put the tongs over the cradle. It's a pity to tempt the fairies. And, Grannie, I wouldn't lave it alone to go out to the cowhouse. The little people are shocking bad for changing." End of Section 41. Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 42. Biographical Note on Pedro Calderón, by Maurice Francis Egan. Pedro Calderón, 1600 to 1681. The reputation of Pedro Calderón de la Barca has suffered in the minds of English-speaking people from the injudicious comparisons of critics, as well as from lack of knowledge of his works. To put Calderón, a master of invention, beside Shakespeare, the master of character, and to show by analogies that the author of Othello was far superior to the writer of the physician of his own honor, is unjust to Calderón, and it is as futile as are the ecstasies of Schultz to the coldness of Sismondi. Schultz compares Dante with him, and the French critics have only recently forgiven him for being less classical in form than Corneille, who, in Le Cid, gave them all the Spanish poetry they wanted. Fortunately, the student of Calderon need not take opinions. Good editions of Calderon are easily attainable. The best known are Heil's, Leipzig, 1827, and that by Hartzenbusch, Madrid, 1848. The first edition, with forewords by Vera Tassis de Villarreal, appeared at Madrid, 9 volumes, in 1682–91. Commentaries and translations are numerous in German and in English. The translations by Denis Florence McCarthy are the most satisfactory, Edward Fitzgerald's being too periphrastic. Dean Trench added much to our knowledge of Calderon's best work. George Ticknor in The History of Spanish Literature, and George Henry Lewes in The Spanish Drama, left us clear estimates of Lope de Vega's great successor. Shelley's scenes from El Magico Paradiso are superb. No analyses can do justice to the dramas, or to the religious plays, called autos by Calderon. They must be read, and thanks to the late Mr. McCarthy's sympathy and zeal, the finest are easily attainable. As he left 73 autos and 108 dramas, it is lucky that the work of sifting the best from the mass of varying merit has been carefully done. Mr. Ticknor mentions the fact that Calderon collaborated with other authors in the writing of 14 other plays. Calderon was not the Spanish Shakespeare. The Spanish Ben Jonson would be a happier title, if one feels obliged to compare everything with something else. But Calderon is as far above Ben Jonson in splendor of imagery as he is below Shakespeare in his knowledge of the heart, and in that vitality which makes Hamlet and Orlando, Lady Macbeth and Perdita, men and women of all time. They live. Calderon's people, like Ben Jonson's, move. There is a resemblance between the autos of Calderon and the masques of Jonson. Jonson's are lyrical, Calderon's less lyrical than splendid, ethical, grandiose. They were both court poets, they both made court spectacles, they both assisted in the decay of the drama, they reflected the tastes of their time. But Calderon is the more noble, the more splendid in imagination, the more intense in his devotion to nature in all her moods. If one wanted to carry the habit of comparison into music, Mozart might well represent the spirit of Calderon. M. Filleretto Chezet is right when he says that El Magico Prodigioso should be presented in a cathedral. Calderon's genius had the cast of the soldier and the priest, and he was both soldier and priest. His comedias and autos are of Spain, Spanish. To know Calderon is to know the mind of the Spain of the 17th century. To know Cervantes is to know its heart. The Church had opposed the secularization of the drama at the end of the 15th century for two reasons. The dramatic spectacle fostered for religious purposes had become, until Lope de Vega rescued it, a medium for that naturalism which some of us fancy to be a discovery of M. Zola and M. Catulle Mendès. It had escaped from the control of the Church and had become a mere diversion. Calderon was the one man who could unite the spirit of religion to the form of the drama which the secular Renaissance imperiously demanded. He knew the philosophy of Aristotle and the theology of the Summa of St. Thomas as well as any cleric in Spain, though he did not take orders until late in life. And in those religious spectacles called autos sacramentales, he showed this knowledge wonderfully. His last auto was unfinished when he died on May 25, 1681, 65 years after the death of Shakespeare, and Don Melchior de Leon completed it, probably in time for the feast of Corpus Christi. The auto was an elaboration of the older miracle play, and a spectacle as much in keeping with the temper of the Spanish court and people as Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream or Ben Jonson's Fortunate Isles was in accord with the tastes of the English. And Calderon, of all Spanish poets, best pleased his people. He was the favorite poet of the court under Philip IV, and director of the theatre in the palace of the Buen Retiro. The skill in the art of construction, which he had begun to acquire when he wrote The Devotion of the Cross at the age of 19, was turned to stage management at the age of 35, when he produced his gorgeous pageant of Circe on the pond of the Buen Retiro. How elaborate this spectacle was, the directions for the prelude of the greater splendor to come will show. They read in this way: In the midst of this island will be situated a very lofty mountain of rugged ascent, with precipices and caverns, surrounded by a thick and darksome wood of tall trees, some of which will be seen to exhibit the appearance of the human form, covered with a rough bark, from the heads and arms of which will issue green boughs and branches, having suspended from them various trophies of war and of the chase, the theatre during the opening of the scene being scantily lit with concealed lights. And to make a beginning of the festival, a murmuring and a rippling noise of water having been heard, a great and magnificent car will be seen to advance along the pond, plated over with silver, and drawn by two monstrous fishes, from whose mouth will continually issue great jets of water, the light of the theatre increasing according as they advance, and on the summit of it will be seen seated in great pomp and majesty the goddess Aqua, from whose head and curious vesture will issue an infinite abundance of little conduits of water, and at the same time will be seen another great supply flowing from an urn which the goddess will hold reversed, and which, filled with a variety of fishes, leaping and playing in the torrent as it descends and gliding over all the car, will fall into the pond. This Circe was allegorical and mythological. It was one of those soulless shows which mark the transition of the Spanish drama from maturity to decay. It is gone and forgotten with thousands of its kind. Calderon will be remembered not as the director of such vain pomps, but as the author of the sublime and tender Wonderful Magician, the weird Purgatory of St. Patrick, the Constant Prince, the Secret in Words, and the Physician of His Own Honor. The scrupulous student of the Spanish drama will demand more, but for him who would love Calderon without making a deep study of his works, these are sufficiently characteristic of his genius at its highest. The reader in search of wider vistas should add to these Los Encantos de la Culpa, The Sorceries of Sin, and The Great Theatre of the World, the theme of which is that of Jacques' famous speech in As You Like It: En el teatro del mundo todos son representados. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. On the principal feasts of the Church, autos were played in the streets, generally in front of some great house. Giants and grotesque figures called tarascas gamboled about, and the auto, which was more like our operas than any other composition of the Spanish stage, was begun by a loa written or sung. After this came the play, then an amusing interlude, followed by music and sometimes a dance of gypsies. Calderon boldly mingles pagan gods and Christ's mysteries in these autos, which are essentially of his time and his people, but the mixture is not so shocking as it is with the lesser poet, the Portuguese Camões. Whether Calderon depicts the true god Pan, love the greatest enchantment, or the sheaves of Ruth, he is forceful, dramatic, and even at times he has the awful gravity of Dante. His view of life and his philosophy are the view of life and the philosophy of Dante. To many of us, these simple and original productions of the Spanish temperament and genius may lack what we call human interest. Let us remember that they represented truthfully the faith and the hope, the spiritual knowledge of a nation, as well as the personal and national view of that knowledge. In the Spain of Calderon, the personal view was the national view. Calderon was born on January 17th, 1600. According to his own statement, quoted by his friend Vera Tassis, at Madrid, of noble parents. He was partly educated at the University of Salamanca. Like Cervantes and Garcilaso, he served in the army. The great Lope, in 1630, acknowledged him as a poet and his friend. Later, his transition from the army to the priesthood made little change in his views of time and eternity. On May 25, 1881, occurred the second centenary of his death, and the civilized world, whose theatre owes much to Calderon than it has ever acknowledged, celebrated with Spain the anniversary at Madrid, where, as he said, "Spain's proud heart swelleth." The selections have been chosen from Shelley's Scenes and from Mr. McCarthy's translation of The Secret in Words. The Secret in Words is light comedy of intricate plot. Fabio is an example of the attendant gracioso, half servant, half confidant, who appears often in the Spanish drama. The Spanish playwright did not confine himself to one form of verse, and Mr. McCarthy, in his adequate translation, has followed the various forms of Calderon, only not attempting the assonant vowel, so hard to escape in Spanish, and still harder to reproduce in English. These selections give no impression of the amazing invention of Calderon. This can only be appreciated through reading The Constant Prince, The Physician of His Own Honor, or a comedy like The Secret in Words. End of
Section 42.
Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 43. Selected excerpts by Pedro Calderón.
The Lovers, from The Secret in Words. Narrator, read by Sonia.
Frederick, read by John Burlinson.
Fabio, read by Tony Addison.
Florida, the Duchess of Parma, is in love with her secretary Frederick. He loves her lady, Laura. Both Frederick and Laura are trying to keep their secret from the Duchess.
Has Florida questioned you aught about my love?
No, surely. But I have made up my mind that you are the prince of dunces not to understand her wish.
Said she something, then, about me?
Ay, enough.
Thou liest, knave. Wouldst thou make me think her beauty, proud and gentle though it be, which might soar in like the heron to the sovereign sun itself, could descend with coward pinions at a lowly falcon's call?
Well, my lord, just make the trial for a day or two. Pretend that you love her, and—
Supposing that there were the slightest ground for this false malicious fancy you have formed, there's not a chink in my heart where it might enter, since a love, if not more blessed, far more equal than the other, holds entire possession there.
Then you never loved this woman at one time?
No.
Then avow.
What?
That you were very lazy.
That is falsehood and not love.
The more the merrier.
In two places how could one man love?
Why, thus. Near the town of Ratisbon, two conspicuous hamlets lay, one of them called Agare, the other called Mascarandon. These two villages one priest, an humble man of God, 'tis stated, served, and therefore celebrated mass in each on every feast. And so one day it came to pass, a native of Mascarandon, who to Agare had gone, about the middle of the mass, heard the priest in solemn tone say, as he the preface read, Gratias Agare, but said nothing of Mascarandon. To the priest this worthy made his angry plaint without delay, You give best thanks for Agare, as if your tithes we had not paid. When this sapient reason reached the noble Mascarandonese, they stopped their hopeless pastor's fees, nor paid for what he prayed or preached. He asked his sacristan the cause, who told him wherefore, and because from that day forth, when he would sing the preface, he took care to intone, not in a smothered or weak way, Tibi semper et ubique gratias Mascarandon. If from love that God so blind two parishes thou holdest, you are bound to gratify the two, and after a few days you'll find, if you do so, soon upon you and me will fall good things, when your lordship sweetly sings Florida et Mascarandon.
Think you I have heard your folly?
If you listened, why not so?
No, my mind can only know its one call of melancholy.
Since you stick to Agare and reject Mascarandon, every hope, I fear, is gone that love his generous dues will pay.
Translation of Dennis Florence McCarthy.
Cyprian's Bargain. from the Wonderful Magician. Narrated by John Burlinson. Cyprian, read by John Burlinson.
Justina, read by Sonia.
Demon, read by Tony Addison.
Lysander, read by John Burlinson.
Olivia, read by Tony Addison.
The demon, angered by Cyprian's victory in defending the existence of God, swears vengeance. He resolves that Cyprian shall lose his soul for Justina, who rejects his love. Cyprian says, "So bitter is the life I live that, hear me, hell, I now would give to thy most detested spirit my soul forever to inherit, to suffer punishment and pine, so this woman may be mine." The demon accepts his soul and hastens to Justina.
'Tis that enamoured nightingale who gives me the reply. He ever tells the same soft tale of passion and of constancy to his mate, who, rapt and fond, listening sits a bough beyond. Be silent, nightingale! No more make me think, in hearing thee thus tenderly thy love deplore, if a bird can feel his so, what a man would feel for me. And voluptuous vine, O thou who seekest most when least pursuing, to the trunk thou interlacest art the verdure which embracest and the weight which is its ruin. No more with green embraces, vine, make me think on what thou lovest, for while thou thus thy boughs entwine, I fear lest thou shouldst teach me, sophist, how arms might be entangled too. Light enchanted sunflower, thou who gazest ever true and tender on the sun's revolving splendour, follow not his faithless glance with thy faded countenance, nor teach my beating heart to fear if leaves can mourn without a tear, how eyes must weep. O nightingale, cease from thy enamoured tale. Leafy vine, unwreathe thy bower. Restless sunflower, cease to move. Or tell me all what poisonous power ye use against me.
Love, love,
love. It cannot be. Whom have I ever loved? Trophies of my oblivion and disdain, Floro and Lelio, did I not reject? And Cyprian?
She becomes troubled at the name of Cyprian.
Did I not requite him with such severity that he has fled where none has ever heard of him again? Alas, I now begin to fear that this may be the occasion whence desire grows bold, as if there were no danger. From the moment that I pronounce to my own listening heart Cyprian is absent, O miserable me, I know not what I feel.
More calmly.
It must be pity to think that such a man, whom all the world admired, should be forgot by all the world, and I the cause.
She again becomes troubled.
And yet if it were pity, Floro and Lelio might have equal share, for they are both imprisoned for my sake.
Calmly.
Alas, what reasonings are these? It is enough I pity him, and that in vain, without this ceremonious subtlety. And woe is me! I know not where to find him now, even should I seek him through this wide world.
Enter Demon.
Follow, and I will lead thee where he is.
And who art thou, who hast found entrance hither into my chamber through the doors and locks? Art thou a monstrous shadow which my madness has formed in the idle air?
No, I am one, called by the thought which tyrannizes thee from his eternal dwelling, who this day is pledged to bear thee unto Cyprian.
So shall thy promise fail. This agony of passion which afflicts my heart and soul may sweep imagination in its storm. The will is firm.
Already half is done in the imagination of an act. The sin incurred, the pleasure then remains. Let not the will stop half-way on the road.
I will not be discouraged, nor despair. Although I thought it, and although 'tis true that thought is but a prelude to the deed, thought is not in my power, but action is. I will not move my foot to follow thee.
But a far mightier wisdom than thine own exerts itself within thee, with such power compelling thee to that which it inclines, that it shall force thy step. How wilt thou then resist, Justina.
By my free will.
I must force thy will.
It is invincible. It were not free if thou hadst power upon it.
He draws, but cannot move her.
Come where a pleasure waits thee.
It were bought too dear.
'Twill soothe thy heart to softest peace.
'Tis dread captivity.
'Tis joy, 'tis glory.
'Tis shame, 'tis torment, 'tis despair.
But how canst thou defend thyself from that, or me, if my power drags thee onward?
My defence consists in God.
He vainly endeavors to force her, and at last releases her.
Woman, thou hast subdued me, only by not owning thyself subdued. But since thou thus findest defence in God, I will assume a feigned form, and thus make thee a victim of my baffled rage. For I will mask a spirit in thy form, who will betray thy name to infamy, and doubly shall I triumph in thy loss, first by dishonouring thee, and then by turning false pleasure to true ignominy.
Exit.
I appeal to heaven against thee, so that heaven may scatter thy delusions, and the blot upon my fame vanish in idle thought, even as flame dies in the envious air, and as the floweret wanes at morning frost, and thou shouldst never— But alas! To whom do I still speak? Did not a man but now stand here before me? No, I am alone, and yet I saw him. Is he gone so quickly? Or can the heated mind engender shapes from its own fear? Some terrible and strange peril is near. Lysander! Father! Lord! Livia!
Enter Lysander and Livia. Oh, my daughter, what?
What?
Saw you a man go forth from my apartment now? I scarce sustain myself.
A man here?
Have you not seen him?
No, lady.
I saw him.
'Tis impossible. The doors which led to this apartment were all locked. Livia aside.
I dare say it was Moscone whom she saw, for he was locked up in my room.
It must have been some image of thy fantasy. Such melancholy as thou feedest is skilful in forming such in the vain air, out of the motes and atoms of the day.
My master's in the right.
Oh, would it were delusion! But I fear some greater ill. I feel as if out of my bleeding bosom my heart was torn in fragments. Ay, some mortal spell is wrought against my frame. So potent was the charm, that had not God shielded my humble innocence from wrong, I should have sought my sorrow and my shame with willing steps. Livia, quick, bring my cloak, for I must seek refuge from these extremes, even in the temple of the highest God, which secretly the faithful worship.
Here.
Justina, putting on her cloak.
In this, as in a shroud of snow, may I quench the consuming fire in which I burn, wasting away.
And I will go with thee. Livia aside.
When I once see them safe out of the house, I shall breathe freely.
So do I confide in thy just favour, Heaven.
Let us go.
Thine is the cause, great God. Turn for my sake, and for thine own, mercifully to me.
Translation of Shelley.
Dreams and realities, from such stuff as dreams are made of. Edward Fitzgerald's version of La Vida es Sueño. Narrated by Tony Addison.
Clotaldo, read by John Burlinson.
Segismund, read by Sonia.
The scene is a tower. Clotaldo is persuading Segismund that his experiences have not been real but dreams, and discusses the possible relation of existence to a state of dreaming. The play itself is based on the familiar motif of which Christopher Sly furnishes a ready example.
Princes and princesses and councillors flustered to right and left. My life made at, but that was nothing. Even the white-haired venerable king seized on. Indeed, you made wild work of it, and so discovered in your outward action, flinging your arms about you in your sleep, grinding your teeth, and, as I now remember, woke mouthing out judgment and execution on those about you.
I did indeed.
Even your eyes stare wild, your hair stands up, your pulses throb and flutter, reeling still under the storm of such a dream.
A dream. That seemed as swearable reality as what I wake in now.
Aye, wondrous how imagination in a sleeping brain out of the uncontingent senses draws sensations strong as from the real touch, that we not only laugh aloud and drench with tears our pillow, but in the agony of some imaginary conflict fight and struggle, even as you did. Some, 'tis thought, under the dreamt-of stroke of death have died.
And what's so very strange, too, in that world where place as well as people all was strange, even I almost as strange unto myself, you only, you, Clotaldo, you as much and palpably yourself as now you are, came in this very garb you ever wore, by such a token of the past, you said, to assure me of that seeming present.
Aye?
Aye, and even told me of the very stars you tell me hereof, how in spite of them I was enlarged to all that glory.
Aye, by the false spirit's nice contrivance thus, a little truth oft leavens all the false, the better to delude us.
For you notice nothing but a dream?
Nay, you yourself know best how lately you awoke from that you know you went to sleep on. Why, have you never dreamt the like before?
Never to such reality.
Such dreams are oftentimes the sleeping exhalations of that ambition that lies smouldering under the ashes of the lowest fortune, by which, when reason slumbers, or has lost the reins of sensible comparison, we fly at something higher than we are, scarce ever dive to lower, to be kings or conquerors, crowned with laurel or with gold, nay, mounting heaven itself on eagle wings, which, by the way, now that I think of it, may furnish us the key to this high flight, that royal eagle we were watching and talking of as you went to sleep last night.
Last night? Last night?
Aye, do you not remember envying his immunity of flight, as, rising from his throne of rock, he sailed above the mountains far into the west that burned about him, while with poising wings he darkled in it as a burning brand is seen to smoulder in the fire it feeds?
Last night. Last night. Oh, what a day was that between that last night and this sad to-day.
And yet perhaps only some few dark moments, into which imagination, once lit up within and unconditional of time and space, can pour infinities.
And I remember how the old man they called the king, who wore the crown of gold about his silver hair and the mysterious girdle round his waist, just when my rage was roaring at its height, and after which it all was dark again, bade me beware lest all should be a dream.
Aye, they're another specialty of dreams, that once the dreamer begins to dream, he dreams his foot is on the very verge of waking.
Would that it had been on the verge of death that knows no waking, lifting me up to glory, to fall back, stunned, crippled, wretcheder than even before.
Yet not so glorious, Segismund, if you your visionary honor wore so ill as to work murder and revenge on those who meant you well.
Who meant me, me their prince, chained like a felon.
Stay, stay, not so fast. You dreamed the prince, remember?
Then in dream revenged it only.
True, but as they say, dreams are rough copies of the waking soul, yet uncorrected of the higher will, so that men sometimes in their dream confess an unsuspected or forgotten self. One must beware to check, ay, if one may, stifle airborne such passion in ourselves as make we see such havoc with our sleep, and ill reacts upon the waking day. And by the by, for one test, Sigismund, between such swearable realities, since dreaming, madness, passion are akin in missing each that salutary rein of reason and the guiding will of man, one test, I think, of waking sanity shall be that conscious power of self-control to curb all passion, but most of all, that evil and vindictive, that ill squares with human, and with holy canon less, which binds us pardon even our enemies, and much more those who, out of no ill will, mistakenly have taken up the rod which heaven, they think, has put into their hands.
I think I soon shall have to try again. Sleep has not yet done with me.
Such a sleep! Take my advice. 'Tis early yet, the sun scarce up above the mountain. Go within, and if the light deceived you, try anew with morning. Morning dreams, they say, come true.
Oh, rather pray for me a sleep so fast as shall obliterate dream, and waking too.
Exit into the tower.
So sleep, sleep fast, and sleep away those 2 night potions and the waking dream between, which dream thou must believe. And if to see again poor Sigismund, that dream must be, and yet, in these our ghostly lives, half night, half day, half sleeping, half awake, how if our waking life, like that of sleep, be all a dream in that eternal life to which we wake not till we sleep in death? How if, I say, the senses we now trust for date of sensible comparison, ay, even the reason's self that dates with them, should be in essence of intensity hereafter so transcended, and awoke to a perceptive subtlety so keen, as to confess themselves befooled before, in all that now they will avouch for most. One man like this, but only so much longer as life is longer than a summer's day, believed himself a king upon his throne, and played at hazard with his fellows' lives, who cheaply dreamed away their lives to him. The sailor dreamed of tossing on the flood, the soldier of his laurels grown in blood, the lover of the beauty that he knew must yet dissolve to dusty residue, the merchant and the miser of his bags of fingered gold, the beggar of his rags, and all this stage of earth on which we seem such busy actors, and the parts we played substantial as the shadow of a shade, and dreaming but a dream within a dream. The dream called life. Sigismund's speech closing the Vida es Sueño, Fitzgerald's version. Narrated by John Burlinson.
Sigismund, read by Tony Addison. A dream it was in which I found myself And you that hail me now then hailed me king, in a brave palace that was all my own, within and all without it mine, until, drunk with excess of majesty and pride, methought I towered so high and swelled so wide, that of myself I burst the glittering bubble which my ambition had about me blown, and all again was darkness. Such a dream as this, in which I may be walking now, dispensing solemn justice to you shadows, who make believe to listen, but anon kings, princes, captains, warriors, plume and steel, ay, even with all your airy theatre, may flit into the air you seem to rend with acclamations, leaving me to wake in the dark tower, or dreaming that I wake. From this that waking is, or this and that, both waking or both dreaming, such a doubt confounds and clouds our mortal life about. But whether wake or dreaming, this I know, how dream-wise human glories come and go, whose momentary tenure not to break, walking as one who knows he soon may wake. So fairly carry the full cup, so well disordered insolence and passion quell, that there be nothing after to upbraid dreamer or doer in the part he played, whether tomorrow's dawn shall break the spell, or the last trumpet of the eternal day, when dreaming with the night shall pass away.
End of section 43.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anthony Patch, Memphis, Tennessee. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 44. John Caldwell Calhoun, 1782 to 1850, by W. P. Trent. John C. Calhoun's importance as a statesman has naturally stood in the way of his recognition as a writer, and in like manner his reputation as an orator has overshadowed his just claims to be considered our most original political thinker. The 6 volumes of his collected works, which unfortunately do not embrace his still inaccessible private correspondence, are certainly not exhilarating or attractive reading, but they are unique in the literature of America, if not of the world, as models of passionless logical analysis. Whether passionless logical analysis is ever an essential quality of true literature is a matter on which opinions will differ, but until the question is settled in the negative, Calhoun's claims to be considered a writer of marked force and originality cannot be ignored. It is true that circumstances have invalidated much of his political teaching, and that it was always negative and destructive, rather than positive and constructive. It is true also that much of the interest attaching to his works is historical rather than literary in character, but when all allowances are made, it will be found that the Disquisition on Government must still be regarded as the most remarkable political treatise our country has produced, and that the position of its author as the head of a school of political thought is commanding and, in a way, unassailable. The precise character of Calhoun's political philosophy, the keynote of which was the necessity and means of defending the rights of minorities, cannot be understood without a brief glance at his political career. His birth in 1782, just after the Revolution, and in South Carolina gave him the opportunity to share in the victory that the West and the far South won over the Virginians, headed by Madison. His training at Yale gave a nationalistic bias to his early career, and determined that search for the via media between consolidation and anarchy, which resulted in the doctrine of nullification. His service in Congress, and as Secretary of War under Monroe, gave him a practical training in affairs that was not without influence in qualifying his tendency to indulge in doctrinaire speculation. His service as Vice President afforded the leisure, and his break with Jackson the occasion, for his close study of the Constitution, to discover how the South might preserve slavery and yet continue in the Union. Finally, his position as a non-aristocratic leader of a body of aristocrats, and his Scotch-Irish birth and training, gave a peculiar strenuousness to his support of slavery, which is of course the cornerstone of his political philosophy, and determined his reliance upon logic rather than upon an appeal to the passions as the best means of inculcating his teaching and of establishing his policy. His political treatises, A Discourse on Government and On the Constitution and Government of the United States, written just before his death in 1850, his pamphlets like the South Carolina Exposition and the Address to the People of South Carolina, and the great speeches delivered in the Senate from 1832 to the end of his term, especially those in which he defended against Webster the doctrine of nullification, could have emanated only from an up-country South Carolinian who had inherited the mantle of Jefferson, and had sat at the feet of John Taylor of Carolina and of John Randolph of Roanoke. Calhoun was, then, the logical outcome of his environment and his training. He was the fearless and honest representative of his people and section, and he was the master from whom rash disciples like Jefferson Davis broke away, when they found that logical analysis of the Constitution was a poor prop for slavery against the rising tide of civilization. As a thinker, Calhoun is remarkable for great powers of analysis and exposition. As a writer, he is chiefly noted for the even dignity and general serviceableness of his style. He writes well, but rather like a logician than like an inspired orator. He has not the stateliness of Webster, and is devoid of the power of arousing enthusiasm. The splendor of Burke's imagination is utterly beyond him, as is also the epigrammatic brilliance of John Randolph, from whom, however, he took not a few lessons in constitutional interpretation. Indeed, it must be confessed that for all his clearness and subtlety of intellect as a thinker, Calhoun is, as a writer, distinctly heavy. In this, as in many other respects, he reminds us of the Romans, to whom he was continually referring. Like them, he is conspicuous for strength of practical intellect. Like them, he is lacking in sublimity, charm, and nobility. It follows, then, that Calhoun will rarely be resorted to as a model of eloquence, but that he will continue to be read both on account of the substantial additions he made to political philosophy, and of the interesting exposition he gave of theories and ideas once potent in the nation's history. Notwithstanding the bitterness of accusation brought against him, he was not a traitor, nor a man given over to selfish ambition, as Dr. von Holst, his most competent biographer and critic, has clearly shown. Calhoun believed both in slavery and in the Union, and tried to maintain a balance between the two, because he thought that only in this way could his section maintain its prestige, or even its existence. He failed, as any other man would have done, and we find him, like Cassandra, a prophet whom we cannot love. But he did prophesy truly as to the fate of the South, and in the course of his strenuous labors to divert the ruin he saw impending, he gave to the world the most masterly analysis of the rights of the minority, and of the best methods of securing them that has yet come from the pen of a publicist. Remarks on the Right of Petition, delivered in the Senate, February 13th, 1840. Mr. Calhoun said he rose to express the pleasure he felt at the evidence which the remarks of the senator from Kentucky furnished of the progress of truth on the subject of abolition. He had spoken with strong approbation of the principle laid down in a recent pamphlet, that two races of different character and origin could not coexist in the same country without the subordination of the one to the other. He was gratified to hear the senator give assent to so important a principle in application to the condition of the South. He had himself, several years since, stated the same in more specific terms, that it was impossible for two races, so dissimilar in every respect as the European and African that inhabit the southern portion of this Union, to exist together in nearly equal numbers in any other relation than that which existed there. He also added that experience had shown that they could so exist in peace and happiness there, certainly to the great benefit of the inferior race, and that to destroy it was to doom the latter to destruction. But he uttered these important truths then in vain, as far as the side to which the senator belongs is concerned. He trusted the progress of truth would not, however, stop at the point to which it has arrived with the senator, and that it will make some progress in regard to what is called the right of petition. Never was a right so much mystified and magnified. To listen to the discussion, Here and elsewhere, you would suppose it to be the most essential and important right. So far from it, he undertook to aver that under our free and popular system it was among the least of all our political rights. It had been superseded in a great degree by the far higher right of general suffrage, and by the practice, now so common, of instruction. There could be no local grievance but what could be reached by these, except it might be the grievance affecting a minority, which could be no more redressed by petition than by them. The truth is that the right of petition could scarcely be said to be the right of a freeman. It belongs to despotic governments more properly, and might be said to be the last right of slaves. Who ever heard of petition in the free states of antiquity? We had borrowed our notions in regard to it from our British ancestors, with whom it had a value for their imperfect representation far greater than it has with us. And it is owing to that it has a place at all in our Constitution. The truth is that the right has been so far superseded in a political point of view that it has ceased to be what the Constitution contemplated it to be, a shield to protect against wrongs, and has been perverted into a sword to attack the rights of others, to cause a grievance instead of the means of redressing grievances, as in the case of abolition petitions. The senator from Ohio, Mr. Tappan, has viewed this subject in its proper light, and has taken a truly patriotic and constitutional stand in refusing to present these firebrands, for which I heartily thank him in the name of my state. Had the senator from Kentucky followed the example, he would have rendered inestimable service to the country. It is useless to attempt concealment. The presentation of these incendiary positions is itself an infraction of the Constitution. All acknowledge, the senator himself, that the property which they are presented to destroy is guaranteed by the Constitution. Now I ask, if we have the right under the Constitution to hold the property, which none question, have we not also the right to hold it under the same sacred instrument, in peace and quiet? Is it not a direct infraction, then, of the Constitution, to present petitions here in the Common Council of the Union, and to us, the agents appointed to carry its provisions into effect, and to guard the rights it secures, the professed aim of which is to destroy the property guaranteed by the instrument? There can be but one answer to these questions on the part of those who present such petitions, that the right of such petition is higher and more sacred than the Constitution, and our oaths to preserve and to defend it. To such monstrous results does the doctrine lead. Sir, I understand this whole question. The great mass of both parties to the North are opposed to abolition. The Democrats almost exclusively, the Whigs less so. Very few are to be found in the ranks of the former, but many in those of the latter. The only importance that the abolitionists have is to be found in the fact that their weight may be felt in elections, and this is no small advantage. The one party is unwilling to lose their weight, but at the same time unwilling to be blended with them on the main question, and hence is made this false, absurd, unconstitutional, and dangerous collateral issue on the right of petition. Here is the whole secret. They are willing to play the political game at our hazard, and that of the Constitution and the Union, for the sake of victory at the elections. But to show still more clearly how little foundation there is in the character of our government for the extravagant importance attached to this right, I ask the senator, what is the true relation between the government and the people, according to our American conception? Which is principal and which agent? Which the master and which the servant? Which the sovereign and which the subject? There can be no answer. We are but the agents, the servants. We are not the sovereign. The sovereignty resides in the people of the states. How little applicable, then, is this boasted right of petition under our system to political questions? Who ever heard of the principal petitioning his agent, of the master his servant, or of the sovereign his subject? The very essence of a petition implies a request from an inferior to a superior. It is not, in fact, a natural growth of our system. It was copied from the British Bill of Rights, and grew up among a people whose representation was very imperfect, and where the sovereignty of the people was not recognized at all. And yet even there, this right so much insisted on here as being boundless as space was restricted from the beginning by the very men who adopted it in the British system. in the very manner which has been done in the other branch, this session, and to an extent far beyond. The two Houses of Parliament have again and again passed resolutions against receiving petitions, even to repeal taxes, and this those who formed our Constitution well knew, and yet adopted the provision almost identically contained in the British Bill of Rights, without guarding against the practice under it. Is not the conclusion irresistible that they did not deem it inconsistent with the right of the citizens peaceably to assemble and petition for a redress of grievance, as secured in the Constitution? The thing is clear. It is time that the truth should be known, and this cant about petition, not to redress the grievances of the petitioners, but to create a grievance elsewhere, be put down. I know this question to the bottom. I have viewed it under every possible aspect. There is no safety but in prompt, determined, and uncompromising defense of our rights to meet the danger on the frontier. There all rights are strongest, and more especially this. The moral is like the physical world. Nature has encrusted the exterior of all organic life for its safety. Let that be broken through, and it is all weakness within. So in the moral and political world. It is on the extreme limits of right that all wrong and encroachments are the most sensibly felt and easily resisted. I have acted on this principle throughout in this great contest. I took my lessons from the patriots of the Revolution. They met wrong promptly and defended right against the first encroachment. To sit here and hear ourselves and constituents and their rights and institutions essential to their safety assailed from day to day, denounced by every epithet calculated to degrade and render us odious, and to meet all this in silence, or still worse, to reason with the foul slanderers, would eventually destroy every feeling of pride and dignity, and sink us in feelings to the condition of the slaves they would emancipate. And this the Senator advises us to do. Adopt it, and the two houses would be converted into halls to debate our rights to our property, and whether in holding it we were not thieves, robbers, and kidnappers, and we are to submit to this in order to quiet the North? I tell the Senator that our Union and our high moral tone of feeling on this subject at the South are infinitely more important to us than any possible effect that his course could have at the North, and that if we could have the weakness to adopt his advice, it would even fail to effect the object intended. It is proper to speak out. If this question is left to itself, unresisted by us, it cannot but terminate fatally to us. Our safety and honor are in the opposite direction, to take the highest ground and maintain it resolutely. The North will always take position below us, be ours high or low. They will yield all that we will and something more. If we go for rejection, they will at first insist on receiving, on the ground of respect for petition. If we yield that point and receive petitions, they will go for reference, on the ground that it is absurd to receive and not to act, as it truly is. If we go for that, they will insist on reporting and discussing, and if that, the next step will be to make concession, to yield the point of abolition in this district, and so on till the whole process is consummated, each succeeding step proving more easy than its predecessor. The reason is obvious. The abolitionists understand their game. They throw their votes to the party most disposed to favor them. Now, sir, in the hot contest of party in the northern section, on which the ascendancy in their several states in the general government may depend, all the passions are roused to the greatest height in the violent struggle, and aid sought in every quarter. They would forget us in the heat of battle. Yes, the success of the election for the time would be more important than our safety, unless we, by our determined stand on our rights, cause our weight to be felt, and satisfy both parties that they have nothing to gain by courting those who aim at our destruction. As far as this government is concerned, that is our only remedy. If we yield that, if we lower our stand to permit partisans to woo the aid of those who are striking at our interests, we shall commence a descent in which there is no stopping place short of total abolition, and with it our destruction. A word in answer to the senator from Massachusetts, Mr. Webster. He attempted to show that the right of petition was peculiar to free governments, so far as the assertion from being true that it is more appropriately the right of despotic governments, and the more so, the more absolute and austere. So far from being peculiar or congenial to free popular states, it degenerates under them, necessarily into an instrument, not of redress for the grievances of the petitioners, but, as has been remarked, of assault on the rights of others, as in this case. That I am right in making the assertion, I put it to the senator. Have we not a right, under the Constitution, to our property and our slaves? Would it not be a violation of the Constitution to divest us of that right? Have we not a right to enjoy, under the Constitution, peaceably and quietly our acknowledged rights guaranteed by it, without annoyance? The senator assents. He does but justice to his candor and intelligence. Now I ask him, how can he assent to receive petitions whose object is to annoy and disturb our right, and of course in direct infraction of the Constitution? The senator from Ohio, Mr. Tappan, in refusing to present these incendiary and unconstitutional petitions, has adopted a course truly constitutional and patriotic, in my opinion, the only one that is so. I deeply regret that it has not been followed by the senator from Kentucky in the present instance. Nothing short of it can put a stop to the mischief, and do justice to one half of the states of the Union. If adopted by others, we shall soon hear no more of abolition. The responsibility of keeping alive this agitation must rest on those who may refuse to follow so noble an example. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 45. Selected Speeches by John Caldwell Calhoun. John Caldwell Calhoun, 1872 to 1850, by W. P. Trent. John C. Calhoun's importance as a statesman has naturally stood in the way of his recognition as a writer, and in like manner his reputation as an orator has overshadowed his just claims to be considered our most original political thinker. The 6 volumes of his collected works, which unfortunately do not embrace his still inaccessible private correspondence, are certainly not exhilarating or attractive reading, but they are unique in the literature of America, if not of the world, as models of passionless logical analysis. Whether passionless logical analysis is ever an essential quality of true literature is a matter on which opinions will differ, but until the question is settled in the negative, Calhoun's claims to be considered a writer of marked force and originality cannot be ignored. It is true that circumstances have invalidated much of his political teaching, and that it was always negative and destructive rather than positive and constructive. It is also true that much of the interest attaching to his works is historical rather than literary in character. But when all allowances are made, it will be found that the Disquisition on Government must still be regarded as the most remarkable political treatise our country has produced, and that the position of its author as the head of a school of political thought is commanding and in a way unassailable. The precise character of Calhoun's political philosophy, the keynote of which was the necessity and means of defending the rights of minorities, cannot be understood without a brief glance at his political career. His birth in 1782, just after the Revolution, and in South Carolina, gave him the opportunity to share in the victory that the West and the far South won over the Virginians, headed by Madison. His training at Yale gave a nationalistic bias to his early career, and determined that search for the via media between consolidation and anarchy which resulted in the doctrine of nullification. His service in Congress and as Secretary of War under Monroe gave him a practical training in affairs that was not without influence in qualifying his tendency to indulge in doctrinaire speculation. His service as Vice President afforded the leisure, and his break with Jackson the occasion, for his close study of the Constitution, to discover how the South might preserve slavery and yet continue in the Union. Finally, his position as a non-aristocratic leader of a body of aristocrats, and his Scotch-Irish birth and training gave a peculiar strenuousness to his support of slavery, which is of course the cornerstone of his political philosophy, and determined his reliance upon logic rather than upon an appeal to the passions, as the best means of inculcating his teaching and of establishing his policy. His political treatises, A Discourse on Government and On the Constitution and Government of the United States, written just before his death in 1850. His pamphlets like the South Carolina Exposition and Address to the People of South Carolina, and the great speeches delivered in the Senate from 1832 to the end of his term, especially those in which he defended against Webster the doctrine of nullification, could have emanated only from an up-country South Carolinian who had inherited the mantle of Jefferson and had sat at the feet of John Taylor of Carolina and of John Randolph of Roanoke. Calhoun was, then, the logical outcome of his environment and training. He was the fearless and honest representative of his people and section, and he was the master from whom rash disciples like Jefferson Davis broke away when they found that logical analysis of the Constitution was a poor prop for slavery against the rising tide of civilization. As a thinker, Calhoun is remarkable for great powers of analysis and exposition. As a writer, he is chiefly noted for the even dignity and general serviceableness of his style. He writes well, but rather like a logician than like an inspired orator. He has not the stateliness of Webster, and is devoid of the power of arousing enthusiasm. The splendor of Burke's imagination is utterly beyond him, as is also the epigrammatic brilliance of John Randolph, from whom, however, he took not a few lessons in constitutional interpretation. Indeed, it must be confessed that for all his clearness and subtlety of intellect as a thinker, Calhoun is as a writer distinctly heavy. In this, as in many other respects, he reminds us of the Romans, to whom he was continually referring. Like them, he is conspicuous for strength of practical intellect. Like them, he is lacking in sublimity, charm, and nobility. It follows, then, that Calhoun will rarely be resorted to as a model of eloquence, but that he will continue to be read, both on account of the substantial additions he made to political philosophy, and of the interesting exposition he gave of theories and ideas once potent in the nation's history. Notwithstanding the bitterness of accusation brought against him, he was not a traitor nor a man given over to selfish ambition, as Dr. von Holst, his most competent biographer and critic, has clearly shown. Calhoun believed both in slavery and in the Union, and tried to maintain a balance between the two, because he thought that only in this way could his section maintain its prestige or even its existence. He failed, as any other man would have done, and we find him, like Cassandra, a prophet whom we cannot love. But he did prophesy truly as to the fate of the South, and in the course of his strenuous labors to divert the ruin he saw impending, he gave to the world the most masterly analysis of the rights of the minority, and of the best methods of securing them, that has yet come from the pen of a publicist. Remarks on the Right of Petition, delivered to the Senate, February 13, 1840. Mr. Calhoun said he rose to express the pleasure he felt at the evidence which the remarks of the Senator from Kentucky furnished, of the progress of truth on the subject of abolition. He had spoken with strong approbation of the principle laid down in a recent pamphlet, that two races of different character and origin could not coexist in the same country without the subordination of the one to the other. He was gratified to hear the Senator give assent to so important a principle in application to the condition of the South. He had himself, several years since, stated the same in more specific terms, that it was impossible for two races, so dissimilar in every respect as the European and African that inhabit the southern portion of this Union, to exist together in nearly equal numbers in any other relation than that which existed there. He also added that experience had shown that they could so exist in peace and happiness there, certainly to the great benefit of the inferior race, and that to destroy it was to doom the latter to destruction. But he uttered these important truths then in vain, as far as the side to which the Senator belongs is concerned. He trusted the progress of truth would not, however, stop at the point to which it has arrived with the Senator, and that it will make some progress in regard to what is called the right of petition. Never was a right so much mystified and magnified. To listen to the discussion, here and elsewhere, you would suppose it to be the most essential and important right. So far from it. He undertook to aver that under our free and popular system it was among the least of all our political rights. It had been superseded in a great degree by the far higher right of general suffrage, and by the practice, now so common, of instruction. There could be no local grievance but what could be reached by these, except it might be the grievance affecting a minority, which could be no more redressed by petition than by them. The truth is, that the right of petition could scarcely be said to be a right of a freeman. It belongs to despotic governments more properly, and might be said to be the last right of slaves. Who ever heard of petition in the free states of antiquity? We had borrowed our notions in regard to it from our British ancestors, with whom it had a value for their imperfect representation far greater than it has with us. And it is owing to that it has a place at all in our Constitution. The truth is, that the right has been so far superseded in a political point of view, that it has ceased to be what the Constitution contemplated it to be, a shield to protect against wrongs, and has been perverted into a sword to attack the rights of others, to cause a grievance instead of the means of redressing grievances, as in the case of abolition petitions. The Senator from Ohio, Mr. Tappan, has viewed this subject in its proper light, and has taken a truly patriotic and constitutional stand in refusing to present these firebrands, for which I heartily thank him in the name of my State. Had the Senator from Kentucky followed his example, he would have rendered inestimable service to the country. It is useless to attempt concealment. The presentation of these incendiary petitions is itself an infraction of the Constitution. All acknowledge, the Senator himself, that the property which they are presented to destroy is guaranteed by the Constitution. Now I ask, if we have the right under the Constitution to hold the property, which none question, have we not also the right to hold it under the same sacred instrument in peace and quiet? Is it not a direct infraction, then, of the Constitution to present petitions here in the Common Council of the Union, and to us, the agents appointed to carry its provisions into effect and to guard the rights it secures, the professed aim of which is to destroy the property guaranteed by the instrument? There can be but one answer to these questions on the part of those who present such petitions, that the right of such petition is higher and more sacred than the Constitution and our oaths to preserve and defend it. To such monstrous results does the doctrine lead. Sir, I understand the whole question. The great mass of both parties to the North are opposed to abolition, the Democrats almost exclusively, the Whigs less so. Very few are to be found in the ranks of the former, but many in those of the latter. The only importance that the abolitionists have is to be found in the fact that their weight may be felt in elections, and this is no small advantage. The one party is unwilling to lose their weight, but at the same time unwilling to be blended with them on the main question, and hence is made this false, absurd, unconstitutional, and dangerous collateral issue on the right of petition. Here is the whole secret. They are willing to play the political game at our hazard, and that of the Constitution and the Union, for the sake of victory at the elections. But to show still more clearly how little foundation there is in the character of our government for the extravagant importance attached to this right, I ask the Senator what is the true relation between the government and the people, according to our American conception? Which is the principal and which the agent? Which the master and which the servant? Which the sovereign and which the subject? There can be no answer. We are but the agents, the servants. We are not the sovereign. The sovereignty rests in the people of the States. How little applicable, then, is this boasted right of petition, under our system, to political questions? Who ever heard of the principal petitioning his agent, of the master his servant, or of the sovereign his subject? The very essence of a petition implies a request from an inferior to a superior. It is not in fact a natural growth of our system. It was copied from the British Bill of Rights, and grew up among a people whose representation was very imperfect, and where the sovereignty of the people was not recognized at all. And yet even there, This right so much insisted on here as being boundless as space, was restricted from the beginning by the very men who adopted it in the British system, in the very manner which has been done in the other branch, this session, and to an extent far beyond. The two Houses of Parliament have again and again passed resolutions against receiving petitions, even to repeal taxes, and this those who formed our Constitution well knew, and yet adopted the provision almost identically contained in the British Bill of Rights, without guarding against the practice under it. Is not the conclusion irresistible, that they did not deem it inconsistent with the right of the citizens peaceably to assemble and petition for a redress of grievance, as secured in the Constitution? The thing is clear. It is time that the truth should be known, and this cant about petition, not to redress the grievances of the petitioners, but to create a grievance elsewhere, be put down. I know this question to the bottom. I have viewed it under every possible aspect. There is no safety but in prompt, determined, and uncompromising defense of our rights, to meet the danger on the frontier. There all rights are strongest, and more especially this. The moral is like the physical world. Nature has encrusted the exterior of all organic life for its safety. Let that be broken through, and it is all weakness within. So in the moral and political world. It is on the extreme limits of right that all wrong and encroachments are the most sensibly felt and easily resisted. I have acted on this principle throughout in this great contest. I took my lessons from the patriots of the Revolution. They met wrong promptly, and defended right against the first encroachment. To sit here and hear ourselves and constituents, and their rights and institutions, essentially to their safety, assailed from day to day, denounced by every epithet calculated to degrade and render us odious, and to meet all this in silence, or still worse, to reason with foul slanderers, would eventually destroy every feeling of pride and dignity, and sink us in feelings to the condition of the slaves they would emancipate. And this the Senator advises us to do. Adopt it, and the two Houses would be converted into halls to debate our rights to our property, and whether in holding it we were not thieves, robbers, and kidnappers, and we are subject to this in order to quiet the North. I tell the Senator that our Union and our high moral tone of feeling on this subject at the South are infinitely more important to us than any possible effect that his course could have at the North, and that if we could have the weakness to adopt his advice, it would even fail to effect the object intended. It is proper to speak out. If this question is left to itself, unresisted by us, it cannot but terminate fatally to us. Our safety and honor are in the opposite direction, to take the highest ground and maintain it resolutely. The North will always take position below us, be ours high or low. They will yield all that we will, and sometimes more. If we go for rejection, they will at first insist on receiving, on the ground of respect to petition. If we yield that point and receive petitions, they will go for reference, on the ground that it be absurd to receive and not to act, as it truly is. If we go for that, they will insist on reporting and discussing, and if that, the next step will be to make concession, to yield the point of abolition to this district, and so on till the whole process is consummated, each succeeding step proving more easy than its predecessor. The reason is obvious. The abolitionists understand their game. They throw their votes to the party most disposed to favor them. Now, sir, in the hot contest of party in the northern section, on which the ascendancy in their several states and the general government may depend, all the passions are roused to the greatest height in the violent struggle, and aid sought in every quarter. They would forget us in the heat of battle. Yes, the success of the election, for the time, would be more important than our safety, unless we by our determined stand on our rights cause our weight to be felt, and satisfy both parties that they have nothing to gain by courting those who aim at our destruction. As far as this government is concerned, that is our only remedy. If we yield that, if we lower our stand to permit partisans to woo the aid of those who are striking at our interests, we shall commence a descent in which there is no stopping place short of total abolition, and with it our destruction. A word in answer to the Senator from Massachusetts, Mr. Webster. He attempted to show that the right of petition was peculiar to free governments. So far is the assertion from being true that it is more appropriately the right of despotic governments, and the more so, the more absolute and austere. So far from being peculiar or congenial to free popular states, it degenerates under them, necessarily, into an instrument, not of redress for the grievances of the petitioners, but, as has been remarked, of assault on the rights of others, as in this case. That I am right in making the assertion, I put it to the Senator. Have we not a right under the Constitution to our property in our slaves? Would it not be a violation of the Constitution to divest us of that right? Have we not a right to enjoy, under the Constitution, peaceably and quietly, our acknowledged rights guaranteed by it, without annoyance? The Senator assents. He does but justice to his candor and intelligence. Now I ask him, how can he assent to receive petitions whose object is to annoy and disturb our right, and of course in direct infraction of the Constitution? The Senator from Ohio, Mr. Tappan, in refusing to present these incendiary and unconstitutional petitions, has adopted a course truly constitutional and patriotic, and in my opinion the only one that is so. I deeply regret that it has not been followed by the Senator from Kentucky in the present instance. Nothing short of it can put a stop to the mischief, and do justice to one half of the States of the Union. If adopted by others, we shall soon hear no more of abolition. The responsibility of keeping alive this agitation must rest on those who may refuse to follow so noble an example. States' Rights. From the Speech on Admission of Michigan, 1837. It has, perhaps, been too much of my habit to look more to the future and less to the present than is wise, but such is the constitution of my mind, that when I see before me the indications of causes calculated to effect important changes in our political condition, I am led irresistibly to trace them to their sources and follow them out to their consequences. Language has been held in this discussion, which is clearly revolutionary in its character and tendency, and which warns us of the approach of the period when the struggle will be between the conservatives and the destructives. I understood the Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Buchanan, as holding language countenancing the principle that the will of a mere numerical majority is paramount to the authority of law and constitution. He did not indeed announce distinctly this principle, but it might fairly be inferred from what he said, for he told us the people of a state where the Constitution gives the same weight to a smaller as to a greater number might take the remedy into their own hands, meaning, as I understand him, that a mere majority might at their pleasure subvert the Constitution and government of a state, which he seems to think was the essence of a democracy. Our little state has a constitution that could not stand a day against such doctrines, and yet we glory in it as the best in the Union. It is a constitution which respects all the great interests of the state, giving to each a separate and distinct voice in the management of its political affairs, by means of which the feebler interests are protected against the preponderance of the stronger. We call our state a republic, a commonwealth, not a democracy, and let me tell the Senator, it is a far more popular government than if it had been based on the simple principle of the numerical majority. It takes more voices to put the machine of government in motion than in those that the Senator would consider more popular. It represents all the interests of the state, and is in fact the government of the people in the true sense of the term, and not that of the mere majority or the dominant interests. I am not familiar with the Constitution of Maryland, to which the Senator alluded, and cannot therefore speak of its structure with confidence, but I believe it to be somewhat similar in its character to our own. That it is a government not without its excellence, we need no better proof than the fact that, though within the shadow of executive influence, it has nobly and successfully resisted all the seductions by which a corrupt and artful administration, with almost boundless patronage, has attempted to seduce her into its ranks. Looking then to the approaching struggle, I take my stand immovably. I am a conservative in its broadest and fullest sense, and as such I shall ever remain, unless indeed the government shall become so corrupt and disordered that nothing short of revolution can reform it. I solemnly believe that our political system is, in its purity, not only the best that ever was formed, but the best possible that can be devised for us. It is the only one by which free states, so populous and wealthy, and occupying so vast an extent of territory, can preserve their liberty. Thus thinking, I cannot hope for a better. Having no hope of a better, I am a conservative, and because I am a conservative, I am a state rights man. I believe that in the rights of the states are to be found the only effectual means of checking the overaction of this government. To resist its tendency to consecrate all power here, and to prevent a departure from the Constitution, or in case of one, to restore the government to its original simplicity and purity. State interposition, or to express it more fully, the right of a state to interpose her sovereign voice, as one of the parties to our constitutional compact, against the encroachments of this government, is the only means of sufficient potency to effect all this, and I am therefore its advocate. I rejoice to hear the Senators from North Carolina, Mr. Brown, and from Pennsylvania, Mr. Buchanan, do us justice to distinguish between nullification and the anarchical and revolutionary movements in Maryland and Pennsylvania. I know they did not intend it as a compliment, but I regard it as the highest. They are right. Day and night are not more different, more unlike in everything. They are unlike in their principles, their objects, and their consequences. I shall not stop to make good this assertion, as I might easily do. The occasion does not call for it. As a conservative and a state rights man, or if you will have it, a nullifier, I have resisted and shall resist all encroachments on the Constitution, whether of this government on the rights of the states, or the opposite, whether of the executive on Congress, or Congress on the executive. My creed is to hold both governments, and all the departments of each, to their proper sphere, and to maintain the authority of the laws and the Constitution against all revolutionary movements. I believe the means which our system furnishes to preserve itself are ample, if fairly understood and applied, and I shall resort to them, however corrupt and disordered the times, so long as there is hope of reforming the government. The result is in the hands of the disposer of events. It is my part to do my duty. Yet while I thus openly avow myself a conservative, God forbid I should ever deny the glorious right of rebellion and revolution. Should corruption and opposition become intolerable, and not otherwise be thrown off, if liberty must perish or the government be overthrown, I would not hesitate, at the hazard of life, to resort to revolution, and to tear down a corrupt government that could neither be reformed nor borne by freemen. But I trust in God things will never come to that pass. I trust never to see such fearful times, for fearful indeed they would be if they should ever befall us. It is the last remedy, and not to be thought of till common sense and the voice of mankind would justify the resort. Before I resume my seat, I feel called on to make a few brief remarks on a doctrine of fearful import which has been broached in the course of this debate. The right to repeal laws granting bank charters, and of course railroads, turnpikes, and joint stock companies. It is a doctrine of fearful import, and calculated to do infinite mischief. There are countless millions vested in such stocks, and it is a description of property of the most delicate character. To touch it is almost to destroy it. But while I enter my protest against all such doctrines, I have been greatly alarmed with the thoughtless precipitancy, not to use a stronger phrase, with which the most extensive and dangerous privileges have been granted of late. It can end in no good, and I fear may be the cause of convulsions hereafter. We already feel the effects on the currency, which no one competent of judging can fail to see is in an unsound condition. I must say, for truth compels me, I have ever distrusted the banking system, at least in its present form, both in this country and Great Britain. It will not stand the test of time. But I trust that all shocks or sudden revolutions may be avoided, and that it may gradually give way before some sounder and better regulated system of credit, which the growing intelligence of the age may advise. That a better may be substituted I cannot doubt, but of what it shall consist, and how it shall finally supersede the present uncertain and fluctuating currency, time alone can determine. All that I can see is, that the present must, one day or another, come to an end or be greatly modified, if that indeed can save it from an entire overthrow. It has within itself the seeds of its own destruction. On the Government of Poland, from a Disquisition on Government. It is then a great error to suppose that the government of the concurrent majority is impracticable, or that it rests on a feeble foundation. History furnishes many examples of such governments, and among them one in which the principle was carried to an extreme that would be thought impracticable had it never existed. I refer to that of Poland. In this it was carried to such an extreme that in the election of her kings the concurrence or acquiescence of every individual of the nobles and gentry present, in an assembly numbering usually from 150 to 200,000, was required to make a choice, thus giving to each individual a veto in his election. So likewise every member of her Diet, the supreme legislative body, consisting of the king, the senate, bishops, and deputies of the nobility and gentry of the palatinates, possessed a veto on all its proceedings, thus making a unanimous vote necessary to enact a law or to adopt any measure whatever. And as if to carry the principle to the utmost extent, the veto of a single member not only defeated the particular bill or measure in question, but prevented all others passed during the session from taking effect. Further, the principle could not be carried. It in fact made every individual of the nobility and gentry a distinct element in the organism, or to vary the expression, made him an estate of the kingdom. And yet this government lasted in this form more than 2 centuries, embracing the period of Poland's greatest power and renown. Twice during its existence she protected Christendom, when in great danger, by defeating the Turks under the walls of Vienna, and permanently arresting thereby the tide of their conquest westward. It is true her government was finally subverted, and the people subjugated, in consequence of the extreme to which the principle was carried, not however because of its tendency to dissolution from weakness, but from the facility it afforded to powerful and unscrupulous neighbours to control by their intrigues the election of her kings. But the fact that a government in which the principle was carried to the utmost extreme not only existed, but existed for so long a period in great power and splendour, is proof conclusive both of its practicability and its compatibility with the power and permanency of government. Urging the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. From a speech to the Senate, March 4, 1850. Having now shown what cannot save the Union, I return to the question with which I commenced. How can the Union be saved? There is but one way by which it can with any certainty, and that is by a full and final settlement, on the principle of justice, of all the questions at issue between the 2 sections. The South asks for justice, simple justice, and less she ought not to take. She has no compromise to offer but the Constitution, and no concession or surrender to make. She has already surrendered so much that she has little left to surrender. Such a settlement would go to the root of the evil and remove all cause of discontent. By satisfying the South, she could remain honorably and safely in the Union, and thereby restore the harmony and fraternal feelings between the sections which existed anterior to the Missouri agitation. Nothing else can with any certainty finally and forever settle the question at issue, terminate agitation, and save the Union. But can this be done? Yes, easily. Not by the weaker party, for it can of itself do nothing, not even protect itself, but by the stronger. The North has only to will it to accomplish it, to do justice by conceding to the South an equal right in the acquired territory, and to do her duty by causing the stipulations relative to fugitive slaves to be faithfully fulfilled, to cease the agitation of the slave question, and to provide for the insertion of a provision in the Constitution by an amendment which will restore to the South in substance the power she possessed of protecting herself before the equilibrium between the sections was destroyed by the action of this government. There will be no difficulty in devising such a provision, one that will protect the South, and which at the same time will improve and strengthen the government instead of impairing and weakening it. But will the North agree to this? It is for her to answer the question. But I will say she cannot refuse, if she has half the love of the Union which she professes to have, or without justly exposing herself to the charge that her love of power and aggrandizement is far greater than her love of the Union. At all events, the responsibility of saving the Union rests on the North and not on the South. The South cannot save it by any act of hers, and the North may save it without any sacrifice whatever, unless to do justice, and to perform her duties under the Constitution, should be regarded by her as a sacrifice. It is time, Senators, that there should be an open and manly avowal on all sides as to what is intended to be done. If the question is not now settled, it is uncertain whether it ever can hereafter be, and we, as the representatives of the States of this Union, regarded as governments, should come to a distinct understanding as to our respective views, in order to ascertain whether the great question at issue can be settled or not. If you who represent the stronger portion cannot agree to settle them on the broad principle of justice and duty, say so, and let the States we both represent agree to separate and part in peace. If you are unwilling we should part in peace, tell us so, and we shall know what to do when you reduce the question to submission or resistance. If you remain silent, you will compel us to infer by your acts what you intend. In that case California will become the test question. If you admit her, under all the difficulties that oppose her admission, you compel us to infer that you intend to exclude us from the whole of the acquired territories, with the intention of destroying irretrievably the equilibrium between the two sections. We would be blind not to perceive in that case that your real objects are power and aggrandizement, and infatuated not to act accordingly. I have now, Senators, done my duty in expressing my opinions fully, freely, and candidly on this solemn occasion. In doing so I have been governed by the motives which have governed me in all stages of the agitation of the slavery question since its commencement. I have exerted myself during the whole period to arrest it, with the intention of saving the Union if it could be done, and if it could not, to save the section where it has pleased Providence to cast my lot, and which I sincerely believe has justice and the Constitution on its side. Having faithfully done my duty to the best of my ability, both to the Union and my section, throughout this agitation, I shall have the consolation, let what will come, that I am free from all responsibility. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 46. Selected excerpts by Callimachus. Callimachus, 3rd century B.C. Callimachus, the most learned of poets, was the son of Battus and Mesatme of Cyrene, and a disciple of Hermocrates, who, like his more celebrated pupil, was a grammarian, or a follower of belles lettres. Says Suidas, "It is in this calling that we first hear of Callimachus, when he was a teacher at Alexandria. Here he counted among his pupils Apollonius Rhodius, author of the Argonautica, and Eratosthenes, famous for his wisdom in science, who knew geography and geometry so well that he measured the circumference of the earth. Callimachus was in fact one of those erudite poets and wise men of letters whom the gay Alexandrians who thronged the court of Ptolemy Philadelphus called the Pleiades. Apollonius, Rhodius, Aratus, Theocritus, Lycophron, Nicander, and Homer, son of Macro, were the other 6. From his circle of clever people, the king, with whom he had become a prime favorite, called him to be chief custodian over the stores of precious books at Alexandria. These libraries, we may recall, were the ones Julius Caesar partially burned by accident a century later, and Bishop Theophilus and his mob of Christian zealots finished destroying as repositories of paganism some 3 centuries later still. The collection said to have been destroyed by Caliph Omar when Amru took Alexandria in 640 A.D., on the ground that if they agreed with the Koran they were superfluous, and if they contradicted it they were blasphemous, were later ones, but the whole story is discredited by modern scholarship. The world has not ceased mourning for this untold and irreparable loss of the choicest fruits of the human spirit. Of all these precious manuscripts and parchments, then, Callimachus was made curator about the year B.C. 260. Aulus Gellius computes the time in this wise: 490 years after the founding of Rome, the first Punic War was begun, and not long after Callimachus, the poet of Cyrene in Alexandria, flourished at the court of King Ptolemy. At this time He must have been already married to the wife of whom Suidas speaks of in his Lexicon, a daughter of a Syracusan gentleman. The number of Callimachus's works, which are reported to have reached 800, testifies to his popularity in the Alexandrian period of Greek literature. It contradicts also the maxim ascribed to him that a great book is a great evil. Among the prose works which would have enriched our knowledge of literature and history was his History of Greek Literature in 120 books, classifying the Greek writers and naming them chronologically. These were the results of his long labors in the libraries. Among them was a book on the museum and the schools connected with it, with records of illustrious educators and of the books they had written. It is his poetry that has in the main survived, and yet, as Ovid says, calling him Badiades, either from his father's name or from the illustrious founder of his native Cyrene, Badiades semper toto cantabitur orbe, quamvis ingenio non velet, arte velet. Even throughout all lands Badiades' name will be famous, though not in genius supreme, yet by his art he excels. Quintilian, however, says he was the prince of Greek elegiac poets. Of his elegies we have a few fragments, and also the Latin translation by Catullus of the Lock of Berenice. Berenice, the sister and wife of Ptolemy Euergetes, who succeeded his father Philadelphus in B.C. 245, had sacrificed some of her hair, laying it on the altar of a temple from which it was subsequently stolen. In his poem, Callimachus, as the court poet, sang how the gods had taken the tresses and placed them among the stars. The delicate and humorous Rape of the Lock of Alexander Pope is a rather remote repetition of the same fancy. We have also from Callimachus's hand 6 hymns to the gods and many epigrams, the latter of which, as will be seen by the quotations given below, are models of their kind. His lyric hymns are, in reality, rather epics in little. They are full of recondite information, overloaded indeed with learning, elegant, nervous, and elaborate, rather than easy flowing, simple, and warm, like a genuine product of the muse. Many of his epigrams grace the Greek anthology. Among the best editions of Callimachus is that of Ernesti, 1761. The extant poems and fragments have been in part translated by William Dodd, 1755, and H.W. Tytler, 1856. His scattered epigrams have incited many to attempt their perfect phrasing. Hymn to Jupiter. At Jove's high festival, what song of praise Shall we his suppliant adorers sing? To whom may we our paeans rather raise Than to himself, the great eternal King, Who by his nod subdues each earth‐born thing, Whose mighty laws the gods themselves obey? But whether Crete first saw the father spring, Or on Lycaeus' mount he burst on day, My soul is much in doubt, for both that praise essay. Some say that thou, O Jove, first saw the morn On Cretan Ida's sacred mountain side; Others, that thou in Arcady wert born, Declare, Almighty Father, which have lied. Cretans were liars ever; in their pride Have they built up a sepulchre for thee, As if the King of gods and men had died, And borne the lot of frail mortality. No, thou hast ever been, and art, and aye shalt be. Thy mother bore thee on Arcadian ground, Old goddess Rhea, on a mountain's height, With bristling bramble thickets all around. The hallowed spot was curiously dight. And now no creature under heaven's light, From lovely woman down to things that creep In need of Ilithia's holy rite, May dare approach that consecrated steep, Whose name of Rhea's birthbed still Arcadians keep. Fair was the promise of thy childhood's prime, Almighty Jove, and fairly wert thou reared; Swift was thy march to manhood ere thy time, thy chin was covered by the manly beard. Though young in age, yet wert thou so revered for deeds of prowess prematurely done, that of thy peers or elders none appeared to claim his birthright. Heaven was all thine own, nor dared fell envy point her arrows at thy throne. Poets of old do sometimes lack of truth, for Saturn's ancient kingdom, as they tell, into three parts was split, as if forsooth there were a doubtful choice twixt heaven and hell. To one not fairly mad we know right well that lots are cast for more equality, but these against proportion do rebel, that naught can equal her discrepancy. If one must lie at all, a lie like truth for me. No chance gave thee the sovereignty of heaven, but to the deeds thy good right hand had done, and thine own strength and courage was it given. These placed thee first, still keep thee on thy throne. Thou tookest the goodly eagle for thine own, through whom to men thy wonders are declared. To me and mine propitious be they shown. Through thee by youth's best flower is heaven shared. Seamen and warriors heedest thou not, nor e'en the bard. These be the lesser gods' divided care, but kings, great Jove, are thine especial dower. They rule the land and sea, they guide the war. What is too mighty for a monarch's power? By Vulcan's aid the stalwart armourers shower their sturdy blows. Warriors to Mars belong, and gentle Dian ever loves to pour new blessings on her favoured hunter throng, while Phoebus aye directs the true-born poet's song. But monarchs spring from Jove, nor is there aught so near approaching Jove's celestial height, as deeds by heaven elected monarchs wrought. Therefore, O Father, kings are thine of right, and thou hast set them on a noble height, above their subject cities, and thine eye is ever on them, whether they delight to rule their people in iniquity, or by sound government to raise their name on high. Thou hast bestowed on all kings wealth and power, but not in equal measure, this we know, from knowledge of our own great Governor, who stands supreme of kings on earth below. His morning thoughts his nights and actions show, his less achievements when designed are done, while others squander years in counsels slow, not rarely when the mighty seeds are sown. Are all their air-built hopes by thee, great Jove, o'erthrown? All hail, almighty Jove, who gives to men all good and wardest off each evil thing. Oh, who can hymn thy praise? He hath not been, nor shall he be, that poet who may sing in fitting strain thy praises. Father, King, all hail, thrice hail, we pray to thee dispense virtue and wealth to us, wealth varying, for virtue's naught, mere virtue's no defence. Then send us virtue hand in hand with competence. Translation of Fitzjames T. Price. Epitaph. His little son of 12 years old, Philippus here has laid Nicoteles, on whom so much his father's hopes were stayed. Epigram. Admired and paraphrased by Horace. The hunter in the mountains every roe and every hare pursues through frost and snow, tracking their footsteps. But if some one say, "See, here's a beast struck down," he turns away. Such is my love. I chase the flying game, and pass with coldness the self-offering dame. Epitaph on Heraclitus. They told me, Heraclitus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear, and bitter tears I shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking, and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old caring guest, a handful of grey ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales awake, for death he taketh all away, but them he cannot take. Translation of William Johnson. Epitaph. Would that swift ships had never been, for so we ne'er had wept for Sopolis. But he, dead on the waves, now drifts, whilst we must go past a void tomb, a mere name's mockery. Translation of J. A. Symonds. The Misanthrope. Say, honest Timon, now escaped from light, which do you most abhor, or that or night? Man, I most hate the gloomy shades below, and that because in them are more of you. Epitaph upon himself. Callimachus takes up this part of earth, a man much famed for poesy and mirth. Translation of William Dodd. Epitaph upon Cleombrotus. Loud cried Cleombrotus, "Farewell, O sun!" Ere, leaping from a well, he joined the dead. No act death meriting had the Ambraciote done, but Plato's volume on the soul had read. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7, by various authors. Section 47, Selected Excerpts, by Charles Stewart Calverley. Charles Stewart Calverley, 1831 to 1884. No one ever attained greater fame with few slight and unserious books than this English author. His name rests upon 4 volumes only: Verses and Translations, 1862; Translations into English and Latin, 1866; Theocritus translated into English verse, 1869; and Fly Leaves, 1872. Fly Leaves holds a unique place in English literature. It is made up chiefly of parodies, which combine the mocking spirit with clever imitations of the style and affectations of familiar poets. They are witty, they are humorous, they are good-natured, and they are artistic and extraordinarily clever. His satirical banter shown in these verses, most of which are real poems as well as parodies, has been classed as refined common sense, and the exuberant playfulness of a powerful mind and a tender and manly nature. It contains also independent literary skits and comiques, which are quite equal in merit to the parodies. Calverley was born at Martley, Worcestershire, December 22nd, 1831, the son of the Reverend Henry Blades, a descendant of an old Yorkshire family, named Calverley. In 1852 Mr. Blades resumed the name of Calverley, which had been dropped at the beginning of the century. Calverley was more famous at Harrow for his marvelous jumping and other athletic feats than for his studies, but even at this period he showed great talent for translating from the classics, and astonished everyone by his gifts of memory. A few Latin verses won for him the Balliol Scholarship in 1850, and in the next year he received at Oxford the Chancellor's Prize for a Latin poem. In 1852 he went to Cambridge, and shortly after won the Craven Scholarship, as well as numerous medals and prizes for his attainments in Greek and Latin. This was the more remarkable inasmuch as he was extremely indolent and very fond of society, preferring to entertain his friends by his witty songs, his charming voice, his clever caricatures, for he had talent with his pencil, and his brilliant conversation, rather than to apply himself to routine work. His comrades used to lock him into a room to make him work, and even then he would outwit them by dashing off a witty parody or a bit of impromptu verse. Among his literary jeux d'esprit was an examination paper on Pickwick, prepared as a Christmas joke in exact imitation of a genuine exam. The prizes, 2 first editions of Pickwick, were won by W. Skeat, now famous as a philologist, and Walter Besant, known to the public as a novelist. Calverley remained in Cambridge as tutor and lecturer, and was presently called to the bar. It seemed the irony of fate that the famous athlete should receive an injury while skating, which compelled him to abandon his profession, and for 17 years practically abandon work. He died at Folkestone on February 17, 1884. That he was adored by his friends, and possessed unusual qualities of character as well as mind, may be seen in the memoir published by Walter T. Sendall, with The Literary Remains, 1885. Apart from his wit, Calverley has a distinct claim to remembrance on account of his remarkable scholarship. His translations from Greek and Latin have won the enthusiastic admiration of specialists and students of the classics. Dr. Gunson, tutor of his college, an accomplished Latinist, declared that he thought Calverley's Horatian verse better than Horace's, being equally poetical and more distinguished in style. These works not only attest his mastery of ancient languages, but also his acquaintance with the beauty and capacity of English verse, into which he has put a grace of his own. His numerous renderings of Latin into English and English into Latin show his ease and dexterity of both thought and touch, and his translation of Theocritus is considered by authorities to be a masterpiece of literary workmanship. From an examination paper, the posthumous papers of the Pickwick Club, from James Payn's Some Literary Recollections and Temple Bar, 1887. 1. Mention any occasion on which it is specified that the fat boy was not asleep, and that 1. Mr. Pickwick, and 2. Mr. Weller, Sr., ran. Deduce from expressions used on one occasion Mr. Pickwick's maximum of speed. 3. Who were Mr. Staple, Goodwin, Mr. Brooks, Villam, Mrs. Bunkin, Old Nobbs, Cast Iron Head, Young Bantam? 4. What operation was performed on Tom Smart's chair? Who little thinks that in which pocket of what garment, in where, he has left what, entreating him to return to whom, with how many what, and all how big? 6. Mr. Weller's knowledge of London was extensive and peculiar. Illustrate this by a reference to facts. 8. Give in full Samuel Weller's first compliment to Mary, and his father's critique upon the same young lady. What church was on the Valentine that first attracted Mr. Samuel's eye in the shop? 9. Describe the common Profil machine. 10. State the component parts of dog's nose, and simplify the expression taking a grinder. 11. On finding his principal in the pound, Mr. Weller and the town beadle varied directly. Show that the latter was ultimately eliminated, and state the number of rounds in the square which is not described. 12. Anythink for air and exercise, as the wery old donkey observed when they woke him up from his death-bed to carry 10 gentlemen to Greenwich in a tax cart. Illustrate this by stating any remark recorded in the Pickwick Papers to have been made by a previously dumb animal, with the circumstances under which he made it. 18. How did the old lady make a memorandum, and of what, at whist? Show that there were at least 3 times as many fiddles as harps in Muggleton at the time of the ball at Manor Farm. 20. Write down the chorus to each line of Mr. S. Weller's song, and a sketch of the mottle-faced man's excursus on it. Is there any ground for conjecturing that he, Sam, had more brothers than one? 21. How many lumps of sugar went into the shepherd's liquor as a rule, and is any exception recorded? 23. She's a swelling visibly. When did the same phenomenon occur again, and what fluid caused the pressure on the body in the latter case? 24. How did Mr. Weller senior define the funds, and what view did he take of reduced consols? In what terms is his elastic force described when he assaulted Mr. Stiggins at the meeting? Write down the name of the meeting. 25. Probotognomon, a good judge of cattle, hence a good judge of character. Note on Aeschylus Agamemnon. Illustrate the theory involved by a remark of the parent Weller. 28. Deduce from a remark of Mr. Weller, Jr., the price per mile of cabs at the period. 29. What do you know of the hotel next the ball at Rochester? 30. Who, beside Mr. Pickwick, is recorded to have worn gaiters? Ballad, imitation of Jean Ingelow. The auld wife sat at her ivy door, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, a thing she had frequently done before, and her spectacles lay on her aproned knees. The piper he piped on the hilltop pie, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, till the cow said, "I die," and the goose asked, "Why?" and the dog said nothing, but searched for fleas. The farmer he strode through the square farmyard, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. His last brew of ale was a trifle hard, the connection of which with the plot one sees. The farmer's daughter hath frank blue eyes, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. She hears the rooks caw in the windy skies, as she sits at her lattice and shells her peas. The farmer's daughter hath ripe red lips, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. If you try to approach her, away she skips over tables and chairs with apparent ease. The farmer's daughter hath soft brown hair, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. And I've met with a ballad, I can't say where, which wholly consisted of lines like these. She sat with her hands 'neath her dimpled cheeks, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, and spake not a word. While a lady speaks, there is hope, but she didn't even sneeze. She sat with her hands 'neath her crimson cheeks, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. She gave up mending her father's breeks, and let the cat roll on her best chemise. She sat with her hands 'neath her burning cheeks, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese, and gazed at the piper for 13 weeks. Then she followed him out o'er the misty leas. Her sheep followed her, as their tails did them, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. And this song is considered a perfect gem. And as to the meaning, it's what you please. Lovers and a Reflection. Imitation of Jean Ingelow. In moss-spranked dells, which the sunbeams flatter, and heaven it knoweth what that may mean, meaning, however, is no great matter, when woods are a-tremble with rifts atween, through God's own heather we wand together, I and my Willie, oh love, my love. I need hardly remark it was glorious weather, and flitterbats wavered alow above. Boats were curtsying, rising, bowing. Boats in that climate are so polite. And sands were a ribbon of green endowing, and oh, the sun dazzle on bark and bight. Through the rare red heather we danced together, oh love, my Willie, and smelt for flowers. I must mention again it was gorgeous weather. Rhymes are so scarce in this world of ours. By rises that flushed with their purple favours, through becks that brattled o'er grasses sheen, we walked or waded, we two young shavers, thanking our stars we were both so green. We journeyed in parallels, I and Willie in fortunate parallels, butterflies hid in weltering shadows of daffodilly or marjoram, kept making peacock eyes. Song-birds darted about, some inky as coal, some snowy, I ween, as curds, or rosy as pinks, or as roses, pinky. They reek of no eerie to come, those birds. But they skim over bents which the mill stream washes, or hang in the lift 'neath a white cloud's hem. They need no parasols, no goloshes, and good Mrs. Trimmer, she feedeth them. Then we thrid God's cowslips, as erst his heather, that endowed the wan grass with their golden blooms, and snapped, it was perfectly charming weather, our fingers at Fate and her goddess glooms. And Willie gan sing, oh, his notes were fluty, wafts fluttered them out to the white-winged sea. Something made up of rhymes that have done much duty, rhymes, better to put it, of ancientry. Bowers of flowers encountered showers in William's carol, oh, love my Willie, when he bade sorrow borrow from blithe tomorrow. I quite forget what, say a daffodilly. A nest in a hollow, with buds to follow, I think occurred next in his nimble strain, and clay that was needin', of course in Eden, a rhyme most novel, I do maintain. Mists, bones, the singer himself, love stories, and all at least furlable things got furled, not with any design to conceal their glories, but simply and solely to rhyme with world. Oh, if billows and pillows and hours and flowers and all the brave rhymes of an elder day could be furled together this genial weather, and carted or carried in wafts away, nor ever again trotted out, ay me, how much fewer volumes of verse there'd be. Visions from Flyleaves. She was a phantom, etc. In lone Glenartney's thickets lies couched the lordly stag. The dreaming terrier's tail forgets its customary wag. The plodding ploughman's weary steps insensibly grow quicker, as broadening casements light them on toward home, or home-brewed liquor. It is, in brief, the evening, that pure and pleasant time, when stars break into splendor, and poets into rhyme; when in the glass of memory the forms of loved ones shine, and when, of course, Miss Goodchild is prominent in mine, Miss Goodchild, Julia Goodchild, how graciously you smiled upon my childish passion once, yourself a fair-haired child, when I was, no doubt, profiting by Dr. Crabbe's instruction, and sent those streaky lollipops home for your fairy suction. She wore her natural roses the night when first we met, her golden hair was gleaming 'neath the coercive net. Her brow was like the snawdrift, her step was like Queen Mab's, and gone was instantly the heart of every boy at Crabbe's. The parlor boarder chassed towards her on graceful limb, the onyx decked his bosom, but her smiles were not for him. With me she danced, till drowsily her eyes began to blink, and I brought raisin wine and said, "Drink, pretty creature, drink." And evermore, when winter comes in his garb of snows, and the returning schoolboy is told how fast he grows, shall I, with that soft hand in mine, enact ideal lancers, and dream I hear demure remarks, and make impassioned answers? I know that never, never may her love for me return. At night I muse upon the fact with undisguised concern. But ever shall I bless that day. I don't bless, as a rule, the days I spent at Dr. Crabbe's preparatory school. And yet we two may meet again. Be still, my throbbing heart! Now rolling years have weaned us from jam and raspberry tart. One night I saw a vision. 'Twas when musk roses bloom. We stood, upon a rug in a sumptuous dining room. One hand clasped hers, one easily reposed upon my hip, and "Bless ye!" burst abruptly from Mr. Goodchild's lip. I raised my brimming eye, and saw in hers an answering gleam. My heart beat wildly, and I woke, and lo, it was a dream. Changed. I know not why my soul is racked, why I ne'er smile as was my wont. I only know that, as a fact, I don't. I used to roam o'er glen and glade, buoyant and blithe as other folk, and not unfrequently I made a joke. A minstrel's fire within me burned. I'd sing as one whose heart must break, lay upon lay. I nearly learned to shake. All day I sang of love and fame, of fights our fathers fought of yore, until the thing almost became a bore. I cannot sing the old songs now. It is not that I deem them low, 'tis that I can't remember how they go. I could not range the hills till high above me stood the summer moon, and as to dancing, I could fly as soon. The sports to which with boyish glee I sprang erewhile attract no more, although I am but 63 or 4. Nay, worse than that, I've seemed of late to shrink from happy boyhood. Boys have grown so noisy, and I hate a noise. They fright me when the beech is green by swarming up its stem for eggs. They drive their horrid hoops between my legs. It's idle to repine, I know. I'll tell you what I'll do instead. I'll drink my arrowroot and go to bed. Thoughts at a Railway Station. 'Tis but a box of modest deal, directed to no matter where. Yet down my cheek the teardrops steal. Yes, I am blubbering like a seal, for on it is this mute appeal, "With care." I am a stern, cold man, and range apart, but those vague words, "with care," wake yearnings in me sweet as strange, Drawn from my moral moated grange, I feel I rather like the change of air. Hast thou ne'er seen rough pointsmen spy Some simple English phrase with care, Or this side uppermost, and cry like children? No? No more have I. Yet deem not him whose eyes are dry a bear. But ah, what treasure hides beneath That lid so much the worse for wear? A ring, perhaps, a rosy wreath, A photograph by Vernon Heath, Some matron's temporary teeth, or hair. Perhaps some seaman in Peru or Ind hath stowed herein a rare Cargo of birds' eggs for his Sue, With many a vow that he'll be true, And many a hint that she is too fair. Perhaps, but wherefore vainly pry Into the page that's folded there? I shall be better by and by. The porters, as I sit and sigh, Pass and repass. I wonder why they stare. Forever. Forever! 'Tis a single word. Our rude forefathers deemed it two. Can you imagine so absurd a view? Forever! What abysms of woe the word reveals! What frenzy, what despair, for ever printed so, did not. It looks, ah me, how trite and tame! It fails to sadden or appall or solace. It is not the same at all. O thou to whom it first occurred to solder the disjoined and dower Thy native language with a word of power! We bless thee, whether far or near thy dwelling, Whether dark or fair thy kingly brow, is neither here nor there. But in men's hearts shall be thy throne, while the great pulse of England beats, Thou coiner of a word unknown to Keats. And never more must printer do as men did long ago, But run four into ever, bidding two be one. Forever, passion fraught, it throws o'er the dim page a gloom, a glamour, it's sweet, it's strange, and I suppose it's grammar. Forever! 'Tis a single word, and yet our fathers deemed it two. Nor am I confident they erred. Are you? Full contents of Smith letter. Respected and honored Madam, having long and vainly sought an opportunity to convey to you the expression of my sentiments, I now avail myself of the privilege of epistolary communication to acquaint you with the fact that the emotions which you have raised in my breast are those which should point to connubial love and affection, rather than to simple friendship. In short, madam, I have the honor to approach you with a proposal, the acceptance of which will fill me with ecstatic gratitude, and enable me to extend to you those protecting cares which the matrimonial bond makes at once the duty and the privilege of him who would, at no distant date, lead to the hymeneal altar one whose charms and virtues should suffice to kindle its flames without extraneous aid. I remain, dear madam, your humble servant and ardent adorer, J. Smith. End of Section 47, recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 7.